Empty hearts and neon lights. They're playing with my mind. Gotta get out of here tonight. Oh, I wanna run off and fly. And I'll tell myself it's fine to be alone. Just to find somewhere that finally feels like home. Oh, oh, oh. I hate all this overthinking. Oh, 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 oh. The more I swim, the more I'm sinking. Take me to a world of silver. No more heartbreaks, tears, painkillers. Take me somewhere unfamiliar. Bring me back to where we started.
Halo adik-adik, selamat pagi. Balik lagi ke streamer Watch Party ya. Nah, sudah ready untuk subuh ini bro. Apakah ada yang sudah tidur atau yang baru bangun? Bentar, ini HP oren bener nih muke. Oh, mantul dari monitor cok. WhatsApp bro. Morning people, anjing bos Nopal, gila. Jarang kelihatan loh. Halo bro. Dan lu sebelum turun lo Jen, lo Dwiko, lo Arasid, lo Endra, lo Argi, lo Akbar, lo Alvan, lo Sentot, lo Shani, lo Just Bright, lo Jarajab, lo Raihan, numpang terus, silakan turun. Sebelum tidur jangan lupa di like dulu ya. Halo Gurut, halo Ajo Black, halo Diastio, halo siapa tuh? Halo Parit Nur Setia, kenapa tuh? Kok hilang deh? Halo Nino, halo Opal. Halo Rizky, halo Han, halo Jalpres. Aku kadiknya lo Eja, lo coklat keju. Mau GB poin. Kalau misalnya kelamaan kayaknya nggak masuk dah, harus ngechat juga dah. Absen Kak Diki, lo Kak Yohapret. Siap menemai dirimu kalau nggak ketiduran. Ya, gue juga pengen ditemai sih. Dirwen, halo Lapi. Kali ini gue gak bakal ketiduran, catat ya. Kalau lu ketiduran donate berapa? 10.000. Gas. Acuben adalah Oreo. Wah, like-nya mantap ini langsung 200. Respect. Pagi Parhan. Ini kita lagi menunggu ya. Sekitar 7 menitan lagi mungkin bakal opening. Halo THS, halo Abi. Halo orang sebelum gue streaming pada di mana guys? Pada nonton RP kah? Pada berbangun nggak? Aku bocil replay. Culun kamu. Pagi-pagi pasti happy. Hari ini kita sarapan apa guys ya? Nonton OC. Oh bentar, udah ganti hari. Kita reset dulu guys, reset. Minumnya. Kalian jam berapa sih? Sabar. Reset dulu, reset. Gimana pagi bro? Milestone. Reset dulu, reset milestone. Nah. Grinding CODM, buset. Masih hidup tuh game. Lagu andalan. Nah, preng kompreng. Ala Q, anjing abu. Duit dari Ubay banyak, Makdi. Wah, Makdi sih kayak buat sarapan malah panas perut gua nih. Main Undown. Oh, Undown masih banyak yang main ya. Cariin si Mas di live chat sebelah, we won the Bangkong. Biasa itu. Support teman namanya. Ih, Abu, Q idol gue. Wah, masa idol Abu? Cuy. Maaf bos. Mie ayam enak ya, nggak subuh-subuh enaknya bang. Enaknya sore, siang, apa pas hujan. Sampai basah gini anjing ntar. Wah. Kita cemilan di malam ini guys. Ovaltine. Terus kabat ini yang Ovaltine kayak coklat Togo nih. Nasi kuning. Kemarin sih kita udah nasi kuning ya. Gimana kalau temennya ntar? Nasi uduk. Bang, masa di TO bang? Di TO siapa Parit? Makasih 1000-nya ya. Haha, mode VCT 1000 nggak bisa ngomong. Dibungkam. Pagi Kak Ade. Embal enak. Empal kali. Jaksim kang mie ayam jam 7 banyak yang beli Ben. Gue sih pengen martabak jablay lagi sih, enak ya. Di bawah si Prapli tuh kemarin ke rumah Nugi, mantep. Embal apaan embal? Terus nasi padang enggak bang? Ampun bang, panas perut. Jangan yang aneh-aneh, sarapan mah roti juga cukup sih sebenarnya. Roti 100.000 lah. Finalnya tanggal berapa? 27 harusnya. Kan ini sampai tanggal 27 kan, ya berarti final 27. Gue tete, wah kudu ke pasar gua. Prediksi menang mana? Kalau prediksi sih gue udah bikin pick up ya. Nih prediksi gue biar gak nanya-nanya lagi guys. Oh ya, belum 100 like nggak gue buka layar.
He's gonna be winning our opening match.
Gak gue buka layar ya. Halo. Aku Maru, terima kasih udah jadi member. Welcome aku Maru. Enak. Prediksi Jaya beda. Itu prediksinya bapak-bapak ya. Nyoba dulu, iya masuk Argi 1000-nya. Mau devisiti 1000-nya nggak bisa ngomong ya Argi, makasih. Mulai match jam berapa? Jam 2-an. Jam 2-annya baru mulai. Pagi-pagi gini butuh samsak Drean. Oh. Samsak. Alhamdulillah. Kan waktu itu seinget gua, lu ada pil melatonin ya. Bukan pil gua yang gummy. Dari Natrol, nih. 5 mg doang. Jadi biasanya gua kalau nggak ngunyah 1, ngunyah 2. Malam. Malam menjelang pagi, malam raju. Ada tidur gak? Kagak, gua tadi nonton Sima sambil nonton Transformer, nonton monyet tadi gua nonton. Lu skincare ntar pas mau tidur, gua biasa cuci muka. Toner gue habis lagi, biasanya pakai toner kalau nggak serum ya, itu aja, tapi lagi habis, jadi gue paling cuci muka aja nanti sebelum tidur. Nih kelihatan lah muka gue masih berminyak ya, tadi gue belum ngapa-ngapain soalnya. Gimana kemarin jadi burcang? Gak nonton pagi ya, kocak. Kalau habis watch party gini benerin jam tidurnya gimana? Gak tidur sehari, udah beres. Nah, nanti yang ribet hari Jumat nih. Hari Jumat juga 3 match.
We get into the Hollywood spirit.
What is this? No, this is a
Bro, what is this?
Actually,
What is
Why do I look
this?
like Bad Bunny right now? What's
You,
going
no,
on here?
bro, you look like Gecko. Why didn't your hair green?
Baby.
Maybe, you know, I have to say, I never thought I'd ever see you in so many
They're both
colors.
radiant. He's just
Yeah, I
golden
wouldn't
boy.
do that. That's not me.
I
I'm
am
in my
personally,
Oppenheimer outfit.
Very rich.
instead.
I can tell you
Very
though,
retro.
I have.
Gua kan nonton pas Navi 1-0. Ya kenapa lu nanyain burcang? Kan lu tahu gua makan apa tadi pagi. Masih grup D sampai hari apa, Ben? Oh. Kan hari ini grup B, Bang. Kan grup D udah kemarin. Tinggal upper lowernya doang. Grup D nanti jam 8 itu upper. Suruh habis Jumatan bisa sih. Gue kuat-kuatin dulu, cuman ya sorenya nggak bisa lab, udah pasti tidur gua. Ayo like-nya dikit lagi 100 adik-adik, baru kita buka layar ya seperti biasa. Biasa YouTuber ngemis. Oh, upper yang DRX betul, sama Navi ya. DRX Navi nanti jam 8. Karena seru jadwal aja. Full sampai jam 8. Insya Allah ya kita coba ya, semoga gua kuat. Aku absen, halo Seng. Alhamdulillahirrahmanirrahim. Halo Openg. Punggung udah aman, punggung lumayan, cuma ini paha yang masih sakit Bekasan tidur kayaknya nih, ketekan-tekan ketindihan. Makan Adit. Ada rekomendasi game gak balap? Buat sekarang kayak belum ada lagi ya. Game balap gue juga belum main. Ya paling ke Forza lagi sih. Ya 10 like lagi adik-adik. Dengar ini dengar. Udah opening loh. Hey, udah opening. Hey. Gue like aja ya, mau numpang tidur aja. Oke Bos Rehan, aman, terima kasih yang udah nge-like. Wah, udah opening ini. Wah. Jadi segini enak ngemil apa nih? Gue ngemil Ovaltine. Nyeong. Naik market tanggal 9 di Indo. Wah, nggak tahu gua. Gua nggak pernah tahu jadwal naik market, tiba-tiba ada aja. Emang boleh jam segini banget? Emang boleh Abu berbicara jam segini? Dan nonton konten PRX yang high tensi? Belum. Nah, ini video day 2, guys. Nah.
나비가 올라올 것 같긴 해.
일단 나비가 좀 친한 애들이 있기 때문에 저는 리퀴드가 올릴 것 같아요.
네.
Ovaltine di Yomart ada. Ini gue beli di Indomaret ada.
Felt Copenhagen tournament when no one was expecting from us like something. Just lose first game and just go home. DRX is good
Lumayan tuh
team.
buat
Every time
rekomendasi
we
game
face them,
santai.
they were like
Oh iya kah?
insanely good.
Oke.
내 목표는
kita
있어요.
coba nanti ya.
빨리 2승하고 한 5위
coba cek dulu.
어때요?
멋지다 고태가.
LA Champions, DRX win.
Kita udah
We
siap
definitely
menonton
gonna
adik-adik.
fight for our revenge against DRX.
Jangan lupa di like sama di selamat pagi warga Instagram. Watch party hari kedua sudah
我
dimulai.
第一
Tunggu aja
个
ke
想
YouTube
到的
kita pegang
人就
seperti
是
biasa ya.
我妈，她其实不太看好我打电竞，但是她也一直在支持我，然后关心我的身体。但是这一次我能前往 VALORANT 最大的舞台，我想把这个好消息告诉她。
For the last like year or two, the 3 core
Oh!
EV members, me, Com, and Jaw, got so much hate.
Dimas masih di PC
No
ya?
one believed in us.
Think we'll have crowd bias?
Oh, udah enggak kayak udah nge-mute.
Crowd bias. I mean, we are in our homeland of Tokyo, guys.
Asik ya.
Yeah, I don't really care what people say about me.
Anjing, dia emang wang.
Seals, man.
怎么说？他们有亚军魔兽，
Gocekan orang
罚
ngantuk
了
yo.
亚军的队伍都会一蹶不振。
我是不能觉得要忽视其他人啊，我觉得其他人还是得注意一下。
反正老话一句嘛，输了不可，赢了血赚。
I just want to keep winning for all the EV fans we do have, and for myself.
We are kind of fresh team right now. Underdogs is correct.
여기서 이제 보여줘야지.
Anjing. Aku
inanılmaz
player.
bir duygu.
Ben masuk.
Aşırı heyecanlıyım, aşırı stresliyim. Ama benim açımdan bu stresi yönetebileceğimi düşünüyorum.
걔네들 상대는 걔네도 교전 좋아하니까 교전에서 우리가 컨디션 너무 안 좋아서 지린 거 아닌 이상 질 일이 없을 것 같고.
Ben insanlar yerinde olsam
Kiwi.
bizi küçük görmezdim.
5 musiknya 5 music ini nih. Semangat gitu. 5 semangat.
Max, what about you? What do you think of like the teams here?
Honestly, just
Oke.
Let's get started. First of all,
Boleh,
congrats
boleh
on
lu
being
Demong
champions
1 ya.
23, both of
Awas
you.
lu start syndrome
But
lu.
let's jump in. So,
Buka bet buat cari
FPTs
cemilan, sabar nih
will be the
abis
first,
abis map ya.
do the higher seed of the match today. So,
sekarang
would you
aja
like Team A or Team B?
Team B.
Team B. So T1, you will be Team A, and we will get started with your first band.
Band split.
Gua
And
tuh
split.
anjing.
Your band,
Fracture.
Fracture.
Kasih tahu sama something ya.
And so, map number 1,
Pick Pearl.
pick Pearl. Side on Pearl.
Hmm?
Give me a second. Defense.
Defense. Okay. Map number 2,
Haven.
Haven. Side on Haven.
Attack.
Attack. And we'll go with the next set of bands starting with T1. You have Ascent, Bind, and Lotus.
Oke.
Band Lotus.
Band Lotus. Your band, you have Ascent and Bind.
Band Bind.
Band Bind. That would make map number 3 Ascent. T1 side on Ascent.
Defense.
Defense. Okay, so we're gonna run through this really quick, make sure we're all good and set to go. First set of bands, we have T1 with Split, which was Fracture. Map number 1 is Pearl
Outside
with Foot
kopi
on
atau
defense.
coklat?
Map number 2 is
Gua belum
Haven
pernah
with T1 on
minum.
attack. Next set of bands are Lotus and Bind. That makes map number 3 Ascent with
Belum
T1
pernah
on
outside.
defense.
Emang enak gak?
Alright, good luck to you both today.
Underrated player buat di master ini pilihan lu siapa? Ini champion bukan master. Anjing ada neon, guys. Jewar. Anjing. Saya player, come back to America. kata kapten. Ubrak. Aku pemain.
And here we go. Two teams that have showed us in Tokyo.
Berjalan langsung dilek adik-adik ya. BerBP, terima kasih.
Now they need to go toe-to-toe against each other to decide who moves on in this bracket. It's Foot going up against T1.
Foot had their breakthrough. They got their win at Tokyo, but there's always so much pressure on this team's back. It's been a long time since there was a Turkish team competitive at international Valorant, and Foot has found that. The question is now of consistency and whether they can get a win here versus a T1 that has been on a constant upward trajectory this year, who beat EDG.
Rosa count anjing, ada lagi nih si orang Roja count.
T1 consider themselves underdogs here, and maybe underdogs in the entirety of the tournament, but in this matchup, I think they're coming into this one a heavy favorite. Wouldn't you say?
I definitely think they're a heavy favorite, and I think this map pool shows like it's going to be really good for them. Like I think even just them getting attack on Pro is really good. Like starting off and being able to set the tone and set the pace is going to be really big for their success in the series. And I mean, both teams are underdogs in this tournament in the grand scheme of things, but definitely.
Kita lihat mejanya si Aku, guys. Tetap tinggi dong harusnya. Wah, si Aku tuh meja udah tinggi banget itu.
Changed a single composition this year. Well, they've added new things within those comps, and if
Kita lihat ya apakah Zeta dan kawan-kawan bisa memenangkan match
to the
ini.
same comps and really perfecting them. And I think part of the reason they've been able to do so, you look at another team like Fnatic who also hasn't changed the comp. It's because they can play really different styles within
si
that
Aku
same
lihat tuh,
They can
buset,
lean
tinggi
into that
betul.
Korean style of the really fast executes that are well put together with great utility.
Lihat agentnya Viper.
Like you were talking about, baby.
Dua-duanya Viper nih, no kan?
And having the players that they have that are very versatile.
Tapi attack captain memakai Brimstone seperti sesekeri, guys.
But yeah, having the Overwatch like aspect,
3 match pagi, yoi,
and that chemistry and that camaraderie.
Kingman skin, Killjoy seperti biasa ya.
Here's your prime gaming agent selected. We're already seeing. Oh, we got
Bisa pakai Sky mereka, guys.
Yeah, interesting combo.
Rada susah juga deh
FUT
attack yang ntar nge-scan.
You can anchor towards long B really easily now with only one smoke, and Brim lasts 20 seconds for each of them. So great stall in that
Ini map
department.
T1 banget
Also
harusnya ya.
Really strong ult that you can fix
Saya player nih OP nih udah
on the other
pasti
side, baby Bay, T1 have stuck to Harbor Viper. Well, a lot of teams have moved away from that.
Yeah, I mean, the Harbor Viper is just a consistent
Skin
comp,
Pro
just
biasanya
solid,
nyala,
you
kalau
know,
itu udah jangan
but
ditanya.
I'm really interested in this Foot comp because it's got to be explosive, right?
Kalau
You
gua
don't
sih
have
berharap
this
si
guy
Ben
to
nih,
be
Ben
re-getting your
konsisten.
info every now and then, right? You don't have that flash that will come back on a cooldown timer, you know? You have
Kalau
a dagger,
Zeta
but
si
Foot
Zeta
takes
mah
what
nggak
is
apa-apa lah,
better
IGL
on
bang.
snap, right? So I'm expecting a very explosive play style from them and a very
Halo, Rise Run.
heavy.
As Foot often does, they're going to put a lot of pressure on Cracks in this one. When he's solo initiator on KO, he's really strong at that role. But I think information and how they can shut down T1's mid-rounding is going to be so important because T1 is a squad that's really good at playing with the information.
Yeah, and if they have
About
all
top
those
T1.
like, subtle little
Di map
advantages
ini
that are
sih
gonna be playing
antara
to their benefit, yeah, I am actually very curious how this composition is going to work. Like
antara
who's gonna be
saya
that
sama
impact
Manskin
player?
kayaknya.
It's going to be quite fascinating, but Shrine, it's time to jump in to our first match of the day. And let's actually send it over to two guys who absolutely love LA. They might even move here. It's Mitch and Tom.
Kamu lu apa sekarang?
Well, apparently we've got a new home base to work from. I could deal with it for sure with the
Sorry,
sunshine.
T1.
Food's pretty good.
Weather's a bit
Valorant-
better than England. Just a
Just a little bit, yeah. I'm gonna take a preference.
Habis nyelam di timnya Bang Upi, ya Allah.
Sokul dia sokul.
Wah, gila. Gak usah ketemu YouTube fanfest, guys.
Bacot ya.
Makasih KKD ya 15.000-nya. Udah mulai, Cok.
For either, I definitely have to now
Kan suka
agree with the
kaget
desk
mulainya,
and
ah.
lean this series in
Kan
towards
cuma 60
T1's
orang,
favor,
anjir.
but as we've
69
learned
tuh angkat
in
cantik.
EMEA many a time, Foot are very good at sort of breaking those norms.
Ini si
in the early
Apip sih
stages of
masih
the
mode
round. We're
acik
gonna have
kiwir
to
itu,
build
guys.
up in towards that A site. Leading that charge, Carpe with the Tiger, and Sire's already in.
He's done well to find the first, but he's stuck inside those mollies and can't make his way out. A nano swarm kill onto Saya, and a blindsided swing. And the captain only gets one for his trouble. The numbers, they stay in their favor as Foot controlled the site. The spike on the floor as well. And Munchkin has no idea on that final player. He spotted him now, but not able to adjust in time. The first round is for Foot.
Close off the back of it though.
Belum
I
pada
did feel
bet
like
kali,
Munchkin
Ben.
was going to have an opportunity
Ya
to
gue
make
juga
the clutch
tahu
that
emang
one
kalau
out.
misalnya
Now, I
cuma
wanna
sedikit
mention
mah
a
belum
little
pada
bit
bet Bang.
why that sort
Bang
of
Komet,
thing
makasih
is a
udah
little
jadi
bit of a
member
off
ah.
the board
Welcome
one for me.
back.
If you look at the last few times we've seen it actually chosen by the side of Foot, they've been smashed out of it. So I'm hoping they're going to have some adjustments on that pick. But looking at Pearl already, it does seem like they've gone from differences with their comp. Now, obviously bringing in that Brimstone is going to be one of those things to sort of delay potentially when it comes up to that B side. I want to see how that might affect them with their more burst attacks when it comes to their attack, because that's the thing. A lot of the time we talk about Brimstone comps is you don't have those regenerating smokes anymore. So when you go for a hit, you have to be pretty damn committed to it.
Yeah, it can definitely be problematic later on into the game. For now, the lean from Ada Captain towards that A site. We've seen a lot of presence here from Foot in the pistol round. They had early rotations to this side of the map. And they're hoping that T1 will end up back towards A. Maybe a bit of a read into the tendencies, into the preferences of their opponent that so far seems to be paying dividends. T1, sure, they're poking and prodding across the map, trying to find some presence. But they intend to finish things off on A. And already we've seen Munchkin dropped, trying to get a bit of info around that corner. They don't know how many players are up close waiting.
Yeah, I think one of the things we're going to have to try and sort of focus on throughout the map is where Krax is placing that knife, where he's finding that information. Because a lot of the time, you're going to lose control of certain spots. Of course, especially with that Killjoy, you can kind of lock down angles, as you can see on the map at the moment. With that mid control still being held onto, but they have given up a little bit of space. As you can see, though, from Moj, is definitely aware of it. And for T1 now, they're starting to run out of time.
We'd spoken many times about the discipline of Foot in the regular season over in EMEA, and we're seeing it here very much under control as they don't overextend and offer anything. 15 seconds on the clock as the push comes through. Snake bite's good, but they can't follow up on the damage. And now a chance for that spike to actually be planted for these players who've waited out for the past 2 minutes to finally
oh my god,
they're favorable to begin.
A
post plan setup as well with Viper utility to play off of. Foot will find this difficult and starts by rolling outside a player who's finding two. They're unable to do anything about this man, and now support comes in. The trade maybe not on time, but with 45 HP and 2 players left to take down, Krax is in a lot of trouble. He's trying to fight them, and he'll get both of those duels on an offer. On his plate, eaten up and 2-0, but hey, listen, that follow-up second round, not as clean as Foot would have liked.
Not even
Itu
close.
kalau dia pencet D aja mati
Probably should have taken it. But being left in what was a 1v3 scenario, Krax is able to pull one out of the bag, and again, that's one of the things we always talk about with Foot, is they have depth in these clutch players, but I still feel like it wouldn't be right to not highlight Saya player. Like, he is always going to be an issue for teams. It's somehow being in the late round, even when he's playing those openers a lot of the time. And now with the rifles in, just look at the purchase from Foot. It's just going to be the Bulldogs and a couple of players. And the rest can't really afford to buy much more down because of how much they lost in the last round.
This squad really not able to fight anywhere near the level that it looked like they would be beginning this. I love the utility from T1. A much quicker take towards B this time, strangling all of the space out of their opponent's control. And they're going to flash through to make the big play. And even then, it's not catching anyone. They've been fully pushed back by the util and a plant acquired.
Needing the heals for a little bit of help, and actually it's going to be Krax to get rid of Ban. Spike not quite being planted. Zed's aggressive position, he's got to be careful. There are multiple players just around this corner. The flash connects, but he's not going to aggress off it just yet. And Mr. Farland is already going to put this into a further advantage. They need a bit of a hero. And the trades are fantastic. Leaving Saya once again alone, and he's going to get cleared out. But are going to make that work with 2 Bulldogs and 3 pistols,
Well, that's kind of ridiculous. You know, the initial kill coming through from Krax, fair enough. He's just firing through the smokes. He knows there's a spot they're likely to have some foot traffic around, and he can take them down. But the fact that they come through with next to nothing backing it up, it was what, 2 Bulldogs? And then you're down to Sheriffs.
That was it.
And they're able to come out winning every single duel, and in some instances, maybe it's overextension from T1, having Zeta up close and going out for the swing, but even still, that's ground that I think he's entitled to fight for. A ridiculous beginning to this in T1. They're going to start sweating pretty soon. They can't allow Foot to just run away with this after a promising beginning. They haven't got anything to work with in this round. It's going to be the same as before with B, just denying the info. taking the space.
So that's something I really wanted to look into with this team is sort of why they struggled versus their opponents.
EGP pegang mana?
And a lot of it came down to the opening duels versus the duelists on the other side. Kang and Ardis having a field day versus T1. Kiwi, well, he's going to kick things off once again. Player, though, he's there. Ban's found one with a pistol. Every single round becoming competitive so far. Is this one going to settle on their side? And they almost managed to get rid of Mr. Fallen.
Yeah, that was the recovered rifle, and look at Saya. They got this orb to start the round out. Got the Blade Storm online, and that has been rewarded tenfold. Just Mr. Fallen, 56 HP. And although he finds the first, he is left on
He lost 55.
That's a tough situation. Headshot needed onto Ban at least. They've got the angles here, a bit more damage, but that's all that will be found. As finally, T1 are on the board. Not in the round I expected it either.
No, again, there's a reason it's very easy to highlight Saya player. The Blade Storm just taken over this one, and again, even with the changes to this map, we're seeing them very heavily lean in towards this B side. I feel like that's where the true strength of this Harbor Viper is. We'll see if they're going to have some adaptations to throw things into A, but if you look at where they're initially setting up once again, it looks like Moj might be about to come under the same pressure again this round.
Well, by the looks of it, yeah. And they're not changing it up as the barriers go up. Same approach, the same old wall on its way. Jet falling up on it. Saya looks to claim some more scalps. Look at Foot's response, falling back and indeed conceding the entirety of this side players in the spawn. And that's about as close as they're going to be. The same attempt at spamming through, and it's done some good damage. Yeah, Ban is down pretty low, but they can be healed. And safe to plant inside of that cove. Viper's pit down.
He's going to stay in it, I think.
Yeah.
Lockdown being utilized, but he doesn't want to give up that pit. KO ult's gone through on the other side as well, so it will be the detain for Zeta. But he's able to hold on for the moment. Even still, the initial frag goes the way of Kiwi.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Gets two through the pit. A little bit more for him as well. One more standing, a potential ace. But he's just playing passive this time, not looking to get over-aggressive. You know he wants that final kill. We'll hear the tap.
Gak jadi es, bro.
Just going to try and close it, but instead, it's Saya player. A huge round for Carpe, a highlight on the desk.
Anjing, gue nyari nama aku nggak ada, ternyata Saya.
Well, I think this is where folks start to get worried. That B site's being pressured again and again down B long. They're pushed out of B long. They're pushed out of B site. And on the way back through, the fights have not been pretty. You gotta give credit to Carpe, though. The fact that he's able to find that space, even checking on the spike, seeing that it's not being diffused, this round was entirely his. But on the back of Zeta, turning around and obviously tanking the lockdown, keeping the pit online and giving them that angle to fight from. They couldn't even punish him once he fell back into the corner. It's a really nice response from T1. And this time, a big difference from how this attacking side is approaching the early round. And in the same way, a big difference in Foot's approach. 4 players on B early. That has left them very light elsewhere on the map. And unfortunately, elsewhere is where T1 are bringing it.
Unless they're about to use an orbital strike to deny this, there's not really much they can put in the way.
Player nama aslinya siapa? Itu disebut.
Foot in the past, even before the changes, got the majority of their rounds on that defensive side. So the fact that this is already looking pretty good for T1, the map changes allow you to get more defender side rounds in general, with that side being easier to lock out with an afterplant already. It's a question of how much Foot actually want to throw into this one. Now they do have a bit of reserve cash, and for the other side of things, it depends how many orbs you want to sort of hand over to T1. But
bentar, si Atta Kapten emang nggak beli ya?
Yeah, he tried to sneak past the smoke. The second player coming from this angle later.
Teman-temannya kan half ya.
He's going to be caught.
Anjing timing.
Mr. Fallen. Well, they've definitely stumbled on that play with Munchkin defending this tooth and nail. The lockdown will be destroyed. Just about, but look at the time that it's bought. That spike already diffused. Ticking away quite far, it's half. They're going for it, they're trying to stick it all.
Oh my god, hampir anjing, hampir kalah.
Saves the day.
I was saying in the moment, is there going to be that use of the Orbiter Strike? And I'll be honest, I said it in jest. I didn't think there was any way they were going to throw that ult into the late stages of the round, but with the heroics of Mr. Fallen being able to do so much initially, and then the aggression to actually get rid of that lockdown. There was a real chance. Luckily, Ban was on the case once again.
Tapi keren ya kalau apa? Iwan pakai baju ungunya keren ya.
I feel like has been given an unfair amount of flack.
Seru juga kan? Jangan meremehkan, ini champion bro. Tidak mungkin ada match-match ngantuk.
For now at least, we end up level. This is where the purchase comes back in now, and that's where the Kiwi operator becomes a threat. That B site a little bit easier to hold down, but once again, we're now seeing T1 lean back in towards that A site. Real opportunities for a solid execute with all of the utility that they have, and Ban's util almost renowned for getting you into an afterplan.
Yang bikin ngantuk mah yang main-main lama, cuman pas udah masuk set tetap seru aja. Dapat timing. Bukan, si aku, aduh, si aku.
Saya player will only get the one, and Carpe actually caught on the way through the molly.
Lah, bakar tuh si Carpe guys.
And putting T1 in a pretty tough position. You still have a Viper's Pit to fight back in on the side of Foot. They need to take some space of their own, and that's exactly what they're looking for. Out of Captain in the core.
Ih, timing dia
he's
kibat
moving
anjing.
fast, he's not quick enough on his feet, but look at the HP of Ban. So incredibly low
Ya,
with Mosh just
HP
trying to
Ban-nya.
find him. And he'll locate that final kill, even save the op through to the next round.
Yeah, it wasn't bad from T1 considering how the
Berat
initial
banget
fights went. Like, you obviously had
parah
the Reckoning
kalau kata
thrown in, and there was
pengalaman.
one position that wasn't clear, but Ban was very much aware of it. But again, it just comes down to a couple of shots landed by Kiwi on the way back through, and solid utility actually coming out from Foot to sort of deny that initial space. They know that the composition from T1 revolves around afterplan. So you're going to use that code, you're going to use the high tide to get you into position, and then just play those post-plants with snake bites and everything that comes with the Killjoy kit. But if you don't allow them to get into that spot, which is something that Foot normally pretty good at, it can become a little bit easier for them. And now again, like, this is how close these rounds are. 3 rounds in a row for T1, they lose one, and financially in the bin.
NAVI DRX lah.
I see Sire on a hero rifle, Mitch, and you know, there's always hope.
Wih, saya!
That's kind of what you're talking about.
Walaupun nge-wipe dikit ya.
Starting the round off with aggression, and T1 have not been afraid to have those quicker starts to the round and pump the brakes later on. Now, a rifle potentially to be retrieved for this squad if they were to double up and move through this area, but actually, they're going all the way back to their spawn, moving around to B long, and sending Saya player.
Awas.
Well, by the looks of it,
hampir lu seta.
He'll be seen. They'll check in on him a little bit later on. Kiwi, for now, has to move his way out of this B site. Concede control. That's been the name of the game for these B takes, but this time Kiwi has something to say about it.
Wah, sayanya nungguin orang CT-nya muter ke T-base, lihat guys.
Was expected. The flank from Sire will dome one, but the trades are coming back.
Jadi 1v3 anjing.
An incredible job at the back of the site.
Gara-gara si Kiwi.
It comes down to Sire. He needs an ace to win this round. Doesn't actually know where.
Saya player harus ace adik-adik di sini.
Hiding on the back line, so spotted the other two, but I think his life is on borrowed time. No, it seems like he read it for a second, but Krax has done the damage either way. A 4K for him, a little bit of a bait and switch in this round, and
namanya
Jangkar. They're gonna have their 5th on the defensive side. Now starting to build into it, as we sort of said.
You can see how scary this T1 squad is, though. I mean, if you imagine that was a full buy like we're seeing right here, not just the hero rifle for Saya. This guy managed to push straight up into door, grab an opening kill, and then had the flank as well.
The jet lurk.
It's literally just those players going on site, don't have rifles. Krax has a better chance in most of the fights that he enters and is able to connect them. But one hiccup there, one stumble, the site falls, rifles are retrieved, your flank is still an issue late into the round. And Foot may have just stumbled on what was a very low buy. I think T1 can feel pretty confident with how they've been playing so far. This round here, though, another test. That operator on Kiwi, it's caused a lot of trouble in the past. Pushing up on B, it won't be getting too much offered up just yet.
This as well is, again, we're starting to see that play throughout. This is where, once more, we've seen Mr. Farland put the majority of utility to try and hold on to some of that control. And it seems like on the other side of things, the only goal really of Zeta is to play into that late lurk. The thing is, though, they're so confident in Kiwi specifically. Almost caught floating through the air. And that's a big kill. Now things get a little bit panicky as the rest go pushing in towards that site. But Moj, as you said, has caught the spike.
Yeah, they went elsewhere. You know, that was just a flank on B. The lurk late into the round. Bands up close, and they haven't spotted him. Good repositioning. Spike retrieved, and as we said, you have that flanker, that lurker later into the round. Still, they're controlling the B site. Zeta's got it on lockdown. They can move that spike around. They're doing so a little bit slowly.
Zetanya nggak ngambil CT loh.
Maybe be close by.
Oh.
It's not like Zeta has anything to catch them off guard here. He's very much just holding this map control so they can get the plant in late round. It's a good pivot, a good recovery. Munchkin.
Aduh, timing
so
Munchkin.
patient, but he's been spotted on the way back out.
I'm looking at that null command as well. Now they've spotted that
Hampir
flanker. Can potentially remove the util of the rest of their players. They know there's one in towards that backside, which likely means there's either one out towards long.
Nonton sampai DRX. Kalau lu join member gua sampai DRX. Wih.
That's a great kill.
Satu, dua, anjing. No, habis Valor.
Issue here for Zeta. As Ada captain, definitely a smile on his face now as they are pushing that lead even further up.
Yeah, that literally just came down to a few bullets. Munchkin did an incredible job to find a couple of kills, but again, Foot are the ones on
Dari awal Valorant terbentuk, Bang.
I'm not really surprised to see T1 pull in a tactical timeout, especially when you look at what they have on the board. 4 ultimates available, the Viper's Pit very close to being online as well. Even though this might be a weaker purchase for them in terms of their finances, this is one they can easily get things over the line.
Yeah, it's a good time to grab a breather. As we said, some of that early round aggression has been incredibly promising. So for this T1 squad, putting together the final pieces of the puzzle, with 3 rounds left to compete for in the half, and it's certainly not out of their hands just yet. As you said, Tom, Foot known for putting up those rounds on the defensive side. So this first half really is just about getting enough rounds on the board that it's workable when they swap over, when that defensive side is mounted.
Yeah, I don't think it's impossible for them to turn the tide. I think for Foot, obviously, I think this composition kind of allows them to have a solid util for the retakes and a lot of delay potential, which can be quite hard to play up against. I am going to be intrigued to see how it works on the attack, because I feel like in classic Foot style, they're going to have to be very direct, because the brim doesn't really allow for much else, but there's still a few rounds to go in this half, and for T1, the thing that excites me most, I'm seeing a Blade Storm on side player, which we've already witnessed once, is enough to win a round.
Yeah, and money problems, right? So you know for sure.
Anggara YP, terima kasih udah jadi member sampai DRX
full
berangkat.
investment of anything crazy. Instead, it's going to be that Blade Storm look to try and recover on it. And that was one of the ways they got around on the board. Just his straight up aggression down B long, being able to completely mince off that defense. Look to do it again. Success found earlier around double doors, looking for more. But Kiwi's here this time, locking it down, operator in hand. They're wise enough to send out a Tiger first. It will meet that op shot.
That's almost a direct reaction to what he did last time.
Abu
They've seen him just burst his way through mid, so they've decided, okay, let's just put our most fearsome warrior there to hold on to those positions. Again, we're seeing this sneak up, this almost lurk through as they attempt to pincer in. And they've now spotted Sire in mid.
Yeah, at least 2 players coming from mid, and well, there were 2 coming from B long, but they've spotted them and taken them down. Maj up close is defending. And there's, even players being dropped through the smoke. This couldn't have went much worse for T1. All of their info was found in the early round. Foot knew exactly what was happening, and their response was perfect, seeing the majority of the forces coming through double doors. So they look for the fight on B long, and then they can pivot with ease.
So he's got to get past an alarm bot, a turret, and a second nanoswarm. And that's just to get to the site. Information to be had already, insta-rotation back. There's not really anywhere for him to go at this point. The main thing will just be, can he cause any extra damage? Can he maybe get a plant for the extra finances? It's really not a good scenario. And in terms of the money on the other side, a flawless round would be perfect for the side of Foot. But we'll see if they're going to get it. 10 seconds left. He has to just run in at this stage and hope that he can get absolutely anything, and it will be the Prime Gaming flawless coming through for Foot.
Yeah, of course he knew Ada Captain was there after the Molly, so that's going to be the spot he's looking at. 7 rounds for Foot so far. It's been a very strong beginning to this map. Thing is, sure, it's T1's map pick, but if they can at least push up to 5 by the end of this half, they've got the legs on them to stand tall as the series progresses, as the map progresses into half 2. Ultis are looking pretty good for the Foot side, though. Blade Storm locked down. The Viper's Pit to work with, as well as Orbital Strike. I mean, they've got a bunch to fight for, and this is T1's buy round. Don't want to leave anything on the table.
I like this though. T1 just going back to what was working. Faster pace hits, sending in Saya player as that initial fight, the Reckoning online. They've been farming up orbs throughout the game to get this all online just because of the space it builds up. They do have to be careful though, because Foot have been very happy to just sit on the edge.
Manchin bingung ulti di mana Manchin.
And it's worked out for them again. Carpe is going to be caught.
Dibalas di ulti balik.
Out as well. That might force some of these players to take a step forward in some circumstances.
As well.
But they've decided to fall on back. Concede that control.
I call this around the observer's
Oh,
nightmare.
si aku itu
just every
anjing si
single
aku.
just being spammed into
Di depan anjing
position.
gila.
Viper's pit went down, but so did Mr. Fallen. They've got to get on this fight pretty soon to force players out into the open. And there they are.
Uy,
They've
perang
the whole
terus.
squad, but there's too many bodies to take down. T1 holding strong. They've still got that utility to play behind, but Maj has got the angle up top. The smokes holding off for just a few seconds longer.
No, my god. Mystic, bro.
Oh, a devastating round for T1. As the defuse right under their nose, it puts 8 rounds on the board for the side of Foot. Their defense looking undeniably strong.
I think
it was all of them. Like, every single ult is now gone. Everybody invested absolutely everything. We saw Reckoning, Viper's Pit, lockdowns traded out. Both teams wanted this round more than absolutely anything. And Foot, they literally get it over the line off a defuse within a smoke. A brimmy smoke at that. So, I mean, no, they lost a while, but 8-3. I think many expected T1, especially on their map choice, to come out swinging. And they are getting decimated. What a shot by Kiwi to start. These rounds may have been close, but the scoreline definitely isn't.
He's been a menace with that operator early round, but hasn't needed to do a whole lot. It's players like Maj, like Captain, pulling it out later on. Krax, who's been an animal for spraying people down through smokes, well, he's finally gotten a little bit of karma coming his way. Flash ready, Carpe wants to punish. They know there's a player there, and they'll catch him through the wall. Great prediction from Carpe. And Kiwi not able to hit the shot with the op, too many targets. All out in the open.
Kiwi tipenya tipe OP yang nembaknya nembak pasti guys ya, nggak berani yang ngeflick banget gitu.
Is he going to swing out to realize these players have given up the control? Yes, they've moved towards the stairs where the spike is dropped. Maj has the cross, spotted both on the way around, and now they can just hold this together. Or maybe not. They separate, and Munchkin isolates. 40 HP and 4 bullets. The spike down towards the stairs. He has to move. And in fact, it's his opponent that's moving first. Maj repositioning.
Ini orang si
Maybe
pede
knowing
banget
that
decision
the
makingnya
spike
ya.
is there, that he can catch it.
Langsung muter.
It's just all about the
Gak jadi, galau
maybe
ternyata.
expecting to be surrounded. Now Munchkin's going to be the one to go that little bit further forward, hoping to find his opponent, but eventually he has to make his move, has to go for this plant, and he's not going to be expecting him to be in that same position, desperately trying to find out where Maj is coming from, but instead he's just wrapped back into exactly the same spot, and he will land the shot. The only thing stopping Foot from dominating in this map is the curse. And well, to be honest, Mitch, it depends how much you believe in it.
And that is a masterclass from Maj as well, closing out that in positioning in the 1v1. Beautifully played, and now 9-3 at the half for the side of Foot. This couldn't have went much better. I mean, hell, even some of the rounds that T1 getting off the back of individual prowess, someone like Saya on the Bladestorm tearing it up. Kiwi, Saya head-to-head, not as impressive as you thought. Wow, see what the desk makes of this lead.
Thank you so much for that, fellas. And wow, Foot defying all expectations with a hot start on Pearl. But let's jump straight, though, to our Verizon high-speed moment, because you got to give it to Captain. This guy has been absolutely amazing this game. And Baby Bay, I think that, you know, we were talking about it before, being that emotional leader, but we're also seeing him frag.
I mean, yeah, imagine just peeking and one-tapping somebody. But it's not even just that. It's like, obviously getting a 3K as the emotional leader is great and all, but the utility to isolate the guy from backhaul and to be able to take this fight in general and just get the trade right here after. It's beautiful. Then he wins the 1v1, right? And who better than having it be your spiritual leader in the game. Look at him, he's hyped. He's already hyped, going crazy on him. So
massive to have that guy online, getting the energy up for this team. But baby, we were both talking about how good T1's mid-rounding was in the pre-match here. But for T1, so much of this map was just these hard executes. It was super passive from Foot, always playing into these flood retakes. And I think it just worked so well with this Brim comp. It almost plays really similarly to the Icebox Brim comps that we used to see last year. And I think the player in particular that is finding strength in a lot of those situations has been Cracks. We had questions of how this KO would play against mid-rounding, but they never really had to do that. Instead, it felt like T1 was letting Foot play into the strengths of this comp, which was these flood retakes with the Brim smokes going up and the KO flashes to get out.
Yeah, T1 didn't try to bait really much of any utility in that half, and it's like you have the Sky, you have the Harbor to take all these things
Derek,
like slowly and
Derek.
try to bait out those Brim smokes because he only has 3, right? And even the KO flashes, he only has 2 flashes and 1 knife point. So it's like I don't know why or what, but maybe they thought they had a hard read and they got countered a bit.
And now they have this massive advantage at the half. 9-3, they converted the bonus to big. They've looked good on pistol rounds in the half. T1 is going to have to do something huge to rally here on the defensive side, but New Pearl is quite defense-sided.
Yeah, well, let's see if 9-3 is enough to send it back to the casters.
Kayaknya memang si Pearl ini sudah menjadi
so far starting this out as we've heard. Foot in prime position to close this out. T1's map pick though, and now they're on the defense side where I think they'll be a little bit more comfortable. Saya's been looking good all the way through. There's certainly some signs of hope. The fact that so many of these rounds have come close as well. They're not down and out just yet, but they're certainly down for now.
Kalau misalnya lu orang lihat streamer lain pada nge-vape atau apa, gua mah cari aman aja. Gitu.
Hoping to try and force someone out into the fight.
Akan dia aja dibikin kok, itu mah baru ini doang anjir. Baru pemikiran di WC doang.
The Skydog, the Tiger.
Belum tahu.
To clear out some position. The fact is, though, T1 have a great read here.
Yeah, Saya player's flank should be perfect, but it's going to take a while to come through. The players on site will have some trouble holding it down. One wall goes through. This is going to section them all around the backside. Low HP, though, on Munchkin. He doesn't really want to fight, but it'll be forced on him anyways. Good opening for Kiwi.
Tetap ngebut juga ternyata, guys.
Saya player, he snuck past the turret.
Lihat Saya player.
Aku
tidak expect si aku.
That he is sneaking his
Aku.
It's an awkward fight. It's bought time. Given an opportunity, perhaps Kiwi can win that fight now if he wasn't crunched on. If there wasn't support here to play with. We're back down to a 2v3. Low HP on a lot of Foot players. The spike has to be defused and time is on their side. They can swing out one at a time or they can go all together. Double digits found for Foot.
Yeah, that might just be the nail in the coffin for map number 1. For so far ahead, and even this round where there was multiple players within the site, it just seems like they did a better job of being able to trade out those kills. Maj as well, just having an absolutely star-studded performance. I believe normally playing the Killjoy more so on this map, but his Vipers look damn good. Well, maybe just more so on the individual side of things rather than purely off the util. 10-3 up. Not going to be much of an investment at all. A Marshall thrown in. A chance for Saya to maybe do a little bit of damage. On the other side, it is just going to be this almost trap setup into B.
Now we'll see if the reward is there. A kill, just one to be found to start this off. The Marshall already going to be eliminated. That is very little fight in the side of T1 for this round. And at least Munchkin's able to grab another kill, make it more costly. But with 30 HP, his chances of doing that again are pretty low. And for the side of Foot, inching ever closer to victory on their opponent's map pick. You do have to wonder for Munchkin. Maybe that Bulldog could be worth bringing it through to the next round, but being so far behind, maybe they'll put stock in the 1v3.
Yeah, at this point, he's going to be able to buy a Vandal Phantom in the next round anyway, so might as well just throw this one in for some extra damage. Maybe try and get an AWP, but Kiwi is ready and waiting. 11-3. Foot taking this one further and further away from their opponents. And if there's going to be any fight back match, it kind of has to be now, and you know what? Good time for applause.
Yeah, this is going to be another T1 timeout. That's running dry on that side. Means they've got to make the comeback happen from this point forward pretty flawlessly without help from their coaching staff unless Foot decide to have a word.
Tadi 2 menit lalu lu ngomong seru anjing,
jadi
it is
definitely a series where 11-3 does not feel like a fair
masih grup kan,
scoreline.
iya.
Not representing
Bukan
the
grup,
level of
bukan
fight
grup
that
nyari
T1
poin
brought
ya.
to the table, but
Ada
they just weren't
elimination
able
doang,
to close out those rounds. And
Nih,
that's
kalau
what's
bad
going
nih,
to lead you
FUT
here.
menang,
It's an
EG
interesting one, 'cause
menang.
by all expectations,
Nanti si
this is going to be a rematch of this
T1
side.
menangnya di
Like,
elim, tapi
everybody
di
sat there
sidernya
going,
kalah.
okay, EG are going to take this group, FPX are going to finish last in this group, and the other two teams
Lihat
are
aja
going
nih
to fight
prediksi
twice.
gua bener gak?
Like, that's the way this kind of sits
Nah,
right
ini kan
now.
udah hampir
So,
benar semua nih.
for
Nah,
to be
kita lihat nih nanti jam
dominating
8.
This far ahead, it definitely makes things a little bit more interesting, seeing if they'll maybe come up against EG a little bit later on. But I think for both of these teams, coming into this tournament, a real opportunity to make it top 8.
Rabi Zero, terima kasih untuk membernya. Langsung aja yang abu di hub. Jangan lupa bilang makasih yang dapat.
Wow. This being their map choice,
Baru jangan lupa di like
somewhere
juga
they
ya
felt
adik-adik.
would be a
Terima
home
kasih
turf
supaya kita FYP.
versus
Kenapa gede banget sekarang ya suaranya?
smashed in the way that they are. There needs to be a bit of
14%
a
juga cukup
response
nih.
here. And with the rifles on board, this is
Duluan
where you
Ben
hope
TT-nya.
they'll
Lah.
Yeah, and as
Duluan
well,
Bang.
you know,
Oke
recent
oke.
memory
Thank you
for
bro.
T1 on the international stage, certainly not great. Although you can say that for a lot of these teams.
Udah like,
coming in,
mantap.
A squad that beat EDG and
Yang
then
dapat
was
yang
eliminated
ngetik
by
hub ya
them
itu
shortly
yang
after.
namanya tidak berarah.
Demolished, exactly.
Line up
And
kemana
so,
tuh?
they're looking for
Konektor apa ke
their
flower
own
itu?
little story
Oh my
this
God.
time
Oh,
around.
connector
A
benar.
site is under threat. Foot already having dashed in, taken space. There's some weaknesses here. 2 pistols in play.
Do they fight this bit?
The rifles taking the
Ooh,
fight.
King
And
Munchkin.
Munchkin who's winning them. A quick double. And this could be the best chance for T1 so far. The only downside is
Tapi
that
Vipernya
Viper's
ulti
pit.
ini.
Yeah, they've actually used it.
Bisa dapat
Even
bonus
in
jadi
this
bahaya ini.
scenario where they're down a couple of men, well, make that just
Relek
one.
2 kali
Or just
nggak?
manage to
Boleh
find
nggak jangan
another.
jokes
The snake bite will buy
2016?
some extra time, but he is not sitting
Boleh, Bang.
still. He's gone moving all the way around. A decent position held though by Carpe. Just waiting on the
dia-
other side,
dia-
trying
apa,
to find an entry back in. But Mosh
ekspektasinya
has
tuh gini
found
kan,
him as well. Having a
jangan
lights
dong,
out game
kalau
so
kamu
far.
like 2 kali
Finally,
itu sama
Munchkin
aja kamu
will
nggak
respond, and
nge-like
now it's
gitu ya.
left all onto Mr. Fallen. Only a
Oh.
pistol in hand, but some low HP players, not this time though.
Lumayan
The
mahil
time
sedikit nih.
ticking relatively low, but they will
Nah,
be
gue jam
able to
segini
get
makan mie
themselves
soto
their
pakai telur
fourth.
2 ya selamat
They
mengendut
will
ya.
indeed. Another round on the board for T1, and at long last, this could be the start of their way back in. But, you know, the weaponry wasn't the best on the side of Foot. Sure, they use a Viper's Pit, but this time they'll come in with full rifles, and the real test is about to be there for T1 as well. This opening from Munchkin, you can't rely on that happening every single time, but it looked good.
I think the other thing as well is just you're seeing the sheer confidence that Foot have on the stage. That they have always been a team that once the momentum is rolling, they could beat anyone. Like literally anyone. They've taken maps off Fnatic over in EMEA when they played them in one of the earlier series. So the fact that they were in a 3v5 throwing in a Viper's Pit kind of proves to you that the confidence is overflowing at this stage. And now you
Kemudian
kind of look
lama
at the
aja
buyback
Ben
on the other
boxnya
side.
dipatahin. Emang iya ya?
Sure, you have that Blade Storm again. Carpe's weaponry a little bit lower.
Apa gua kebanyakan nonton komedi lama?
See what Foot had to
Tapi
offer.
kayaknya
A
itu
little
lebih
bit
ke
of a
jokes Agung.
slower default. A lurk held by Mr. Farlin, just watching for any space being taken by that defensive side. And it has been. Mid is where the pressure is currently being spotted for. Mozetta is definitely going to see that smoke
Angka comeback
utilized. Have a little bit
sulit
of
sih
extra
guys.
info for his team.
Killjoy utility
Tapi
pulled
kalau di
back.
Pearl sih
I
ada
thought
aja
maybe that'd be
momennya
the
nih.
window for
Apalagi
Saya
CT
player
ya.
to go on that flank
Pagi,
he's been
pagi, bro.
waiting for, but
Gender lu
instead
santai.
shifting back towards the B side.
Oop.
The orb was taken,
Lockdown.
and so Mr. Fallen had the lockdown to work with. It's on the
Aku mulai
floor to
gila
buy
tuh.
them space on B.
Lah,
Oh,
apa itu kok klik
space
itu?
will be undeniable.
Pencet
They
ya?
waltz their way into this site. Choice of where to plant is very much theirs. They still haven't gone for the plant yet. I mean, there's a lot of time for this T1 squad to get back in here, go for spams, especially with such an open plant spot. It's worked out, but you're going to be caught by the flash on the way through. Players spotted moving towards the elbow. That's where T1 wanted to fight for a moment, but Zed and Carp both down. Ban falls too.
Buta.
Blastorm blinded in the open, and that is only going to lead
Tidak ada
Munchkin.
kutukan 11
Had
guys.
some great rounds already, but not this time. It would be a miracle to pull out that 1v4. 12 on the board for Foot. And they now have 8 chances to close out their opponent's map pick. Haven up next.
Oh, next
and,
nampaknya
look, we got a lot of questions about Haven actually, but Ascent as a closer, that's a Turkish map if ever I've seen one.
God, well, the fact that Foot are happy to go back to Haven after losing it 3 times in a row says that what we're going to see in the next map well, I'm hoping we won't see their Gecko. I'll be honest with you. I'm hoping that's gone. But the fact that this is as dominant as it is, I think, is more surprising to anyone. We've had some crazy games yesterday, incredibly close ones at that, but this has been anything but. 12-4, a build into this B side once again. The weaponry even worse than the last time out. Munchkin sat at the back of the side with a lockdown and a judge. The rest of the team nowhere to be seen. In fact, Saya's gone all the way up mid, but he's going to be no help in this round.
Now Walkabout going to take a while to come through. Player like Munchkin may be able to find value.
Tidur bentar hari ini ya.
Overextends.
Oh,
what was that?
Gila si atak-atak.
Oh, well, now that judge is certainly looking
Wah, Mansin
worse
gimana
for
ini?
wear towards this elbow. They're going in, though. They've given him the control, and the fight is his. The lockdown online. And he can defend this. Pushing back is not a good idea. In fact, they won't get anywhere close to it. Kiwi caught in the open. And we're back down to not just the way back through for T1, but the man advantage to work with as well. It won't last too long without a captain to trade out his guy. And they'll close it at that. Foot with 13-4. Their opening map in Los Angeles could not have gone much better. If this is a sign of what's to come, it's going to be a pretty quick series.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie to you. I came into this tournament looking at the first couple of days, looking at the matches that we had, and I thought, okay, this is going to be the most competitive of the lot. Two teams that finished in a similar position in Tokyo, two teams that basically looked like they were at a similar level. And wow, Foot have come in and let's just put it this way, one team was better from head to foot. They absolutely destroyed them in this map. Moj having an incredible map, and someone like Carpe, I believe Carpe got a 4K in one of the rounds. He got a single kill for the rest of the game. This needs to be a big turnaround for them going into map number 2.
Oh yeah, a completely different squad needs to walk out on that stage. A 13-4 scoreline. It's not something that any team wants to see, even if that's your permaban. You'd expect a
berisik ngentot. Nah, ini ya biar chill ya enggak. Biar pada mengantuk, tidur ya. Kita mau jadi preman tim deathmatch dulu nggak guys? Hah? Jadi preman TDM dulu kali ya, biar gak ngantuk ya teh. Gue juga belum merasakan gini, belum puas nih gue pakai skin ini. Baru main 3 game gue tadi tuh, menang 2 kali, kalah sekali. Teng tong teng tong teng teng tong pepel.
Match found.
Mousepad gua tumpahan Ovaltine nih anjing. Mousepad boom sih enak ini guys, sumpah.
Let's go.
Adiki naon? Enjoy, 5 duelist. Wih, weekly mission sekarang ada apa sih? Oh, udah reset guys. Lumayan. Mousepadnya kasar enggak, halus. Tidur dulu, teki-teki. Oke, selamat tidur. Bacot pedita ngentot. Torereng. Abu lu Penita. Coba lu nggak modal, hoak. Tereng, teng. Lama juga nih, Bang. Mau main, Bang? Hoi. Bobo ketiduran part 2 ya, biasanya sih banyak yang ketiduran pas lagi nunggu map kedua ya. Lagi beli makan orangnya ya. Dikatain lah. Beli makan bukan buat gua kan, kalau buku buat gua nggak gua katain. Abu bang, abu. Ah, itu dong.
I'm out of here.
Oh. Oh.
Hey.
You guys not watching PCT, bro?
Yeah, bro. Watching.
Oh, you watching?
Yeah, bro.
Oh, who's your favorite team?
Talon.
Talon. Oh my God, Foxy.
Yeah, bro.
I'm friend with Foxy.
Huh?
I friend with Foxy.
Really?
I like his keyboard.
Oh.
The cyberboard.
Cyberboard lah.
Yeah,
no,
cyberboard.
bro. Where you come from, bro?
I'm from Indo, bro.
Oh, okay. Do you know Jit Boy, bro?
Oh?
Jit Boy from Talon, yeah.
Oh.
Why?
I know him, but don't know in person, you know.
Oh, yeah. I see.
Tadi nonton sendiri, iya nonton sendiri. Oni, kenapa Oni? Jejak nomor apa Bang Kaco? Discord mana tuh?
I really like him. He's so good.
Yeah, he's so good, bro. That's why he's on Talon, you know.
Yeah. I think he's the best player in the world.
Wow.
Fake.
Ding, catat banget. Ya berapa mulai lagi ya? Paling 15 menit, guys. Si Ilda nggak dijawab, orang ngomong Ilda. Monyet. Amun bang. Mid air. Palaknya ya Allah, susah banget. Salah crosshair. Pakai apa ya? Pongs OG. Crosshair CS pun. Ampun bang. Aku nih kalau FUT menang, buset, ku bapak lo. Hah? Asik game. Ah, ngen. Gak kena. Wah anjing. Astaga jelek banget gue main dah. Hari ini kayak hari terkacau. Wow Allah. Bang, ampun bang. Aduh, nggak ada refreshment. Masih dah. Kira di PN 1600 enggak, lagi pakai 800. Astaga. Nggak bisa nih. Lupa nggak klik kanan. Ngentot lu Phoenix ya anjing. Dapat poin dari mana? Dari nonton.
Me too. Yeah, bro. I think so lah.
Wah.
But I'm shocking.
ครับ
Mana membantai?
Bang,
Siapa
Hoki.
yang mau ngebantai? Lu puas-puasin, Bang.
Actually gonna take it from here.
Ntar tolong kasih tahu ya kalau udah mulai. Poster jangan ganti-ganti dulu dah. Itu udah. Tadi bisa apa ya? Bisa ultimate play game. Yang patah-patah apa gua juga? Iya patah-patah. Soalnya ini kan lagi banyak banget nih Google Chrome berapa tab. Jadi patah-patah dikit wajar. Karena PC saya kentang ya. Dari sosial bus juga bisa dapat poin. Iya, wah itu.
Match found.
Bisa langsung banyak itu. Cara tahu DPI mouse kita gimana? Di aplikasi mouse-nya, Bang.
Let's go.
Kalau mau bet harus bikin akun Streamlabs dulu. Enggak dong, itu mah guanya. Kalau lu mah tinggal bet-bet aja. Lu download software mouse-nya, cek, bisa diganti DPI dari situ. Tapi standarnya mouse-mouse zaman sekarang sih pertama kali colok 800 biasanya. Biasanya. Ada yang bilang no crosshair. Mana ya no crosshair? Oh ini. Ah, nggak lurus aja. Ih. Crosshair kelihatan mata. Kelihatan matanya maksudnya. Kenapa yang ngentot? Ah, dapat gua. Ya kecil gitu crosshair. Enggak ada crosshair, Bang. Gue lihatnya dari bullet trace tuh. Wah. Udah mulai Bang Edda. Oke, udah mulai. Ngomong dong, ngomong. Kalau udah mulai ngomong. Gak bisa live match anjing. Exit to desktop. Ya gak bisa.
One of the things is I agree with
Ya elah,
I think
gimana nih? Oh, gua tahu.
Of this composition of Gecko
Nah,
was great. Like when they
kita
were
close
playing
dulu.
it in
Nah,
EMEA,
lu orang
it looked
nontonnya
strong. Then they tried to bring
gimana
it
ya?
to the international stage
Oh,
and they
gua
got bullied, like
Sabar,
even
guys.
losing to attacking Seoul, which I on this map. So I'm waiting to see if they have managed to adapt, find anything new. But I'll be honest, at the moment, it hasn't really looked like they've needed to throw in anything new versus the side of T1. They have been able to win out a lot of these gunfights just off individual brilliance.
Ini.
Very much so.
Displaynya
The
gua
clutches.
matiin.
Look, if they're going to continue to go Foot's way, then yeah, you can write this series off. T1
Nah, kelihatan
start
kan
to
guys?
feel deflated.
Ya, bentar ya, gua main
4
bentar.
rounds so far in the series. We move on to the second here, and it's, you know, a decent bit of fighting potential. 4 sheriffs for the side of T1. They're already getting up close, looking for some opportunities. Found some, not converted. And shot after shot landing for Kiwi. That Marshall dangerous in a round like this. Nobody has shields. So you just shred straight through them. Interesting that you have even flank attempts coming through. This isn't the kind of round where I'd expect players to try to get behind with weapons like a Bulldog, but it will pay off.
Yeah, no, they don't even take any damage throughout the entirety of this round. Very clean
aman
from
gak,
the
guys?
side of Foot. Now, the last couple of times T1 played this map, it was
Lagu, oh
versus
iya
EDG,
anjing.
and
Kok ada
they
lagu ya?
definitely
Gue baru sadar,
struggled to
sorry.
pin down
Aman kan
the
tapi
likes of
suaranya?
Well, whether or not you rate Kiwi quite as highly, he definitely has the same confidence. I don't think anybody's going to question that amount. This is an important round. Still a few weapons to play with here for Foot, but ultimately this is where T1 should get right back onto the board. And I'm liking this. We're seeing this more from Cracks. A lot of early mollies just instantly being popped. Same happened on the last map as well.
Foot really like to go for those spams, huh? Through every smoke that they can possibly find. And, yeah, some decent damage starting it off. Saya player next to no shields. But it's only a little tickle. The third round sees T1 play it slow, waiting for that aggression to come out from Foot, waiting for Maj perhaps to go walkabouts on middle, like we saw towards the end of the previous round. But as we said, this is a squad that, despite many conversations around their fundamentals previously, I think their discipline has improved a lot. I mean,
since the early days, definitely.
Yeah, right?
Go back to the VLRs, yeah, definitely.
It's a much better face to this squad.
Well, a minute gone. A bit less to play, but this is where the execution's going to come through again. Saya leading the charge, and he will find that opener. Maj unable to do too much, but his teammates at least trying to trade things back. This time, though, a little bit of damage to Carpe, but other than that, they've kept things relatively clean. And the only interesting really thing when we talk about compositions for these two teams, it's not so much about change of agents, it's change of personnel. Watching the switch up of Ada Captain taking over that controller. The same for Carpe.
Guys, gua nggak bisa
taking
baca
over
chat
Sentinel.
kalian soalnya di layar kedua ya.
Switches,
Sabar ya.
but nothing different
Gua beresin dulu
in
dikit
terms
lagi
of what agents are actually being run. For now, Kiwi, anything he can find will be nice, but Carpe is going to land that shot and a much cleaner start to this second map for T1 as they will get themselves around with 4 players alive.
Yeah, we're still seeing the same thing. We heard from Baby Bay over on the desk that, this squad of T1, playing into Foot's hands a little bit, just all-out aggression, bursting their way into sites, and the composition previously ran. Foot were able to respond every single time, and then adding in the fact that this is a squad that likes to concede space and take you down with wall bangs on the way through, or even just shots through the smoke. We saw that same thing from T1 here, bursting into A, taking the control. Although on a map like Haven as well, you're certainly going to get your reward for that.
Yeah. They were a little more patient, though. That's the thing. It wasn't like instant in the round. They had time for some of that utility to be burnt out, so slight adaptation. This time, though, it is direct. Very direct indeed. The first 20 seconds of the round may have gone, but already into the site they go. And, well, you mentioned smoke spams. There's one apiece.
Yeah, Maj managed to catch them on the way through. That's the problem. They knew where he was spamming from, and well, a lucky shot on the return gets them the reward. Flash for right side, but no follow-up. They're not looking to take that control, but they have spotted the operator. It's good information to play with. Thrash on the way through, and it catches nobody. They've sidestepped it completely. Not going to be retrievable in its current position. Ada Captain falls, and T1, they are in with a serious chance now, locking these players out of control. A quick double kill. It doesn't seem to be enough. Ooh, even if that shot was connected for Kiwi, it would be a tough clutch. But with 2 opponents still standing, it's time to get out of it.
From them. The ultimate as well from the side of Foot, not really placed in a position. I think the only players that actually could have caught were his own teammates. If it went a little bit deeper, opportunities to find something with that, but T1 have managed to hold on in this post plants, already looking a little bit cleaner in that regard. And for Foot in this next round, it's going to be interesting because you've got Kiwi 1 away for a Blade Storm. A kill for him could put him onto the board. And on the other side of things, full rifles, a decent economy already being built up. This is a chance for T1 to actually take the lead in this series.
Certainly the feeling of recovery for that squad if they can make it across this line. Very weak weaponry all across the board. It's Kiwi they have to avoid. If they can do that in the early round, then that's already half the task out of the way. Stuns, one apiece. It slowed T1 slightly, but it has ultimately denied Kiwi's opening aggression. He wanted to be here with that operator. He wanted to be taking the fight down on short. Instead, look at where Foot are forced to go. Right out of the side. Playing way back. Kiwi's still good for 1. But again, it comes down to the weaknesses that are backing him up on this hold. Really nothing to work with. And if it's not the operator finding the kill, the chances go way down.
Yeah, he's got the Blade Storm for the next round, so was willing to take a
Lu
risk.
nonton HD nggak Ben ya, bisa dilihat ini ya, udah source ya, emang dari sononya ya Bang.
Trying to hold on the edge of it, and he's actually going to go 2 with the spam. I thought maybe 1 at best. Okay, sure, he's going to go down, but he's already cost the entirety of the round. Cracks again, going to reduce the finances brought through, and you know what? Mr. Fallen should get out of there with an operator. Considering the investment, it's not too bad, but more importantly, I'm liking the goal of Zeta. A little bit more aggression, a little bit more up in the faces of Foot, something that I think was missing in the previous map. And well, they are going to get themselves the lead for it.
Yeah, it's interesting, you know, in a round like that, you think that without the Hunter's Fury, there's nothing that Zeta can do to get value out of the lockdown, but, well, certainly does it. Leaving it down to the literal last second as well to go for that spray and catches both of them. That's got to be so frustrating.
Kill,
look, if it wasn't for those kills, you see the potential there, even in the 1v2 at the end. That could have went their way. They would have had smokes online to try and deny some of the line of sight.
Tuh, Bang Moji, jadi ini kan dia Sentinel.
3 rounds, and that's the lead for T1.
Moji's actually going to be the one on the op, purely based off that Blade Storm. Multiple players, in fact the whole team setting up exactly where Kiwi's going to be going. He's going to get out of there very quickly. The counter util's been good, but Saya player is going to meet those blades. I feel like this is a moment where if you're T1 you go, nah, don't really fancy heading into that site. Still looking to check if that control's been taken by their opponents, but they are now going to start feeling out the map a little bit more.
Yeah, their issue is just how little control they can actually hold on to. Not having like your turret even sat on middle. These players could have pushed down. They could be in the window by now, wrapping up behind. That's not even talking about the A site. You know, ultimately, when you start around like this, a minute in, your only opportunity is to go towards C. But with Kiwi down, that opportunity now is a little bit more promising. Good stun, good delay, but the follow-up. The thing of legends, sure, Mr. Fallen will go down.
Licker G, makasih udah jadi member. Welcome back, Licker G.
But they managed to stall out that C push. And from the shadows, used to fake out that they're taking this to A. The fake is not sold, though. Foot still have 2 players here. One in the form of Ada Captain, the other being Cracks. And that angle is certainly held down by Cracks. Well done for Foot to find a 3rd.
Yeah, I feel like you could always rely on that man when it comes to getting a double kill, and again, I don't know how, just with the spam through the smokes, it was a stun through. I'm also just looking at Ada Captain right now with 0 kills and 11 assists. One of the most ridiculous stat lines we've had so far in this tournament. See how many that continues on to. Just really clean individual fights. I do think that's one of the aspects of T1 that has been missing a little bit. It's very difficult versus Foot. They're extremely high when it comes to the skill ceiling, but they haven't been trading effectively and just allowing players like that to almost take over. Early stun, and Kiwi already taking that space. He's going to get one for free. No, it's actually a miss.
Well, he's got the drone at least, but not quite the same reward. Gets back in time to be caught by the Rolling Thunder. Pretty much out of this round for a few seconds, and he'll be caught by Ban, who's doubling up on the site. Mr. Fallen catches them blinded up on site before he's dropped, but they can't get ahead in the fights. It's still Moj left in a 1v2. T1 have got the plant in. Now they can hold this down together, even looking to double swing it, and the double not needed. Munchkin quick to the trigger. The lead stays with T1.
It's just a brawl. Such direct hits coming in from T1. Utility was solid off the bat. Like, Kiwi was completely screwed. But again, in those moments, you just see someone from Foot come alive. Mr. Fallen making this one look competitive for a second. But this time, T1 is there on the trades. But that's the thing. Like, some of these rounds have genuinely been over within the first 25 seconds, just with how pacey T1 have been going in with the hits. It's only if they're denied by initial util that they stop them. By the looks of things this round, they're going into A at the same sort of pace.
Oh my, look how quickly the pushes come through from Captain. Sure, there's a fight, a brawl, in fact, going down on short, but they have full middle control as well. At the same time, you know, Foot, they give it up late into the round. Probably good that they did. That lockdown could be served to fake out and rotate back across the map, but more likely just to sit in position and claim the space afterwards. Foot will be conceding it all.
Yeah, at least they didn't manage to get the thrash back, but that early usage again, just trying to deny the same sort of push that came through in the last round, and the rest of the team looking to build up in this retake. Now, you have to bear in mind, in terms of utility, there's a couple of flashes. I was going to say there's no paranoia to get them back in. They don't need it. T1 went looking. They wanted to fight. They wanted to scrap, and because of that, they now find themselves in a 5v2 scenario. Flank comes through from Moj as well. Munchkin needs to pull off one of the most ridiculous clutches you ever will have seen. And, they're already spamming into the smoke. They know where he is. It's all too easy for Foot.
Patience after those fights as well. They took their time on the way back through. It certainly paid off. For T1, it's been a much better start than what we'd seen previously, and they're going to go for a timeout to attempt to recover on what has been a shakier, more recent memory. Losing 2 of the last 3 rounds. That retake in particular, I think, will have them shaking a little bit because they got completely outpaced on the way back through.
Yeah, I think one of the things they're sort of struggling with is if Foot managed to read where that early contact is going to come in, because of the pace of their hits, the second it seems like they get disgruntled or disrupted in what they're doing, the round just falls apart. And this one, I think if I'm Autumn, I would have taken a pause as well, because that was a domino effect. You had that sort of initial fight that just didn't go their way, and then seconds later you just have player after player trying to take a risk to get them back into the round. Like, that's not really what I'm expecting to see from the likes of T1. And also, again, as Des said, I feel like that's just playing into Foot's hands. Like, you're trying to play aggressive versus a team that's very good at playing aggressive. Like, they are very ready for those sort of fights to come through. Now at least for T1 as well, the finances have been broken. So that's going to be the decision. A hero rifle once again for Saya player. We've raved about it already throughout this series. He can definitely take rounds into his own hands, but it's definitely been easier said than done. And I'm still looking at the assist count. Adacapta, he's got his first kill, but he's up to 13. I wonder how many of those are just replacing a smoke.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? It can be farmed up pretty easily, but
DRX sudah lolos tuh, wah
his cast is going to be insane.
DRX pasti mau gebu-gebu, kita juga harus lolos.
Well, round 9's about to kick off. We'll see those barriers go up as a team fights for the lead. Aside of Foot, I mean, look, like we've been saying, Cracks, the Gecko, it's all right. Cracks, though, he himself,
he's
unreal. Having a great game so far. Shock dart through, double bounce. Notification found. They've destroyed the alarm bot.
Set dah si Bang Moji.
It's Moj deleting Carpe. And that puts them in a bit of a rough spot. Their flank protection not there. And, well, their flank wide open. Cracks has walked into it.
There's a reason the Turkish players only play the Vandal. It's normally because of the instant headshot. Saya player, though, can match them in that, at least. Now, they are going to have themselves an afterplan here. The turret destroyed for no reason other than fun. He is dead, but just in case, look how fast this flank is, though. nobody actually watching in this direction.
Ih, si
In fact,
Kiwi masih
Zeta
ngumpet,
could be in
nunggu
trouble here.
teman-temannya maju.
Currently using his Trunika's jumping back and spots half of the team. The stun has caught him as well. There is no chance for him to survive this one. And in fact, at a captain wall, he may be getting assists, but he can also frag in his own right as well.
Nice
A
relate ini,
clean
guys.
push back through
Bang Tulu.
into this
Ikram,
round
makasih
for
7 bulan
Foot.
gratisnya.
They're going to
Silakan, Jor.
regain the lead for themselves once again.
Baru aja lupa di like
Well,
adik-adik biar BF.
at a captain, he's just tripled his kills on that one.
Yeah, not bad.
Like to see it. 5 rounds on the board. Lead theirs. And T1, they're having a lot of success getting onto the site. I think that's what we've seen certainly over on C in taking that control. The A side as well, just a few rounds ago, they burst through with relative ease.
Wah,
The same as what we've seen over on Pearl. When Foot are playing those retakes, when they're making that decision ahead, they don't look like they're breaking a sweat.
Once again,
Terus
early
ya kan.
build-up.
Iya
This
itu
round
linknya
looking
di
maybe
pin komen ya,
like a
Ucup.
bit more of a default for the side of T1. We've seen them go very aggressively, direct
nanti
into
pagi,
sites, and as has been mentioned,
kalau
either
mau
they've
Sangga join
been
member,
slaughtered on the
off
way
guys.
in, or the retakes from Foot have been fantastic over the
Baru
last
tidur
few
berapa
rounds
jam
at
itu
least.
beres nonton VCP jam 10-an gua tidur.
Spot out some of these
Bangun jam
early
2.
fights, and
Berapa jam tuh?
at a captain, he's already
5
going to
jam,
have
4
to
jam
use a
kali.
little bit of that utility.
Opal,
Again,
makasih
it's
3 bulan
something
ya,
the
Opal.
desk mentioned. Just try and bait out some of that util a little bit earlier on. Again, though, with how many kills Krax has been able to get, he can use that thrash just to search, make sure that nobody has been able to get back in. And now T1, they start to build into this site once again, but they have got to be wary of the spams.
Yeah, it was a nice shot onto Munchkin already. He's in danger.
Ntar juga bangun subuh-subuh ya.
It might have been
Ntar
him
nih
going
lebih
for that
subuh
orb.
lagi nih.
One away
Halo
from
bang,
Rolling
aku mau
Thunder
berangkat
now.
sekolah. Pada laporan
Used
ntar.
great success previously to get them into sites,
Udah kayak
particularly
bapak gue
A.
dilaporin, Pak.
They now
Berangkat
have a
sekolah dulu,
lurker.
iya hati-hati nak.
Just looking at the map, you can see Ban has snuck past Kiwi. He's now tucked in the corner. Space will be taken. It's Saya
Tapi
player
ntar di
coming
jam 5,
up close,
jam
but
6 tuh.
further back was Munchkin. He's caught. Cloud
Wih.
burst. Good the dodge on the paranoia. But he'll still be taken down. Carpe with a good frag. They haven't spotted out a captain. He's doubling up.
Ih,
Holding
gila
strong
apa
on the
kapten
side.
gak ketahuan
He doesn't
tuh.
need any help. Saw Thrash go in, but well, he already had it on lockdown. Zeta the last man alive. We'll find the
Tanggal 2
first.
final, harusnya
Zeta
tanggal
captain's
27.
kill streak finally
Kan
coming
pamit
to a
dulu, mau
conclusion.
kuliah subuh,
With just a
iya.
couple of seconds left on that
Silakan.
clock, I think we know this round is going into Foot's corner. The question is, will the rifle
Nah,
be
timing.
carried through? The timing was nearly terrible.
Hampir.
It looks like he's locked it in.
That's the
beton
thing.
deh.
What a round from the side of Foot. Like, you just got the individual players. Like,
Lihat tuh,
you
asisnya
had
udah 14,
that
bro.
lurk from Ban, giving them the space onto short, but they were completely unaware of other control that was still held.
Satu,
Then when
dua.
all the information gets spotted, and a captain on his own just walks into the site. The rest of the team trying to use util to set him
nggak
up,
bikin
but
ngantuk.
honestly, he didn't need it. He just went
Kalau bikin
completely
ngantuk
unchecked.
itu
It was like T1 in their mind.
Ocean.
Okay, we have solved this
Sorry,
fake.
saya.
They're going to be on C.
Halo, Marwoto.
There's no way there's anybody in the corner. And that's
Dude.
mistakes you can't
Ah,
afford to
sorry,
give because
Bos
we've already
Garuda lagi
seen it
nggak
throughout
ngobrol
this
sama
game
Abu.
so far. The players on
Ah.
foot, each in their own right, will destroy you if they give them a moment's notice. Back to the pacey rounds. Rolling Thunder again.
Buset,
This is
buset,
where they
terbang.
had one of their
Bang Moji
successful
terbang.
rounds. This time, though, Moj is out. And
Ih.
Kiwi, well, again,
Oh, kena.
uncharacteristic, but it's a miss.
Kenapa ya Bang Garuda?
And he catches that one. Okay. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Asik, tukeran
All
dulu,
right,
bosku.
Kiwi over to the rifle.
Aku mau
You know he's
entry.
going to be used to claim some space in the way through.
Pencet,
Stun
astagfirullahaladzim.
Mr. Fallen's caught at least one with that.
Masuk-masuk kasar banget, memek.
Aftershock for down below,
Oh, no.
and that's a free kill. Zeta was caught in the
Buta,
turret.
buta si aku.
In the drone, I should say. Saya player is good for a
Wah.
double before being shut down. The
Wah.
operator doing a hell of a lot of heavy lifting on the way back into
Apakah
A.
prediksi
And
saya
another
benar-benar
successful retake for the Saya
terjadi,
foot.
guys?
T1 starting to
Foot yang
slip up,
menang,
losing their lead.
Yeah, and I also think Foot are actually
Kalau gue
improving the
benar
way they're
semua
playing
sih
this
udah
A-side quite
cocok
a bit.
jadi
And a
analis
lot
kayaknya
of the
gue.
earlier rounds, when Rolling Thunder was online, they were being caught by it, and then players were going
Ada
crashing.
gapnya,
Instead,
anjir,
they fall
smoke-nya,
back.
Cok.
Like Moj just gets out of there immediately and just lets Kiwi find that opening kill. Now you're going into the same retake that you were already winning with an extra player on the side. So if Foot are improving things as they go along, T1 need to find something here. They have lost the last 5 of 6 rounds. They were looking in a good spot,
Betul,
sitting at 4-3
betul,
up, and now, well, a Blade Storm, Hunter's Fury, some decent ultimates online.
Udah berapa
The thing
kosong?
is, though, I
1-0.
wonder if
Ini
again it's
2.
just going to come down to the retake,
Ini
especially
lu orang
with that
kalau mau lihat
lockdown
berapa
available
kosongnya
for
lihat
Munch.
aja ini nih titik ini nih.
Blade Storm
Ini
online.
yang
Saya player
udah
could be
keisi berarti
very
udah menang 1
dangerous
match.
with this pre-fire blade around the corner. And he's on his way
Kisi
through,
aku
stun
gila.
caught. He's up top, safe for a moment, allowed to recover. Will he be spotted after?
Aku
No,
player.
not before he can grab a kill without a captain down. Blade's refreshed. And the sight seems to be theirs. Even that judge going to be quite scary, as exactly for that reason. It's up close, it's able to spam in the smoke. And if anything goes awry, he has that Blade Storm still to fall back on. This could be a tough fight for Kiwi.
Yeah, I almost feel like at this stage, someone has to make a mistake. And while Carpe's doubled up, kept this further into their favor, Kiwi will be able to get one. And actually, Mr. Farland's found another. Somehow, in this 2v5 scenario, it's beginning to look competitive with an isolated player within the smoke. Munchkin has a chance to put this one to bed, as Mr. Farland is now all that remains. The other two players just waiting on long, and T1 will claim their
Di
fifth.
City region Asia nyisa berapa negara Ben? Dengar-dengar Indo udah nggak ada.
Prettiest half they could have come out with, but it might just be enough.
Yeah, the numbers on the board.
Ntar dulu Mang. Di City region Asia yang lu tanyain apaan? VCT biasa apa VCT Pasifik ke yang franchise?
And with the context of how it began, maybe
Coba
they
yang
wanted
mana?
that little bit more. At the end of the day, though, there's some serious signs of life on that foot side. They've come in for revenge on the international stage. They want to take a couple dubs home this
Coba yang
time.
mana yang Asia Pasifik biasa apa yang franchise? Soalnya ada 2. Tier 2 sama tier 1.
Or for T1 to take this all the way. Let's see what the desk makes of their chances.
Indeed, indeed, and now we're all curious whether or not T1 has it in them to be able to bring this back, force that map 3. But let's jump into this real fast because it did feel like T1, Baby Bay, were starting to recognize some of the faults in the situations that they found themselves in, but the consistency, it's not quite there yet, and that's not what I had expected here at
Yang
Champions
franchise
for
yang jadi
T1.
pintu buat ke global ada Indonesia, ada RRQ.
I was like, wait, like they're actually waiting and
Cuman yang
letting
nggak masuk ke
Foot flood
champion.
in, and they like realized it. I'm like, oh yeah, like they
Ada
realized
RRQ
that they're flooding in and they
Indonesia.
can actually just punish them for free. And then later in the half, they just revert back to like cutting these corners
VCS
and
tier
not
berapa?
waiting for that
VCS
flood.
mah itu udah
You
top
have
global.
Captain just going in and just killing 3 people, like just sliding in the sights. Like we cannot be cutting these corners, and we have to be aware that Foot is a team that likes to flood. Their retakes are awesome. So, like, I mean, they at least they made the adaptation a little bit, but I was hoping I could see it throughout the entire way.
And Foot, on the other hand, were really good to adapt to that, to take a little bit more time, not always playing for the flood, and sometimes going instead into these set retakes, which work really
kalau
well
misalnya
when you're
degradasi
combining the
itu
flash or the
4
stun
tahun sekali
with that
jadi ini
Gecko
klaimnya
Dizzy,
itu
and they've gotten themselves
baru
a
sampai tahun
really strong
2027. Nah,
half
nanti
here. 5 rounds
2027
on
ke depannya
defense
gua
is
nggak tahu bakal
great
gimana.
at least, and they've got even more than that. And for Cracks, he was
Soalnya nanti ada berita mengejutkan juga dari game sebelah, tapi kita nggak bahas di sini, nanti aja ya kalau lagi streaming nyantai, oke? Sampai jam berapa? Sampai pagi. Mungkin bisa sampai jam 8, 9. Tahun depan full turning franchise. Ada Ascension dong. Ascension tiap tahunnya harusnya tetap ada.
Not just on the different Asian on Pro, but to do it here with the Gecko as well shows how much work this team has put in. Let's send it back over to the casters.
Next game jam berapa? Paling jam 4 lebih.
Yes, half 2 is ready to kick off. Just a few seconds until the barriers
Indung udah
go
bubar,
up.
enggak
And T1's
bubar,
defensive
cuman
side gets put to the test.
beberapa playernya ada yang diberi kesempatan, siapa tahu ada tim yang mau ngambil. Kalau boomnya sendiri udah statement dia bakal nyoba lagi tahun depan. Udah tidur tadi belum? Belum tidur.
Runners themselves, they definitely don't run it on this map, so it's going to be something that they have to be prepared to adapt to. Those flashes, we've definitely seen players stare right into the eye of a Dizzy a couple of times. Counter stuns already. Just trying to help out Carpe, but already being spotted by the wingman. He is going to have to fade off of this one. B site looks to be the point of call for Foot, but with Killjoy Util and a contact player in Munchkin, you'd have to hope for T1 they can get something on the entry here.
Kiwi's got some control. A player spotted as
Gila,
well.
si Asep.
Look for the flag, and that's an
Beautiful
execution.
paranoia.
Munchkin down immediately. The paranoia even stopped the players further back from peeking out to help. There were 2 ready to swing. Carpe and Ban, and both have been found by Kiwi. They didn't take the fight earlier, and they were forced into it later. This is looking rough. T1 blocked out completely.
Kirain yang keluar dari
Even that
boom,
late flank that they were
blasting kayak.
attempting with Saya player, there might not be anything left to flank. They have enough bodies to cover more or less every single angle at this point, and once they catch out Zeta, it gets tough. Oh, wow. Yeah, well, we won't even talk about that for Saya, because it's an ace for Kiwi. Kicking off half two with style.
Gue sih nggak pernah ya, gue nggak bisa tuh yang kayak nugget-nugget murah itu minimal Angler lah. Tapi kalau kata gue sih Blasting ya, kalau tim-tim luar tuh udah banyak yang ngincer harusnya ya, tim-tim tier 2 atau bahkan mungkin tim franchise udah ngeliat gitu kan.
The last player I think was split second away from getting stunned, so obviously they're moving as well. It might not count as an assist, but it definitely was one. That was just a beautiful round, setting up the superstar of Foot. Exactly what you want to see from the likes of them. And now, well, if the start in both halves has gone as badly as this, can we see some sort of response? Saya, well, there's definitely no fear here, but there is an alarm bot waiting. That's going to be destroyed. That gives Anna Captain a chance to protect. Okay, that was very optimistic from Zeta that there would be no one there. And they're still trying to find him. And a captain just lurking around the back lines has caused them, well, mass amounts of problems.
Indian.
Good luck to Ban and get more than this. Already spotted out. And
sulit ini untuk T1 ini kayaknya guys. Begitu sulit ini.
Rounds found. The lead extending further and further in their favor. And for T1, I do think that this is where they need to put a stop to it right about now. Because one more loss here, push down to an eco, and Foot are not getting caught on the home stretch. Yeah, very much so.
That's the thing, we're falling into the same position as last map. Like the early rounds looking so good for Foot and keeping them nice and clean. They're going to come in with a rifle king unit 2 away from getting that Blade Storm as well after farming up an ace in that prior round. And already they're going to take a lot of initial space into mid. This seems to be their... pretty much their pressure. Look how aggressive he is!
Gila si Kiwi anjing, tajam banget guys.
Decimating the side of
Sampai backside tuh lihat tuh.
They desperately needed to win. He's just opened things up with ease.
Nice
made
try
it look like an eco-ton. I mean, they've got rifles on the other side. They were ready, watching for that push through. And it certainly didn't look like it. At this point, I'm looking at the body language, looking at Ban's position on the minimap, and it's a save. They've called for it. Mere seconds into the round. And you're 5v2 behind, weaknesses for Foot. And, well, not for much longer even. That a captain.
They're going to get them.
He's picking up a rifle. There you go.
I think they're expecting some sort of congestion here, but they've almost just had to give up on this one. And you can't really blame them for it. It was such just a direct, fast-paced take. We spoke about like supportive utility and basically how that was utilized. They sent a stun and a paranoia through into sewers. So that was the ruse. It was like, yeah, we're pushing. Do you remember last round when we used all our util to kill you off into it, and then he just dashes straight into the A side and kills both players, or B side, sorry. That's insanity. I think there might have been a supportive flash, but I don't think it made a difference. That was just complete distraction play from Foot. And T1, well, they fell for the bait.
Yeah, oh, they absolutely did. And you could see immediately they realized seconds into that second kill for Kiwi. Oh, we've been played. This is done. This round is over, and they go for the save. Feeling dejected like that, just a couple of rounds into the second half. It's not going to be put a smile on their face on the side of T1. In fact, a timeout has been called as this squad attempts to get to the bottom of their problems. It's going to have to be a quick resolution found because they are running out of runway.
And that's the thing as well, the manner in which they're losing the rounds is just, again, like firstly...
It's over. It's over, man.
Just fantastic supportive utility that's coming through, but then just the bait and switches from Foot. They seem to be so tuned in. And it's something we've spoken about many times when it comes to Turkish teams. It's that leadership. So somebody at the helm to actually have these adaptive ideas, these smart setups. You have to give credit to the coaching staff as well for Foot, because they've come into this game ultimately with either people putting this game level or in T1's favor, and they have looked by far the better side into this first matchup. Now, of course, as we said, we expect that this bracket might actually go as Sideshow said and end up in a rematch, which I can't believe I'm saying that. FPX are probably going to win the whole group now, just based off that curse. This is a rough position for T1 to be in. And just look at what they've got. 2 rifles. pistols. And on the other side of things, they've got everything to play with.
Ih, si aku.
Nice aggression though.
Dapat.
Saya's not only
Lah!
no! I don't know how he went down there. Sure, the trade is in. Just another remarkable fight
Ya oke,
from
diter
Kiwi.
cuman kok.
The advantage though is certainly falling into the court of
Malah
T1.
mati anjir. Halo Typhoon.
To work with. One of them is in the hands of Ban, who we see on the C side. Players coming from either angle. They know that Carpe is here now and they'll shut him down. Only Ban left to find, and Krax does, well, makes it look easy.
Oh.
He'll be left alone. Still has his
2v1.
wingman to work with. Maybe the plant can go down. He can try to move to a post plant already. Start
Ya
the
aku lagi
flank.
baru.
He'll get his ult off this as well.
Oh, that's huge.
It's tough to use in these sort of scenarios.
Udah ulti sih.
Isolate a player. If he gets it into the 1v1, you almost have to say that this round is his, and Zeta is going to try and sell a ruse. Maybe that both
Orang
players are
Galaxy
coming
sih
in from
nunggu
that
paran.
direction. Yet to move is going to be Munchkin. The spray's a little bit wild. He's going to go running back into his opponent.
Kaget tuh, kaget. Itu hampir kalah T1 loh sebenarnya loh.
A little bit
Kenapa
too
si
close
Munchkin
for
nggak
comfort,
dikasih main
and
di
even a
awal?
world where we might have seen a knife, but T1, they find
Ada
something.
hoki-hokinya
They dig
dikit.
deep and manage to get themselves back into
tebak,
this
iya.
one. 10-6, still a hefty lead, and well,
Sangkanya main bareng
the
sih.
finances are going to be okay for this one.
Yeah, I think they're pretty comfortable for this and the next if they need it. Krax again showing his prowess
Sebenarnya itu
individually.
lumayan
That was
pinter
3
tau.
kills, and as you said, you know,
Main kayak
20 HP there.
Did he even get stunned?
Pasti dia yang
I
expect-nya
don't
kan
know if he did.
satu
No, I
pistol,
think
satu
because he
panda,
took
pasti
his
main
knife
bareng
out
nggak
and
bisa.
jumped so
Ternyata bisa.
quickly, he avoids it, but
yeah, he's dead anyway.
leaps straight into the
Tapi kalau
waiting
tadi
arms of his
pisaunya
opponent.
kena
He
tuh, wah.
commits to having his knife out,
Konyol
doesn't
tuh.
try to switch, just a wild swing. I don't know,
Or
I
even
feel
if
like
he
gets
just,
it.
the guy was one bullet off,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
he probably kills him off
Right-click
that. But,
classic.
hey, you can't blame him. Thrash straight through, as said. He has farmed this all up so many times throughout this game. Doesn't connect onto anyone this time. Kiwi's gone dashing into the site. Made space, but Carpe's done well. Instant trade again, though. It all seems to come tumbling down. Ban at the back of sight is the last point of call. His teammates with a supportive flash, but maybe he doesn't
Ben
need
nggak tahu
that
bawahnya.
support.
Itu bawah lu! Itu ada pandal!
Eventually, he'll make the
Aduh lucu banget pandalnya kelihatan.
drops, and it leaves just Krax alone in this one.
Didiemin dulu lagi.
T1, they will hold the site, but mostly because of Ban.
Yeah, phenomenal round for Ban, and no better time for him to go
Siapa
stepping
yang
up.
lihat bawah sih?
We
Pasti
were about
kelihatan
to see
crosshair ya kan?
things
Pasti dikasih
slip
tahu
away,
temennya
but now
langsung
just
itu.
3 rounds behind. Ulti's coming online as well.
Bawah, bang,
Some
bang, bawah, bang.
weaknesses for the side of foot. This, oh,
Di
this
band tangan
could be the
kiri itu
start
lah. Harusnya kelihatan banget nih.
of T1's
Oh,
redemption
kelihatan
off
kan?
this here, seeing the barrel for so long. Good thing he was able to connect eventually. Had a
Tangan
captain
kanan
thought he
momen.
flowed
Enggak,
under
itu
the
tangan kanan
radar.
itu observer guys.
This might be one of those rounds where you see the confidence come to bite them a little bit. That
When
was
you line
a
up.
lot of individual fights handed over to
Udah
Ban.
3 bar.
Everybody expecting
sama
to
aja
win
kayak punya gua.
their battle themselves. Kiwi, well, we mentioned him going in solo every single time.
Aku
but
meninggal lagi,
it's actually
aku.
Saya getting caught. The trades coming across the map, individual fight after individual fight. But T1, they've come out on top here and have a lot in their favor. 2 ultimates if they need them, and a man advantage.
Yeah, T1 know that they're happy to play retake on A if needed. Too much of a risk to stick around on site, but they have a lockdown which can very comfortably get them set up. There you go. The star of the show.
Yeah, we love Wingman in this house.
The little bro, he's got the plant in. He's bought them that little bit of time now as the clock moves into their favor. Rolling Thunder avoiding it at first. Mr. Fallen actually grabs a kill off of utility, and he's still standing strong down below.
Mr. Fallen
And the
dapat
captain on for
after
another. Mr. Fallen still hasn't
Wah.
been rooted out. They just couldn't deal with
Konyol,
this
guys.
breach, and every single player shut down on the way to take
Ya.
that duel. 11-7.
Di sini miskin deh. Oh miskin malah tuh temennya 2.
I think Munchkin's ult actually hits Zeta up top. So he's unable to react to anything else. I think it goes across the site, and either that or he just jumped at exactly the same time. But it looked like it went through initially, and it just gave them that extra bit of time for a more disjointed take. So again, these are things that it just can't happen
Wah, udah internal
when
nih.
you're facing off against Foot in a post-plant situation. And well, look at this from Saya, straight through, looking to try and take this round with a counter utility by Paranoia
si
and a
aku udah
bullet to
sial
the face.
guys.
They not got a lot to play with in this round, continuing the push, and oh, they almost lose another life. Carpe tagged desperately low.
Yeah, left on 35. Lockdown still in his back pocket. He'll be avoiding
Kasih
further
gebrakan juga
fights.
tetap nih. Tidak gentar sih
Phenomenal
Putih.
beginning to this round for the side of Foot, and again we see that discipline in play. Ada Captain and Kiwi holding the extremities for the first 30 seconds or so, but now the squad starts to group up. They'll look for a new target to take down, and it looks like the C side
Nah, ada si aku.
is
Dia
what they have
mental.
their sights set on. Ban
Waduh,
tucked
si
in
Ben
that
main di sini
corner.
anjir.
He'd managed to sneak his way here just
Gua
a
nggak
few
mau itu
moments
pakai
ago.
stinger.
Shot. I mean, that very much looks like that should be the only player here.
Lumayan.
They're not
Wuh,
checking
dapat
first.
dua.
They paid the price.
Big itu big.
A double kill. The Hunter's Fury fired out a little too far away from the first, and nothing found in the second. This is right back into play for T1.
That looked like it was on, especially the first one, but hey, Ban has made this one competitive.
Zeta
Started to come
bagus
alive
teman
over
di
the
situ,
last
apa yang
couple
tuh?
of rounds. Moj,
Iya, tapi
Zeta just unable to connect. That's been a couple of opportunities in this round.
Yeah.
And well, he's low. Wanted to try and take a risk. Now just look at the space that is there for Foot. The other player's so desperately far away. Now that alarm bot likely not going to be online from that sort of distance. Incredibly far away, but I think the position of Moj holds a lot more value. Someone they need to clear. Zeta has done well though, but the trade is immediate.
Ah,
and
shit.
now it's left all onto Munchkin.
Full belt of utility to work with, at the very least. That smoke fading. There you go.
si Wolfie si asik nih. Oh kan?
The Rolling Thunder will be
Oh,
committed. They're
pure
not
Pete.
risking
Yeah.
anything in this 2v1. A stun through
Yeah.
gives away his position. Maj knows
Dan
exactly
Kismin
where to
guys ya
look.
nampaknya
And another
gigi nih.
found for Foot. Same as previous map.
Wah,
Now the
endol
home
kayaknya, guys.
stretch is in front of them. One round of the next 5 needed. And they'll be shutting T1 out of this opening series. So far, the squad of T1 only finding 11 rounds across it. Not enough to win one map.
Yeah, no, a really good sign for Foot. Like we looked at them coming into this tournament after having close games at Tokyo versus the likes of Attacking Soul, losing to DRX, who definitely looked shakier. That was, I think that was before they actually subbed out Foxy as well, so a great sign for them thus far in this game. Ada Captain, is he actually just going to stick that all the way through? He did. He held it. He just went onto the site and just found an opener. No fear in this man's heart. They've still got a couple of positions that they need to clear. The lockdown's going to make things more awkward, and the position of Munchkin could do serious damage. They're just going to back out of there. So much time on the clock that they don't need to risk it.
Ayo lu.
Oh,
Oh,
okay,
gak kena,
one
anjir.
player detained. There was only space for Ada Captain. Couldn't fit 2 players in the safe corner, the safe spot. T1
telat
back in the
kamu,
eight, 3
Kak Rea.
players here. I thought Foot were out, like fully out, once Cracks didn't go for the plant with the wingman. Once the spike went running back all the way down a long.
Berhubung gak pernah main omen gitu, iya kalau di ranked mah udah pasti di
very slowly
cancel bang.
from the shadows spots. One player, but yeah, you're starting to get the idea that they're rotating. If you're on the
Here we
side
go.
of T1,
Wingman's
the plan
planting.
coming
Lil
through
Bro's
will
got this
confirm
one.
that.
Don't worry. Not need for any help here. Boom.
That's how we do it.
They
Now
even tried
they're
to
very
paranoid.
quickly on it. They're going to try and defuse this already, tapping it immediately and causing this utility to start being thrown
Buset dah.
out. How is Crux
Hoki
found
aja.
that? A nail in the coffin for the squad of
GG dah.
picks up even more. The
Cair,
flank
cair
is
udah.
on its
GG.
way, and that will
Ya.
do it. 13-7. An incredible debut for the
Gue
side
memang
of
dari
Foot
awal juga
as
tidak
they
yakin
take their
T1
opening
bisa
series
memenangkan lawan ini.
2-0, barely breaking a sweat.
Yeah, the
Lawan
first
EBUT.
Turkish team to make it here to champions. We've had individual players here and there, but they're the first full squad to do it, and what a debut. A 2-0 dominating fashion. You're looking at that scoreboard, and well, 5 of the top 6 come from their side of things. Kiwi leading the
Salaman
way.
lu, salaman bang.
It was an incredible performance from the likes of pretty much everyone, even when you look at the role switches, the supportive utility. At a captain at one point, I think he had 1 kill and something like 11 assists. He ends up 13 and 11 overall, just having an amazing
Si aku mana?
performance.
Oh,
And for
ketinggalan.
T1, it's not a death sentence.
Where
They're
is
not
Faker?
out. There's definitely that lower bracket still to go, but
Wah, si aku mau nangis guys, tuh lihat tuh mukanya. Ya.
Otherwise they could be in some serious trouble because Foot are definitely here to play in Los Angeles.
Oh yeah, they're not messing around, and like we saw, the benefit from hearing from guys earlier, their coach, he was saying that they haven't changed a bunch. They're just working on perfecting what they were already working on, and I think they're getting pretty close. Players like Kiwi on the international stage, we knew he'd deliver. Players like Cracks, like Maj, who in that first map was unbelievable.
Ya,
and we are
betul
seeing
ya di sini ya.
multiple different facets where Foot have stepped up their
Sudah
game.
hijau nih 3 nih.
Scary for anybody else that's sat
So
in
far
their
so
group.
good,
But
so
that's the
far.
thing, if they can keep getting away with everything they did in this first matchup, then
Sekarang
I
ke
think
EG
anybody they
FPS.
come up against is going to be in some real trouble. I will say though that I do feel like T1 made a lot more mistakes than they're going to make further down the line. I have to hope so at least, like angles not being
Langsung aja di bet
silly
tadi.
things that I didn't expect to see from a roster.
Foot itu footballis, iya. Jadi sekarang namanya FUT e-sport. Bang Sin mana nih Bang Sin? Lagi pada ngapain Bang Sin?
Scroll tengah ya tekan. Nah, langsung aja. Oke. Lu lah saya beliin gua. Apaan?
Lagi tiktokan doang mereka.
Lu bayarin gua kuliah ya?
OTW turu. Oh iya. Turu mulu Bang.
Gue suka yang kanan sih.
Gue suka yang kanan sih.
Apa kalau gue nonton OC tuh nggak 1080 sih? Nah.
Enggak.
Lu suka laki gue nanya.
Lah si
kayak boring juga.
Alin itu.
Enggak, Cok. Gue enggak suka yang agak bocah. Nah, ini mantep nih. Ai. Ini malam pertamanya Koben. Sama Om Tum.
Om Tum. Yap, tontonan baru kita sekarang ini bro. Apa itu TikTok? Hah? Inilah ya nggak bro. Short sekarang kita anaknya.
Chamber and
Itai. Anjing, Juru fake.
Yours underside.
Yo, what's happening?
One enemy remaining.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
Aduh lucu banget.
Oh, this is it. Oh my. Oh. Wait. Oh, okay, that's a nice clip.
Wanted to improve from Tokyo. What were you working on in the preparation phase in the break ahead of
Anak
this
short
tournament?
banget ya. Enggak penting.
Rungkat lebur, para pemilik Pertashop atau Pertamina Shop ya mengaku nih guys, mereka akhirnya ngomong jujur ya, kondisi mereka makin hari makin nyungsep. Dari 448 unit Pertashop, sekitar 201 unit telah mengalami kerugian, diikuti dengan 66 unit lainnya. Padahal harga investasi pembangunan Pertashop ini dapat mencapai 577 juta guys. Tapi laba kotor yang diperoleh dari para penjual hanya sebesar 5 juta per bulan. Sedihnya lagi nih guys, laba bersih yang diperoleh oleh pemilik Pertashop ini itu cuma 1,2 juta setiap bulannya setelah dipotong biaya operasional. Jadi lu bayangin lu invest 500 juta, profit itu cuma 1,2 juta setiap bulannya. Itu di mana? Tapi anehnya Pertashop ini jualannya Pertamax. Mereka nggak bisa jualan Pertalite. Nah menurut kamu gimana guys? Menurut kamu penjualan retail kecil-kecilan nih, mau Pertamax, Pertalite itu bakal semakin banyak atau semakin sedikit ya di Indonesia? Dan bangkrutnya Pertashop ini bakal berdampak nggak ya kepada salah satu emiten yang ada di Bursa Efek Indonesia?
Berapa cuma pertama?
When you come from different cultures.
Senyum belum lo ngentot. Konten kokop anjing.
3 VTuber yang ketahuan muka aslinya. Nomor 1, Kaysen. Kaysen adalah VTuber independen yang awal debutnya itu pada tahun 2021. Tapi dia sekarang udah gabung ke agensi VS Hojo. Nah, Kaysen ini dulunya termasuk VTuber independen yang terkenal karena dia tuh berani kasih lihat wajahnya secara terang-terangan. Bahkan dari video podcast yang aku tonton di channel Bang Hans, dia
The plate is very hot. Be careful.
Nah, ini dia nih makanan gue suka.
Sure. It's hot. He was holding it. Can't be that bad. Right?
Is it hot?
Panas tuh.
Sure, because it's sizzling.
No, man, that's just the food.
No, I don't think it is.
Look, man, it ain't even that bad. All right.
Dude, you don't have to keep doing that.
It's fine.
It's not
Rasam.
fine. Are you crying?
They're chopping onions. This is a restaurant.
Nobody's chopping that. Okay, dude, you made your point. Okay, you're big man. You're big strong man.
You mean it?
Yeah, you're a big strong man, manly man.
Manlier than you?
Sure, yeah, manlier than me.
Would you say that on camera?
What?
You'd say that to everyone on the Instagram story?
Don't push it.
The plate is very hot. Be
Tolol.
Well got knifed while Wardell was watching.
I'm just dead. I'm dead. Bro, did you see it, bro?
Player standing.
Oh my god. Oh. Bro, don't go to land showing up like that.
Well got knifed.
Gak apa-apa.
Mbak, belanja
Iya.
sendirian aja.
Oh, ini anjing.
Sama suami saya.
Oh, masa sih? Yang mana suaminya?
Ente Madamone, coba kita refresh dulu keadaan ente. Kalau ini masih bisa map 1 Cina nggak Ben? Udah 3 kali salah bet nih. Kayaknya bisa-bisa aja, cuman kayaknya EG terlalu ini dah, terlalu kuat kayaknya. Terima kasih Madamone 1000-nya. Kayaknya susah sih.
Saya suaminya.
Cara ngomong no di Korea. 안녕하세요. 저 번호 좀.
죄송합니다.
네. 저기요. 안녕하세요. 번호 좀.
바빠요.
바빠요.
네. 안녕하세요. 저 번호 좀.
남친 있어요.
남친 있어요? 남편 있잖아. Cara ngomong.
Siapa? Tior. Aku gamer.
Oh, kamu gamer.
Oh, gamer.
Gitu. Mobile Legend.
Iya ya.
Gitu kan. Kepala kamu kayak bunyi-bunyi dari detik. Iya nggak sih? Dengar nggak sih? Kayak kesini kelotak.
Iya. Kenapa?
Agak bunyi ya? Aku kuliah joki. Aku lulusnya joki. Aku S1 tapi joki.
S1 tapi joki?
Iya.
Tapi kamu tahu kan pendidikan itu penting. Biar kamu nggak gini-gini amat gitu maksudnya.
Kaviar.
Oh, kaviar. Kelapa ya? Kaviar. Kaviar tuh telur ikan.
Kaviar.
Kaviar. Udah bilang telur.
Siapa? Tior. Aku gamer.
Dengan yakinnya telur.
What's up, bro? I have a quick question. I'm a videographer. I film businesses, free
Oh,
videos.
ini yang
Can I
dibikinin
film
video
you
nih.
a barbecue video?
Bro, hell yeah, bro. I got ribs,
Hell yeah,
brisket,
bro.
everything you need to be flying these streets. Man, come on.
Wah, mantep nih brisket nih guys, buset dah.
Barbecue, man, you really can't rush it. So I smoke my ribs for about 4 hours. My briskets, they can go anywhere from 12 hours up to 16
Pengen dah gue makan
hours.
brisket.
So these are beef dino ribs right here. It's a big dinosaur rib, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, come here, baby, be nice. No, sometimes you gotta talk to your meat.
I squeeze 3 at your cherry M3, bang every MC easily. Take that.
Good piece of meat right there.
Anjing. Gampar dulu. Beuh, mantap. Brisket atau ribs?
Excuse me?
Gue doyan aja sih
smack
dua-duanya.
two heavy metal
Cuman
balls
kayak gue
together,
lebih doyan berskate.
the energy of their collision will be focused at such a small point, enough heat can be produced to literally burn a hole through paper. Try this at home. It smells like smoke, but let's make it even hotter. First, I'll need to rust up one of these balls. A bowl of water should do the trick. 10 days later, that's a rusty meatball. We'll wrap the other ball in aluminum foil, turn down the lights, put on some ear and eye protection, and start whacking until this happens. Did you see that? That is molten slag at more than 4,500 degrees Fahrenheit. Now that didn't happen because I'm so strong, even though I am. It happened because the colliding balls produced the ignition temperature needed for a thermite reaction. The aluminum reduced the iron oxide, the rust on the ball, to form aluminum oxide, elemental iron, and much more heat than I put in. Now that's what I call exothermic redox.
Tiba-tiba bayangan hitam itu muncul di depan mata.
Uncle Roger, help me.
One egg here in the mouth.
Why is she making ground beef look like it got human face?
The black pepper on here. Lace
What? No, what? Shit go in your frying pan?
Hiya.
Cook up a little bit smaller. All right, you can't have mashed potatoes without some
You making mashed potato with potato chip? This the whitest thing Uncle Roger ever see. Look at that meat. The meat look like it's screaming. Even the meat scared of you. Hiya. Oh no, leave the meat alone. The meat been through enough. Oh.
These actually look like mashed potatoes, and you can't tell me they don't.
Are you blind or something? That look like mashed potato to you? Someone feed this shit to my ex-wife?
How good does this look?
Oh
yeah. No, that is a burger.
Yeah, sure, that is burger. If you're making burger in Chernobyl.
Hello!
Hi, I'm sorry to bother you. I'm dog sitting for your neighbors and I kind of locked myself out.
Here you go.
My God, yes. Not sure how much time you spent in public wearing only a towel, but it's terrifying.
Did you want to come in?
It's a new round and I'm so broke right now. I can't afford anything. Wait, everyone's buying a weapon and no one can buy me a gun as well. There's only one thing I can do. Who's the lowest on our leaderboard? Oh, okay, Jet is. I'm gonna follow her. Yo, Jet, I'll flank with you.
Yeah, sure. Sounds good.
Prepare yourselves.
Are you ready to push with me? Yeah, of course. Wait, you don't even have a weapon. Were you gonna bait me and then take my weapon? No, of course not. I'm gonna flash you in. No worries. I'll go behind you. I'm gonna throw the flash. I'll let you know when to go. You ready? Okay, I'm ready. All right. I'm flashing now. Wait, where's the flashes? Yes! I mean, oh no, Jet, don't worry. I'll avenge you, man. Watch this.
Kocak, biter. Oh. B aja. B aja juga. B aja juga. Oh, di bondi anjing dicatok, cok, mie.
Killjoy is better than Deadlock in every single way.
Oh my goodness.
Apa nih?
You think this will work? Fuck it.
Oh, I got her!
Oh my God,
I got her!
Got a little fishy, got a fishy. Real man.
No!
Wait.
Did you do it through the window?
Yeah, I did it through the window.
Nice. That's so sick.
Killjoy is better than.
Jadi ada yang nge-tag gue di video ini?
Nah, si abang gabut nih.
What do you mean it's fake? Saatnya gue coba. Nah nih gue coba. Harusnya konsepnya sama kayak flower stick yang kayak gini deh.
Anjing.
Ya kan? Coba pakai raket tenis. Yoi. Nice.
Gokil. Ya, tau gitu dari dulu gue beli raket tenis aja ya. Karena ini Valorant stick tuh gue bikin sendiri tuh. Ada tutorialnya di YouTube, dia tuh pakai karet ban bekas, dililit-lilit, noh dibentuk kayak gini. Ininya juga nih. Tau gitu pakai raket tenis aja. Jadi ada yang nge-tag gue di video ini.
Ya. Makasih, Bang. Tuh, asik kan YouTube Short? Jangan bola.
Fire pasta.
Oh?
What? I hope you clean your tabletop.
Hiya.
Some just go on like that. And what is that? Is that alcohol? Ugh. No, don't light it like that. No. Hiya. This pasta, not scented candle. What is she doing? Too much creativity. Too much. More alcohol. You gonna light it on fire again? No. Lighting fire like this, correct? Because this the pasta funeral. Where's she pushing it to? I hope the garbage. No, don't feed this to people. More cheese. Cheese cannot save you. You don't need cheese. You need Jesus. Oh my God. Where it going? Owen. You actually gonna serve this?
Owen.
Oh my God, niece and nephew. That's the reason why you can't just eat at everyone's house. Fire.
Oh, hey Yakim. Jadiin lagu nih guys.
Is it just me or she sounds like she's singing?
You need Jesus, yoi. Ini enak ya? Your burger.
Kamu.
Aduh banyak banget.
Lagu mantan gue.
Hampir sekali ini.
Ayo dong.
Kamu.
Iqbal.
Aku tersinggung.
Bentar. Keluar dari triple nih guys.
Yeah, definitely. And you know what? That sets a different precedent too, because like.
Mana bang? Ya, ketipu gua.
You play a lot differently. You can be a lot more loose. And you can actually like play just however you do in scrims, you know. And now that there's a standard.
Jauh gemoy mana bang? Gua pengen lihat.
How are they gonna perform?
In talking to Potter about this team, they always use the term that we're playing with house money, right? They never thought they'd be there. A coach had to knife someone for them.
Ah, ketepu babi.
Buatku malu-malu.
Kamu di hatiku.
Melupakanmu. Ya. Kamu untuk.
Iya dia ada.
Lanjut dong.
Namun semua apa mungkin iman kita yang berbeda.
Gila iman yang berbeda.
Kamu.
Oh my God.
It's definitely loaded. My buddies and I were walking in a canal near University of Memphis, and I found a Glock 43 pistol.
We have two.
Apa nih guys? Oh.
Police officers right now that just showed up on scene.
What's going on? All right, so I found a pistol and some knives. It has serial numbers on it too, but it's right over here.
Hey, you held it?
With my gloves.
Y'all got his information, right? Not yet. Okay, we're gonna get his information. So you're filming picking up trash.
Yeah.
And you're filming my officer pick up the weapon? That's kind of odd.
That's just what we do. Odd about it.
You got an ID?
No, I don't have my ID on me.
What's your name?
My name's Jeff.
My name's Jeff.
Yeah, it's a Ford Escape.
Why is your lieutenant telling us that we can't film, that we can't do any of this, and he's like getting mad at us when we literally just found a gun in the canal? We're just sitting here with a camera. It's not like we're holding a gun. You guys have the guns.
What's your friend name that you know up here?
Yeah, that's why that's important.
I'm gonna put it all in this little memo.
Who'd ever been asked so many questions?
Oh my god.
It's
Ya, aneh
Ini
juga
loh,
ya.
helm ini. 1 juta ini. Beliin gua kalau gitu.
Berapa emang aslinya?
10 juta.
10 juta?
Nih, yang lebih simpel lah. Ah, berapa nih?
Anggapannya 500.000. 1 juta lah.
Oke, 1 juta. 9 juta.
9 juta, aneh banget.
Nah, selanjutnya ini loh.
Gua hargain 5 juta.
11 juta 600.
11 juta 600. Helm Bogo nih, kayak helm Bogo nih.
Helm Bogo katanya helm Bogo.
300.000 lah.
300.000. 3 juta 300.
Kagak ada yang gue bisa beli di sini.
Ini lu sebenarnya bisa beli nih.
Oh, ini berarti
keren.
750.000 lah kalau kayak
1,750.
kurang sejuta gue dapatnya.
Sekarang gue lagi mau nyari jaket guys, dan gue suka banget yellow corn dari dulu.
Oh,
keren ya.
3 juta nih.
Lu pegang nih. Berapa lu bilang?
3 juta.
3 juta.
Oke, ini berapa nih, Mas?
Oke,
Kan, 5
pas
juta.
affordable nih, 5 juta nih. Ya udah, gua ambil ini. Gua beli jaketnya loh.
Dapat
Keren.
tas jaketnya.
Oke guys, jadi itu dia untuk total belanja.
Ya.
Video yang kalian tonton ini bukan diambil dari smartphone atau kamera. Ini hanyalah hasil render sebuah video dari komputer. Jadi
Semua
seorang 3D
orang
environment yang bernama Lorenzo
Saya
berhasil
karena
membuat video dengan teknologi Unreal Engine 5. Buat yang belum tahu Unreal Engine 5, dia adalah
Ini kayaknya pernah deh kita nonton trailernya yang ini ya, yang di
sebuah
Subway nggak sih
game
guys?
engine yang biasanya digunakan untuk membuat video game. Unreal Engine 5 ini dikembangkan sama Epic Games, ya, platform yang menyediakan game kayak Fortnite dan juga Valorant. Video yang beredar dari Lorenzo ini berisi rekaman di stasiun kereta api yang ada di Taoyama,
Ya, pernah
Jepang.
kan?
Kalau kita lihat sekilas, kita bakal terkecoh
Jangan
karena
nengok,
semua
itu
tampilan di video
sound dari
tersebut
videonya.
sangat realistis. Berkat video dan ilmu yang dibagikan Lorenzo, netizen mulai mengaitkannya dengan video Javier, sang time traveler yang mengaku datang dari masa depan. Video yang direkam Javier memperlihatkan sudut-sudut kota yang sangat sepi, tidak berpenghuni, yang ia bagikan melalui akun TikTok dia. Dari sini, netizen mulai berlogika kalau si Javier ini sebenarnya bukan time traveler, tapi dia menggunakan Unreal Engine 5 juga untuk bikin video tersebut.
Famously said that China will never
Wah,
be better than North America in Valorant. So presumably that means today's going to be a 2-0. How many rounds are you going to drop?
To be humble, I think we'll give them 8. 13-4, 13-4.
And that's humble, 13-4, 13-4. Well, there you go. You heard it from him.
Anjing 13-4 katanya guys. Gila, pede banget Bustio.
Ya, jadi gimana pada
This flight attendant.
Apa kita lihat kali guys videonya si Javier. Javier time traveler TikTok.
So there's this TikToker who says he's the only.
Ini ya. Coba kita lihat yang viral, mana yang viral? Aduh, gak ada yang bahasa Inggris apa bang? Kok bener bisa? Di mana sih dia yang ngaku time travel? Oh ini ya.
Si eres el único, coge la Mona Lisa y llévatela. A ver si eres el...
¿Oh?
¿Cuánto tiempo llevas en esa dimensión? 792 días solo en el mundo.
Oh, karena ini sepi semua ya.
Aha, GYC, ENT.
Ya, ini bisa jadi Unreal Engine semua ya. Gimana lagi, bro? Ini apa nih? Dari dewean, Mas. Anjir mesinnya. Apa nih? Live like you will remember. Kira-kira jam banyak-banyak. Anjir. Apa ya? Sepi banget yang bed tumben. Coba cek. Cuma 40? Pada tidur kayaknya, guys. Apalah jam segini. Tuh, wajar. Kita back dulu. Nah.
Who says he's the only person on Earth, and his name is Javier.
The last time you came to an international tournament, you were able to take a map off Carmen Court.
Siapa
What's it going
nih?
to take to turn that into a series win here today?
那这个问题想问一下 Berlin 选手的是，其实你们上一次出现在国际大赛，你们当时是有拿下一张地图的，所以说你觉得怎么样？在这一次，你们能够把你们的胜势从一张地图变成赢下一场对局呢？一场 BO3。
我
们准备了更多的小秘密，然后这是要给疫区的一些战术震撼吧。
Yeah, definitely. I must say we have some secret weapon prepared, so definitely we're going to surprise EG for this game.
Well, I'm looking forward to it. Good luck in your game. Thank you very much.
Artinya dia bakal ngasih surprise ke EG
I love
katanya.
how he said secret weapons in plural, Mimi. There's more than one secret
panjang
weapon
amat,
that they
buset.
have prepared
Kalau fokus
specifically for EG.
I'm gonna be honest, if I'm EG, I have no idea what to expect against these guys. They play so many different compositions at home. They take crazy risks that no one else really would. I think if there was a team to punish you when you're on an off day, when your fundamentals aren't perfect, if you're leaving gaps, it's going to be FPX because they just thrive in the chaos. And Baby, their RGL is the example of that. This is the agents that he's played.
Emang EG ulta iya kali?
He's a time traveler from the year 2027. He goes to different cities, and legit, there's no one in those videos except him. Do you believe in Javier, or is this all hoax?
Enggak hoax lah, 2027 Valorant masih franchise ya guys? Franchise bang. Nampaknya kita sudah bisa
let's jump in.
betting
So,
sebentar lagi
EG,
guys.
you were the higher seed for this match.
Lihat yang di
Team
Indo
A.
emang ada ya?
Team
Yang
A.
di Indo.
Team A. So FPX, you will be Team B. So we will start your first ban.
We'll ban Lotus.
Which
Ban
quarter?
Lotus, your ban.
We ban Fracture.
Fracture. And then map number 1 from EG.
We will
Ascent.
pick.
Pearl Ascent. Haha, we love you Twitch chat.
Okay, we will pick
Ascent.
Oh kan Ascent kan?
Side on Ascent.
We love you Twitch chat.
Attack. Okay, map number 2.
Pearl.
Pearl. Side on Pearl.
We'll pick defense.
Defense. Okay, next set of bans starting with EG. You have Haven, Bind, and Split.
Kayaknya pernah FYP di Bali. Oh
We'll
iya.
take out Haven.
Take out Haven. Your ban, you have Bind and Split.
Ya Fracture di band perlu diskusi.
Ban Split, play Bind. So map number 3 is Bind. EG, side on Bind.
Yuda, terima kasih 9 bulannya lahiran. Iya, jangan lupa kalau ada nama yang baru masuk jangan lupa di like ya adik-adik, ayo bangun.
Run through this really quick, make sure we're all set.
Nah, bangun lu, bet lu, buruan.
Lotus, FPX with Fracture. Map number 1 is Ascent with FPX on attack.
Aduh.
Map number 2 is Pearl with EG on defense. Next set of bans are Haven and Split, which makes the Cider map 3 Bind with EG on defense. Good? All right, good luck to you both.
Makan yuk, makan.
It's the team that defied all expectations versus the team that we don't really know what to expect. But let's not forget, EG, they've been on the side where everybody underestimated them and they had to pay the price. So Mimi, surely they know not to underestimate their opponent.
They absolutely do. But this went from the team for Evil Geniuses that no one believed in, no one was a fan of, to now making a run at Tokyo. Looking out over the crowd, I see the majority of people are here for EG, out to support them. It's the first North American team making their debut in Los Angeles.
And it feels like Baby Bay is one of the first times that they seem like the heavy favorites, not just the favorites in a matchup. So what are you expecting from them today?
I mean, I'm definitely expecting them to come out guns blazing. I mean, you could definitely feel their energy and their confidence. I just hope they're not overly confident and they don't go overboard and they don't start just running it down or something, you know. Like, I would hate to see that because this is a team that their success is made off of the fundamentals.
Yeah, and let's talk about the maps here as well, because speaking of not being able to run it down, I think Ascent coming out first, Baby Bay, is such a strong pick for EG, and FPX did the smart thing of banning Fracture.
Yeah, and you know what I'm surprised at specifically is that they picked attack, right? Like, FPX is on attack first, and I'm just like, what are they gonna do? What are they gonna do? I have no idea what they're gonna do. So like, I don't know. I mean, they have a really good opportunity now to set the pace and do something crazy, bring out those secret weapons, you know.
But Ascent is a map that's very good for Evil Geniuses. They were one of the first teams to break Loud streak on this map when they were the best Ascent team, pretty much undisputed. They also beat Paper X here on their run. This has been one of their strong suits. They play the default comp, but Boostio's IGLing, especially on the attack sides, has been really excellent throughout the run at Americas and into Tokyo as well.
Yeah, and also just the individual fragging too from Boostio on this map is always been very, very consistent. But Mimi, what about the side of FPX as we head into the Prime Gaming Agent Select? What do you make of this?
I mean, let me show you guys something. They're playing double controller, but it's not with the Viper. It's two of the more normal controller agents with both Omen and Astra on this map. They play a Sky instead of Sova with no KO. It's a ridiculous composition where they're almost always going to be lacking information, but these guys will just put down smokes seemingly in strange random positions and make crazy plays. This is a comp where FPX can create the chaos, Baby Bag, that they tend to thrive in.
You're shaking your head. Why?
I've never seen it. I've never seen it before. I don't know how it's going to play out. I mean, I don't think that EG is going to be caught off guard by a lot of things. I think that this default comp is just very versatile in every way. So as long as they don't overthink it, I'm sure they'll do a great job.
I think that's always a strength for EG. The preparation is strong for them, and I'm sure that they have watched back some of what FPX was
tadi aku melihat
doing.
dua smoker, bentar
This really is the question. How far can they
chat
go?
important dari teman gua ya.
They got an opportunity again internationally.
Ini mungkin kalian belum banyak yang tahu, tapi
this is the thing, it's champs, right? Even all the games we've seen so far, there have been surprises already. You never know what can happen on a stage like this, because sometimes, Baby Bay, it really depends on who turns up on the day.
Yeah, exactly. And I think the best time to turn up is on attack. Like, setting that pace is so important.
Perasaan kalau cewek yang
we need to see something crazy out of them, but I'm not saying they can't do it. It is usually an uphill battle, though.
Well, the agents are logged and the stage is all set. All we need and are missing are two people to take us through this exciting match. Everyone give a warm welcome to Bren and Sideshow.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, great setup for this one here. Evil Geniuses versus FPX, our #1 America seed versus the #3 in China, Josh. I mean, I'm looking forward to some whimsy, some silliness.
Wild stuff.
Listen, make some noise here. Let's get this group stage match started.
What a position for EG to be in. Perennial underdogs now as the favorites in a match that would be the biggest upset I feel like we've seen at an international tournament if FPX was able to pull it off. And instantly trying to up the pace.
Ya, cuma 40 orang guys ya, tidak nambah dari tadi.
Set the tempo early.
Apa nge-lag ini?
Grasp with the match. A little bit paranoia just through the choke point, but now it's all slowed down once more. Bit of mid exploration for the pistol round. FPX grouped up.
And even
that
with
A split.
Even the double smoke comp, Brent, not putting a smoke down in mid there.
YZ nggak?
Not giving the idea that they're going for the A split.
Cuma beli guys ya, anjing.
Catching it.
Kok ingetnya YZ, beli itu guys.
Lucky to be alive, but they're going to
YZ nggak main, di beli. Gue juga baru ingat.
What a lovely now the Nana Swarms. Boostio still
Sama lagi lu.
anchoring towards the back. No one really swinging to deal with them. They just can't. Too many Nana Swarms at the floor.
Anjing, FPX
at the
anjay.
feet, yet still FPX coming up with the goods.
Jauh
2
gemoy.
kills their way. The damage done to the
Ayo
players,
jago
though. They are
gemoy.
quite weak, and there's a shot
Sokdar.
finishing off Ayang. Still close to the corner, Lysor. Oh, they're not going to expect this one. Still up close, onto the heaven angle. Jogamo does not win his fight out. Team of 1
Wah,
brought
gila
down. And FPX open us up with a pistol round win.
Mana Boostio?
And you're
Omongan lu
instantly
cuma bisa dapat
seeing
tempat kata
the
FPX.
biggest advantage to me, Bren, that FPX have compared to the last time we saw them at an international tournament. They've made a roster upgrade, and this guy has been the best player in the most recent tournaments that FPX have been playing in. Lysor has instantly rejuvenated the team and provided an upgrade in terms of the fragging power. He's sticking on the Killjoy. He's allowed them to have flexibility between the double smokes and double initiative bombs that FPX never used to have before.
Makasih 10.000-nya Bang ya. Bangun. Dia udah sampai Bandung. Udah kali.
On the back
Gak tahu.
foot now off that. We'll see a slow beginning for here. FPX, double smokes comp, you need to be playing the map attack side quite cautiously. You can see the star placed down. It's a recall. Hoping to take the angle, Boostio. Reactions far too good though. Opening pick going their way.
And that's put a bit of fear into FPX as well. Drone is being used to clear out mid, expecting them to pivot away from B main. But it's just the brakes getting pumped here. Boostio's going to look for another one off the back of the drone clearing a bunch of space. Looking to see if he can find a duel over towards tiles. It looks like this is just going to be a regroup and B point.
Kenapa udah?
Called by
Jangan dibahas.
Berlin posthumously.
Yeah, fully grouped up there. It's only going to be Ethan
Ini temen gue sudah
receiving this one. The
mengirim
knife earlier was
screenshot
broken
pasal-pasal.
into B main, and you see him just floating around. Doesn't actually have any
Juga belum
util to
ngerti,
stop
nanti
this
gua
one.
pelajari.
Finally, the hits coming through. Couple of stray bullets on the classic. Not enough to do too much more. Door being closed.
Yeah,
Boostio
Boostio
hoping to catch a
menunduk
cheeky timing. Denied with the door. The side's going to be gained for FPX. They don't have any B main control.
Oh, yang
Playing
itu
important part
nah,
in
kamu
this one.
tahu
Fully grouped up
kan?
onto the side.
Pasti sudah banyak yang bahas ya, guys ya.
But the weaponry is just so low. It's only Boostio with a Sheriff. 4v5, FPX should still have an advantage.
Harusnya sih FVPN mah ada.
You call the first one onto Ethan through lane. It's a triple phase. Lysor falls. The TP disengage all around, and it's just Calm left. He will fall. So 3 players surviving. Economy relatively healthy there for FPX. You can bring this one into the 3rd round, maybe get a decent bonus going.
Yeah, the weaponry is looking strong for them. I've been watching some of the FPX games, and their economy management is sometimes a little all over. I mean, even here it looks like UCOR's going to try and get a Vandal into this round, despite the fact that he wouldn't have money to be able to buy up in the next. But, you know, sometimes those kind of risks are worth going for. Yeah, he's gone back over to the Bulldog here, so taking it a little more safely. EG, on the other hand, look like they're trying to set Demon 1 up to take early duels across B.
It's a heavy stack over there. It's the recalled star, at least the star placed down prior. Here's the benefit of some of these double smoke comps as well. One towards Cat, one towards mid. You can really just expend all of them early and not worry about it as much. Alarm bot at your feet, Berlin. Didn't really seem to be aware of the cause.
Hey Bang Demon, ayo, mantap-mantap Bang.
Quite a lot. Their players haven't been in the most incredible form recently, but Lysor's always been
timing.
He backs away just before taking that duel against Demon 1.
Still holding the space.
And this is going to get set up for an A-split here, where Jorgamo's in the position to ruin it or go down and leave A completely undefended. He's only going to take a duel, though, against Nisha, essentially.
Plenty of noise being made, though. Spraying him down as they're just running it down all the way through, but Jorgamo he stays alive here into A main, holding this space as well. FPX make a call to try and flip the map, but they've stopped themselves just ever so slightly. The smoke's really just stopping it. Now they need to work out what they want to do. 40 seconds remaining. They do have some time to work with, but it's going to be running short in just a moment. Demon 1 still seeking to contain. You can see him just watching that angle deep.
30 seconds
into
left.
mid. They know the potential positionings here. Demon 1 will be able to see them crossing. Yeah, we can hear it as well. Dash active, brought down.
Great shot.
Halo Demon Wang.
Set the Seekers on them as well. It's going to be good positioning.
Yeah, burungnya nyangkut.
Noted. Did they know Boostio's there? Slight misstep with the flash. There's only 12 seconds left. They don't get onto the side. Boostio who denies them that chance.
You can see what FPX were going for. The flash from Aang would have been great there to push Boostio off the line and make them advantaged in the duel. But they just couldn't quite get it.
Enak.
The flash, I think, connected with the wall and just kind of getting tangled up there in the architecture.
Enggak, ini Demon Wangnya nih, rambutnya sudah tumbuh, guys.
That's what you're gonna get from FPX, I think. They really like to mess with expectations.
New beginning here, a bit even when it comes to the rifles on either side. Again, pretty heavy emphasis being placed. Just a one-way smoke for Jorgamo.
But look at how much of an annoyance this star is down at the feet of Demon 1 and Jorgamo here. And this is the freedom that you have with the Astra. It's not that unusual of a composition. It might seem odd, but it's kind of similar to the Viper Sky compositions that we've seen some of the Americas teams run, like Cloud9 and Loud, I believe, at one point.
Yeah.
But the Astra utility can be used in more, you know, varied ways. A flash to clear out wide.
Let's go deep. Jorgamo's not going to be playing there, though. Already moved from that position, still a slight jiggle, and really down to the minute mark, there hasn't really been much else movement. It's a reclearance, it's called by EG with a paranoia, sets him up, tagging him to Aang, but it doesn't matter. Demon 1 still wins his fight out, left down to 9 health. What's the response? Not too much else, still contact plays here, working themselves up towards Cat, FPX. for the 2-2 split, but EG still have players anchoring down, locking it down, rooted in place almost. There's a KO nade pushing them even further away. Time is really running short, and there is chaos in the mix. Lysor through the smoke. What kind of timing do you really want to take here? Waiting for the stars to be chopped down. There it is in front of Jogomo. Contained. Still brought down. Ethan is there with a trade. At the backside of Jenny, Spikes out in the open with 23 seconds left, looking for information, buying time. It's a 3-2-1 face. And EG, they've got the discipline for it.
Great containment by EG there. I think they worked that very nicely. They had a three-piece crossfire that was ready to melt any of the players that came through. Despite the player at Switch getting overwhelmed, Jogomo's there. And this position of box is so nice. Not only does he hold that smoke over by Switch, but also he can swing at any point of Ethan or Demon One's contact. You can tell that EG have really put the effort into refining these setups. An out-operator on live for Demon One. They've won enough rounds, despite the fact that Demon One's not, you know, up at the top of the scoreboard, for him to start getting a bit more aggressive and peek out.
Game plan for FBX, though, seems to be just brute force, overwhelming. With the half-bite, Stingers, Sheriffs. Fully grouped up, aren't they? Smoke drop down off of that one portion of utility, and there's a lockdown committed by FBX.
On an eco round as well.
That's why that's a bit unusual. And it has just essentially notified EG that they are going to be hitting this site. With Demon One holding that space still over towards B. Here's a Paranoia sent flying 1-for-1, and still Ethan will collect. Bringing down one of the players. Flash also just pushing them back through the choke point. No one can really get into this. Beautiful dart. The supplementary utility just bogs them down.
Bit of an overinvestment there from FBX. Not sure why the lockdown was used in a round where we have such an economical disadvantage. Oh, that's the guy.
Bro. Siap yang jadi badut saat
very nice utility defensively there from EG, but dealt with, I think, far too easily. We also saw a 0 point from Ethan that took away Yuko's Blade Storm right as he popped it. So that's a Jet ultimate that was supposed to be comboed in there with the lockdown. No. Demon One's got the off. It's just a flash recon play, I think, here.
Oh, it's gonna have a Hunter's Fury right behind it, yep. As soon as the dart was broken, that's the trigger. Tom's consistent with it, lets it loose.
Okay, Demon One.
Demon One, of course, is going to be finding it, but does he expect that?
Itu baru itu.
There's no shot. It's just filthy.
Gelo.
Slight minor adjustment, another day in the office for Demon One. Listen, he had a bit of a rough beginning to the map, but okay, he's warming up.
Cuma satu orang coy yang
think about how perfectly timed this investment of ultimates and in general, just to play with the Op going aggressive and the Hunter's Fury being used to halt this economy. FPX had just got a buy-up. They're in a 4v5 instantly off the back of Com's play. And Demon One is picking apart the rest of FPX with ease. This is what EG did so well on their run towards Tokyo. They took one advantage and spiraled it into many. They win a pistol round, then they win a bonus, then they have ults up to be able to snowball. In terms of being able to set up these snowball moments, I don't think there's a team doing it better other than Fnatic. And even then, it's fairly dead even between the two.
A really good understanding of that, just making sure that they can keep using the ultimates, keep them rolling. A lot of teams, you know,
Wally.
Save the Hunter's Fury, for example, for a Killjoy lockdown. It might be coming. I mean, Lysol's nowhere near. So that's not a
very choice,
but I will say, exactly, I will say.
Makanya sama keluarga lu. Lu yang mulai ya Kairul ngentot lu Abu.
They don't really care. They will still use your ultimates to try and snowball the rounds in the economic
ya betul, pos malun.
Time out of FPX.
And FPX have a lot to consider here. You know, attack side on this map, it's going to be a little difficult. But when you take a step back,
Spotify ngebuka sendiri anjing.
FPX
Wow.
extremely happy
Serem
with the
sekali,
back
guys.
vetoes. In terms of one area where they could have an opportunity to upset,
lu mau tahu nggak lagu apa nih? Nih, lu denger. Gue mah nggak bohong anjing, masa gue bikin lirik sendiri?
74% win rate on these two maps across their lifespan, which is extraordinarily good. I mean, their set in particular, they've only ever lost twice to Billy Game.
Oh.
So
real gua mah, bro.
They are not a bad team on this map. It's been causing the Chinese teams a lot of issues, and EG chose not to get rid of their permaban Haven, or rather, chose not to pick FPX's permaban Haven, and instead get rid of it themselves. EG just very confident that they could play the maps that FPX are good at and beat them on it.
Yang lu tahu doang kagak lah anjing.
You know, just outclassing them.
Yeah. Which is reasonable expectation, I would say. You know, EG.
Oh, ini lagu-lagu senja nih. Cluenya nih.
Still a lot of naysayers as well.
Apa ya?
Are
Sama
doubting
liriknya.
this team and they want to see the consistency with those results. But I mean,
jangan kebut-kebutan, hati-hati di jalan. Dan pelan-pelan.
New beginning to the round. Again, it's FPX on the weaker by. Similar game plan to what we saw last time on the half.
Lihatlah pemandangan, lihatlah kiri kanan, ada selokan.
Trailblazer. Out towards
itu timing kom ya, elah kocak.
Misstep there. Was not expecting these players to be so fast. Onto that angle. Smoke down, dropping it. Jorgamo to reposition, updraft to reclear, and a flash is really cool.
Ya elah, A-nya jadi nggak beton guys.
Great ideas of how they wanted to clear out the side there.
Specifically the updraft play and swinging through it, really good coordination. And EG caught off by the tempo, as you were saying.
That's just okay.
Lucio caught by the spam. And suddenly, as quickly as the Seeker round started, it is over.
It's done just like that.
Oski sepeda senja, wah nyari lirik, curang. Telat gitu, coba dari tadi cuma nyari dulu itu fix. Kayaknya harus langsung jawab.
To have that time, to be able to throw a very well set recon
curang.
And he was just rushed.
Yeah, overwhelmed.
Hati-hati lagi musim DB, gua kan lagi gak bisa ngapa-ngapain. Oh iya kah? Ya wes Galdin ya. Udah nama dia Golden Boy tapi gua panggil Galdin anjing. Lagi lah, gua mikir dulu lagu apa ya. Kayak lagu-lagu susah nih, tapi Indo terang aja. Oh ini gua tahu nih, sabar gua cari dulu liriknya yang mana ya.
A little flustered, perhaps a little whiffy from the other two players that rank here in the A site. You'd expect Jorgamo and Ethan to be able to catch one of those, but
yeah, susah ya.
I think to that, and that ends us with that Mastercard Thrifty.
There's another round.
Taruh lagi mulai sabar.
He's going to get some action almost immediately.
Pokoknya DBangkongS nih melakukan hal-hal yang mantap.
Smoke in his face. One of the things that in theory
anjing, satu berapa tuh, 128.
I mean, they're just rattling off bullets straight down the angles where somebody could be playing in and hiding. Almost claiming a freebie.
Biar ini,
and this double
biar
smokes
nggak
composition is going to put a lot
aja.
of pressure on DBangkongS to find these good spots to play from. Good lineup there from Com, removes the turret. Means that Lysor's now going to be attached a bit more to watching out for B main. But FPX is going to take the time to commit to A, and that frees up the Killjoy once more to go for a lurk.
Nobody on EG is going to be playing onto the side here. Most of the setup from Tree, including the Killjoy Nanoswarm, so it's going to be completely wide open for them. Multitude of smokes laid down here, but here's the lockdown in play. It's going to be really clearing out most of the site. There has to be a call and a decision made by FPX. Do you choose to fight this one or not? A bit of confusion in the mix. They are really just staying
TP
cancel. A bit of a dodge there from
TP
Berlin.
cancel harusnya ketahuan itu kedengeran.
Sit himself into hell, but he needs to create more of a distraction. It's a triple face. EG.
Bang, aduh, Bustio.
Raining true, but they haven't cleared out B main. Still.
Aduh, susah ini.
Oh,
bisa. Stick terus bang, terus reload.
Ethan sticking in. There's not enough damage.
Mantap.
He's not pushed away from it. Round win for EG. Will they keep their guns till the bitter end? Ethan, no intention of peeking.
Mantap sekali.
Big ultimate investment, but a nice retake from EG. I think FPX had a couple of different ways that they could approach that. Maybe just getting parallel.
Yang punya acara gue. Kenapa lo yang ngasih soal?
Could have gone for a backstab and synced up with some kind of tree push.
Lirik aja nadanya yang tetap. Oh, kayak berarti gini. Nih. Gue baca nih liriknya. I lost my way. I try to bring you away. Go away. So drunk all alone. To pretend that you were gone. Nah. Coba. Itu udah banyak itu liriknya.
Oh, and it's just a classic play with the dart and a spam with the Odin. No one watching top mid. There's a chance
there
that Team 1 got punished, but no. Dash to disengage, back away.
Efek katanya Indo.
Yang
nyanyi Indo, jing.
Looking at that 4v5 disadvantage.
DBangkongS.
Cemented even further.
That's both of the smokes gone.
Enggak, bukan sih, betul. Nah, lagunya apa?
Ayo.
Ya, nyari lirik udah telat ini mah. Lupa judul. Abis ini Ocean. Nah, itu betul.
Ayoung still with 2 flashes. Ethan's got to be a little concerned about that, but we can see that Ayoung deep into B main is not going to be an issue.
Nih lagunya ini guys, nih dengerin ya.
Still locking it down. It's a dash forwards, but there's no one else to follow up on that. So Ethan, relatively safe and sound. FPX now just trying to get themselves through onto the side. Boostio falling. Might just get a little bit easy.
Udah, fokus Diki, udah nggak ngantuk. Nanti lagi, tebak lirik ya. Viwang situation. Jauh gemoy against the wall.
Ayoung, it looks like he's seriously informed. He's been very sharp in terms of hitting shots around the map. Puts his team in a 2v1 to win their 4th.
Jogamo with the 1v2.
Oh, ada nih gua lagu nih guys. Ini mah gampang, harusnya lu orang tahu.
All sorts happened with it.
Nanti habis ini. Oke, Mas Jauh Gemoy. Flashing dulu ya kan. Kelihatan satu. Lihat kiri lu. Jauh Gemoy. Dia gak lihat kiri.
Eventually the paranoia, if it even did catch, was faded. So he gets the trade online. 5-4. Josh, this is looking.
Nih, gua kasih lirik awalnya aja guys. Kau datang ketika aku jatuh bangun dan jatuh. Dalam langkah menyusuri kehidupanku yang kelam. Dan hampir-hampir ku tak dapat melangkah lagi. Nah. Saat kau hadir, Anji. Itu gampang kan? Lu pasti tahu. Wush, apa tuh anjing, ada pisau. Wuih. Buset. Woi, kepanasan tuh namanya Jet. Siapa yang nyanyi? Lah, masa nggak tahu bang? Legend bang. Mana EG katanya cuma bisa 4, udah 5 nih guys. Gimana sih? Yang nyanyi itu Uta, ya guys. Satu hadir.
EG here are going to take a timeout, and I think it's time for us to assess these
Naon ieu
expectations.
moderator tiba-tiba nyuruh like, oi.
EG are massive favorites in this group. They've drawn a group that has a couple of teams that didn't do too well at Masters Tokyo, that ended up going out in groups despite, you know, having some levels of success.
Oh, ini ada ini lagu ini juga nih. Nah.
Not an EDG that's gone on a
sabar,
run
di mana ya?
before at a big event. FPX have only won a single map at an international event, and that was against Carmine Core when they were playing Triple Initiator on Haven.
Oh, ini nih, mantap ini lagu nih. Engkau yang sedang patah hati, menangislah dan jangan ragu ungkapkan betapa pedih hati yang tersakiti, racun yang membunuhmu secara perlahan. Engkau yang saat ini pilu, betapa menanggung beban kepedihan. Kalau lagu begini ya lu tahu, lu cepat.
Like I said, Ayoung was one of their best players around lock-in at the beginning of
Cepet
the
lu
year, and since then he's just been looking not quite as
anak terakhir. Anak terakhir.
And they have Lysor and Yuko playing. This team has serious chances of bringing it in the skill department.
EG really do need to tighten up as well the way they're playing around this. There's a lot of opportunities that they're granting. I think FPX, they would love it if they handed all of these individual fights.
Guardinimo bukan dong.
So far, a real chance here for FPX to gain that lead in the first half of this map, despite there only being 2 rounds left. They have the economic advantage. It's only Demon 1 with the rifle who they really have to worry about. Taking mid control, nice and early. Not smoking off the top section of it. Actually, just hoping for a fight.
The 1-3-1 setup that FPX has been running in a lot of these rounds where they take mid control.
Koil 8 nih, koil dari
you know, just controlling the aggression on the outsides of the map, going deep
koil murah 40.000-an.
in the middle. Demon 1 with a hero rifle is going to try and take
kemarin
a
tuh
fight.
lupa nggak bawa koil si Rapli, ini masih ada koil dari Rapli guys.
Up,
jauh gemoy, jauh gemoy. Demong Wang.
Backs away though. Bit of information. Seekers now let loose. Not too many of them going into the direction towards A. Jogamo tuck themselves towards main. Will not survive though. Out towards Y. That's a skill. Okay. Dash is still there for him. Dart is good with the reveal. But tucked behind Jenny.
Itu nabrak. Ih, Etan gila, Etan. Anjing si Etan gelo anjing. Kelihatan guys. Etan. Kelas.
Finds the kill, but is brought down in the end.
Satu bayar. Ada apa sih Twitch?
Already this plant is down.
Oh.
Post plant looking good. Turret going to be spotting out Com's location. Look at this from FPX, already setting themselves up to group up and take the fight. Hey, Yang, he's got no teammates with him, does not care.
Kalau kuku santai enak-enak itu yang punya Dilan. Nih guys, teman guys. Selama jantung ini berdetak, ku akan selalu menjagamu hingga akhir waktu. Selama napas ini berhembus, akan ada cinta yang lain. Nah, apa tuh guys? Itu lagu baru ya. Hingga akhir waktu itu mah liriknya goblok. Ya betul Jarajab. Yang nyanyinya Sule betul.
In the first half. Demon will be the operator once more. Another setup here with the Hunter's Fury. Something triggered it. Demon
Wah,
trying to
si
set
Berlin.
through with the
Lumayan tuh.
The Hunter's
Di
Fury does
80.
cleave.
And in the meantime, your IGL Omen is swinging with the attack side
Dikari
operator.
tiba-tiba China lolos semuanya guys. Gimana?
Just Berlin things.
Pankah semakin menarik champion?
Backing away now though with the spike.
Pagi Dits yang baru join lupa di like ke adik, like-nya masih setak 200 tuh.
Four positions here. A main control. He's how still.
Kenapa chat Twitch gak tahu? Gue juga masih nungguin ini. Nyuruh doang nggak ngasih tahu.
We'll see what he can do with it.
They certainly had enough cash to be able to give him a rifle as well as the operator, but I don't know whether they did.
Here we go.
Nah, ini nih, lirik Inggris. Enggak deh, ada indonya.
What kind of timing do you choose to take it as an alarm bot at your feet? It's broken. He anticipated it. Somebody was creeping up onto that corner. Jorgamo to reposition with the TP. Needs some help though. Boostio through the smoke, taking the fight right to it. Not enough to reset the claim that second. Jorgamo.
Dia nembak.
Towards the back, but he's fired shots off now, just creating a bit of distraction. The rest of his team helping him out, but Com is brought down. Time needs to be bought here. I mean, Jorgamo's already deep into the site. Ethan's not there with him. It's brought into this 1v1.
Wah, hampir aja.
Consistency laid bare. It's 6-6.
6-6 and
Nih,
he's dropping the back.
aku tak menyadari kau telah menaruh hati kepadaku yang selalu menjadi temanmu. Awalnya aku tak ingin membuka pintu hati, tak sengaja telah terbuka lagi hatiku. Nah, ayo lagu apa tuh kira-kira guys?
Thank you very much, Bren and Saisho. Not expecting perhaps a
No, I know, betul. Yang nyanyi.
Who knows? But let's take a look at the
Cuma
Verizon
satu
high
aja
speed
atau?
moment.
Nah, ini udah pasti tahu semua ini. Ini band favorit gua dari SMA.
Mimi Demon 1 was on form.
Latihannya bareng lagi sama gua nih.
Demon 1 was on form. This is great. I mean, this clip was ridiculous. I feel like this is an EG that has had to in this half, even just to get 6 rounds, rely a lot more on these individual moments. This wasn't what was happening at Tokyo.
Di setiap masa yang telah kulewati, menua bersama kita tak terganti. Senja mulai membiru menunggu yang berlalu, haru air mata menyala iringi rindunya. Ayo, kalau dikasih lirik yang bawah pasti ketahuan. Serena salah. TKT48 Serana, betul. Udah menyerang cepat gua kenceng ya, kocak nih, anjing gua kasih tahu nih.
As you guys heard from Boostio in the pre-match as well, he only expected FPX to get 8 rounds, not on one map, maybe in this entire series. And FPX, they've got 6 already, so it's not looking very good for Boostio.
Yeah, I think this is far less dominant than EG would have
Serena mah snack belaan nih, tahu nggak lo?
The setup here was that EG needed a dominant group. This was their chance to get out, to continue going as they were. And right now they're struggling a little bit against this double.
Gue dulu suka gua mut-mutin ya.
It's really again this question of how is FPX
baru Serena.
Because I think we saw the ideas with it in the first half, being able to scale out sites, put down these weird smokes to get space. I think that's a little harder to get value out on defense.
Udah nggak ngantuk kan? Bagus. Dah, sesi ini liriknya. Itu Monde. Ada. Teraya bela hati api beda bang.
Saisho and Brent, what did you make of that?
Listen, I'm all here for it. I mean, throw some chaos into the mix. The #1 seed from America getting upset by
wafer yang enak
FPX,
apa?
third seed out of China. I
Wafer
would love
yang
that, honestly, for
enak.
the group stage, because otherwise this group would be
Aduh,
largely quite
banyak kan
predictable.
wafer mah.
People keep saying that it's going to be a predictable group. Well,
Kayaknya
no,
semua
things
wafer enak
continue
dah.
this
Kayaknya
way.
wafer gak ada yang gagal
EG
dah.
getting set up, and one of the things that you can look at from FPX's side is how they favor attack and defense on Ascent. Usually, all teams are going to be defense-sided on this map. It's the opposite for FPX. They normally win about 60% of the time on attack and less than 50%
Ada
on
banget kalau
defense.
dibagi biar gak ngantuk aja nih viewer. Biar aktif. Oke, FPX anjay.
DBangkongS.
Oke, jauh gemoy. Oke. Bisa tim Ace enggak deh, etannya mati.
And this one's going to be extremely difficult for the two smokes players, Nisha and Berlin, to be able to get back in.
Masa tuh V4 kalah ya kan?
One
Buset
paranoia,
ini,
maybe a
crosshair kecil banget guys.
stun or a pull, but
Anjing
goes
segede
in
mata aja.
ahead of Nisha, trying to make something happen. And this looks like an extremely clean pistol.
Yeah, very clean.
Kecil bener tuh crosshair.
Kind of response I think you'd probably want if you're a fan of North America.
Oke, tigibek dulu bosku, let's go.
I mean, they are giving them the business.
really
Ini baru nih.
I could understand it if EG were up 8-1 or something like that. But
Gua ada nih
considering
emotnya,
FPX are
cuma
really
gak pernah
pushing
dipakai
them, had
tuh.
a nice looking attack side.
Damn bro.
They're setting themselves up for something.
So toxic bro tuh.
Might be another G at the end of this and some egg on the face.
What did Mimi say? FPX have the potential to do the funniest thing in Valorant history.
Do the funniest thing.
Yeah, we could see it. Everyone's here to play. It's champs at the end of the day, so 7-6 EG. Big advantage of the economy. Deep flash.
Emot T-back gitu namanya.
Getting that information, but it's a very spread out attack side
Lagi
default
Ben ye nagi.
from EG, so it doesn't really grant them too much more. Drone sets up Jorgamo.
Tapi
so
paling
he can
seru gini
hold on
guys
to this
nih,
A
biar
main,
sama-sama
control,
cuan
grab
ya
the
kan,
orb.
biar sama-sama seneng. Gua kasih
Break a couple of
lirik,
bullets
nah
and
lu
has
tebaknya
pulled
lewat
a ton of
Mediaser.
players around
I really
Gimana?
like the usage of these smokes
Menarik
that blew
bukan?
out of the choke point, as you can see here on A. It just puts a lot of pressure. It's drawn a ton of players over towards the A side.
Enak
4 players
tuh,
there trying to
enak
defend it
dong.
from FPX because they got utility denied. Any of the information denied. Any of the attacking players could just spill through the smoke in a multitude of angles. And
Judulnya
EG
nggak
is still playing
diganti,
very spread.
udah diganti.
The way that
EG
EG
versus
like to play their
FPX,
attack
emang di
side
orang belum, kayak
throughout
kemarin lagi di
Tokyo
YouTube
and the run
kebiasaan deh.
towards the latter stages
Ntar
of
gua ganti
VCT
ulang,
Americas
sabar ya.
was that they would try and take map
Konyol
control
nih.
and insert Demon 1 somewhere to
Pustio
force a
bilang di
pick.
podcast China will never be better in
moment,
NF for
he's just
one in
grouped up with
Valorant ya.
Ethan, playing things
Kayak tadi
together.
ditegesin lagi tadi, ditanya juga.
Relatively cautious, but it looks
Katanya
like
cuma
it's trending
dikasih
towards
8
a bit of a
poin,
speed
satu
split,
apa
which
2
leaves it
game
up to
nih.
Berlin. He's only got a classic,
Makasih
so
1000-nya ya.
unlikely to get too much done, but maybe there was a chance. There was util out in the hands of Boostio. The rest of FPX now
Ya kalau ini
scampering,
13-6 di
scurrying
match
all the way over.
berikutnya 13-2 harusnya.
The clearance
Udah,
here
Ben, di
towards
refresh. Nah, refresh aja,
Vietcong.
refresh.
Needs to not lose this gun, and well, the Bulldog
Oh!
definitely got that damage
Berangkat.
advantage. There's the fundamentals, Ethan.
Jangan kalah sama klasik.
Put him out. Swigging out through onto market, just trying to spot out where Isao is. Ethan,
Okay.
yeah, facing it. So, very clean. Flawless, in
Ya,
fact.
kocak.
Not too bad. EG really look like they've woken up on the attack side here. We'll see if it continues into a bonus. When EG were going on that dominant run at the beginning of Tokyo, they were winning almost 70% of their bonus rounds, which is just a ludicrous amount. Prime Game of Flawless is going to really help them keep the economy looking fairly strong. Now, having said that, they did have 2 Spectres and a Stinger. It's not like they have the biggest bite here to go in. Haven't managed their economy to get the most amount of rifles online. But grouping up here for just a heavy B hit. Looking to try and overwhelm Lysor.
And Lysor playing in front of the turret. Unorthodox, unexpected. Right in front of the turret, in fact.
Not a great idea on an anti-eco, I don't think.
Yo lu timing mampus lu. Oh my god, Dimangwang. Gabut itu smoke jauh gemoy. Bawah lu. Hey.
Still there. Yuko inside the smoke. Could he answer back? Not any chance of it.
Ya Allah, itu timingnya
The
guys.
timing just yet. Still waiting. The rest of his team look like they're almost set up here to just save these rifles.
Di Cina ada
Yuko's
berapa?
just spamming
3.
through to see if he can find anything, but that's it. That is it.
Timing
One small
banget,
mistake. And
Tapping
EG
lah
all
udah, ini
grouped
nggak
up in
akan
the same
dilawan 5
place,
lawan 3.
and it's over for
Dapat
FPX in
bonus
this
berarti
round.
ya.
EG take a pistol, spiral it into a bonus. And now they're 1 away from getting Demon 1's knives, 3 away from having Com get up to an ultimate. So You'd expect to see Com or potentially Ethan here chasing to try and get these
Wah,
kills.
Naga
They
udah mulai
certainly
keluar
want to
guys.
damage the economy of FPX as much as they can.
And they should be hunting.
Com's looking for it.
Oop.
Spots the one. The rest of his team now grouping up, but looks like they have no intention of just trying to take that fight.
No, it's just a little a standoff. A stalemate happening over here.
Trenches
in
are dug
Spawn.
out, yeah.
Fair enough. Bit of respect shown.
If we go easy on them, they will never learn.
With that save, FPX
Amer-amer itu
have
Amerika
enough for a serious
maksudnya
buy
iya
here in
bisa
round 16.
Amerika,
And
bisa
this is where they
emang
need to
anggur
hold the
merah.
momentum. You take a look at how this worked. I mean, Lysor's in front of his turret, as you were pointing out, Brent. With utility in hand, that's just not a sensible decision.
Yang Amerika itu berdasarkan di Tokyo enggak, berdasarkan di VCT Amerikasnya.
On the big
Kan
stage,
EG juara
sometimes
Amerika,
these things
gimana
can
sih
just catch
lu?
you off. You find yourself playing in a manner you don't do in
DRX juga kemana hashtag 2 terlihat PRX
Very
pasti
common, in
apak
fact.
1.
EG are mounting this lead. Deep dart over. That's
Lari
gonna
aja nih
tag onto
santai.
AI. There's no time wasted with this one. The flash slight.
Ngebut parah anjing.
Blind there onto Demon 1, but he is not wasted time. He's all the way through into tree. Smoke drop down and a dash forwards. Crosshair placement, excuse me. Cut up for the moment. There's going to be a pull through to choke point, but is it too late? It might just be still players.
Apaan sih
into the
Busio
side.
lari-lari
From
gak
ahead, but
jelas.
He's eventually traded, but he's still doing a damage flash through.
Kasian temen lu.
Even just, again, blindly firing.
Tuh,
Lysol
jago boy.
out in the open.
Oke,
Getting his
nice.
ankles
Oke, nice,
broken.
jago boy.
Jorgamo is there with a Guardian.
And
Bukannya
this
low.
attack side has just been dominant. I mean, your expectations for the match met here completely in the 4 rounds that we've seen so
Emang
far on
iya?
attack. FPX
Ah,
are
gua
not
lupa,
able
guys.
to hold
Bodo
on,
amat lah.
and EG are disrespecting them.
Iya kali.
The pace at which Demon 1 is just running into sight, no cares given.
Yeah, I mean, the beginning of these rounds, it's just been such a rapid pace off the rip.
It's been very disrespectful, I think, in terms of not really caring if FPX are in a position
Berdasarkan
to try and punish
Tokyo,
them. Especially on
berdasarkan
that split
Tokyo.
through A. You know, normally teams are a little diligent. There's some utility thrown towards tree to make sure that someone
Lah,
can swing
berarti,
through the smoke.
coba.
And maybe you pause for a moment to make sure you're all perfectly set up and the spacing's good.
Jika.
Whereas instead there, you just see EG barreling forwards, determined to bulldoze
Oh
over
iya
They're not
anjing.
worried about, you know, any semblance of plays.
Oh iya berdasarkan
The
Tokyo
Astra
ya.
stars that you could use,
Kocak
and plenty
juga.
of util to try and slow you down. You
Sure.
think about the Astra in place of like
Lah,
maybe a
kocak.
KO on the defensive setup, so they'd have, you know, a nade, flashes, the knife even, to just try and delay. They're just not worried about it.
No, I mean, EG are, I think, have a little talk with themselves probably during the halftime and have decided that they just want to overpower FPX.
Yeah.
Sometimes the faster
Yeah,
you
yeah,
play, the more
betul.
aggressively you play, the more mistakes you force out of your opponent. And with a team like FPX, yeah, they've got
bentar.
strong players.
Kalau
and they can
berdasarkan
certainly win aim
Tokyo,
duels and create some chaos and interesting strategies. But they also make a ton of mistakes. And you take the good with the bad when it comes with teams like FPX. But when you're playing against them, trying to force out those mistakes is often a key win condition.
What's interesting here is Demon 1 now has picked up the operator off the back of a lot of fast execs into sights. I wonder if EG were just trying to condition it. And now going into much slower play, you are really forced down.
Navi hashtag 5, gue nggak notice
crawl.
lagi Navi hashtag 5.
Of course, Demon 1 does have the Blade Storm, so they can speed it up at any time.
Tokyo playoff yang dihitung, oh. Berarti yang pulang duluan. Oh iya iya.
For a pick.
They may have been anticipating some kind of half-by tiles crunch play there. But FPX have forced with 2 Bulldogs.
Broken, bit of damage there, the bullets landing.
Not
enough for the kill. Jorgamo survives over the top, breaking the Trailblazer. Doing enough in the early portion of this round as well, removing and cutting away any information that FPX are trying to get just through the sky util.
Potential
still
for
have 2 flashes.
Potential for a jet battle here on Catwalk. Actually, though, FPX looking like they want to reclear through A main.
They didn't even use a flash for it. Just a recall star in a face.
Yeah.
Fully grouped up and pushing now.
I quite like it, though. You
Si
don't give
Demon
any
gila,
indication
anjir,
to
pakai
EG
OP
that you're in
sendiri lah
this
tuh, guys.
area of the map.
Udah buka ulti belum tadi dia? Gue nggak lihat tadi.
Lambot's being broken. EG are not aware of this.
30 seconds left.
Dapat
It's
dong.
happening behind.
Oh, what?
Demon 1, he misses it. Back me and face to Yang. Flash round to the side here.
Lah,
Here's the
Busio
players from the top
apaan dah?
section of mid. All of that deep flank. Demon 1 left to try and contain and push them back. Lysor capitalizing off of it. Swinging in the midst of all of that, and time is running more than short right now. There's about 11 seconds left. They don't have control of A main. They don't have control of the site, and Ayang dealing damage, and they're gonna blow Knees House, still in control of it, with all that positioning gained prior.
What a great call by Berlin there. What a fantastic decision to triple reclear through A main. They left a gaping gap over towards Tree. Demon 1 with the operator is not really going to be in a position to try and push forwards aggressively and take that space. He's looking for picks. Here's another very important duel as Boostio swung into Lysor, who was the only player defending the B split through Market. And Lysor wins the duel.
Now one call, changing the tide of things here. Well, we see a return to the faster plays of EG. That was what was winning them these rounds on the attack side. Yuko though, operator, misses the flick, Ethan. He was watching it from the top side of mid. The protocol's there.
And that's a very bold play to go for Yuko when nobody's watching your top mid and there's no utility really to block that off.
Another clearance, that's just contact plays into main. Jorgamo spots it out, had the ult in his hands, thinking about a quick pivot. Maybe still considering it. Call yet to be made by the rest of the team, but they are grouping up now over towards B, and they have pushed Demon 1 into a deep forward position into mid. Paranoia reclear.
Lysor's got to back off now.
Yeah, he's got to play around your util, but still Lysor's just holding his ground, and he falls.
No!
He does remove him. Jorgamo's gone. Hunter's Fury though, there's a connection, and there is the kill. Com is getting value from it. Shot missing, Demon 1 into mid. The Seeker's distracting him, or what? Not too sure, but still, it's a 2v3. VX could make something off this one.
Aman lah ini. Aduh, nggak di-expect ini udah deket ini.
And he saw the timing, spotted out though. There's a double face, Ayang. He's brought it down into a 1v1, and Com playing into main, Ayang. Still spotted him surely, just the edge of the gun, edge of the weaponry. Nails the shot.
Ayang has just been incredible for FPX here in map 1. Winning the duel against Demon 1's operator, comes through, claims another 3 kills.
Alhamdulillah yang baru join adik-adik, banyak yang baru join nih kelihatannya.
And identifies compositioning, remembering that Hunter's Fury earlier on. Look at the aim. It's so sharp from him.
Yeah, that is top form. He's feeling it.
And like I said, this is such a revival for him. He's looked a little limp recently in the last couple of months. But you know he's got that quality.
Definitely seen it before.
Yeah, he's got star player aim on the flex initiator role, often playing Sky, able to take these kind of duels. And at the moment, he's having an excellent game and keeping FPX within touching distance of EG.
And forcing that timeout out of EG once more. Reached a round limitation, Josh. You were interviewing in the morning with the arrivals.
I was, yes.
Yeah.
He said 13-4, 13-4.
Well,
that ain't happening.
Yeah, that ain't happening. Not at this rate.
It is
steadily.
Bisa season depan partner PUBG mah bang, udah jadi trainer Valorant.
You know, we were saying earlier as well, we needed to see the adjustments from FPX after losing, was it 4 rounds in a row? You can see from the timeline on their defense side, and the adjustments have been there.
They certainly have. I think one of the key adjustments has been their ability to reclear through
13-0 ya, soalnya kan EG katanya cuma ngasih 8 poin ya, adik-adik.
Such freedom to be able to rotate people off.
Bakal ngomong,
Because once they
lagi pede,
realize
lagi
that A-main is
jago-jagonya,
clear,
sekarang lagi botrek, guys.
completely aware that EG are going
Tadi dia
into B
nembaknya nggak
splits
jelas
or
tahu,
looking towards
masih
Tree.
apa namanya, nge-wave terus sama
This
run and gun nggak
I
jelas.
think EG are looking to try and adapt upon the adaptation. They look like they want to take much earlier A-main control. At least Jorgamo's positioned more aggressively.
That's a crazy way to peek that with the updraft, but spots a player towards top mid. Yuko going to be pinging it out and repositioning, making sure he stays fluid with the operator. It's pretty important. Double clearance now over towards Cap from EG, droning into mid to just try and, you know, hide the intent of what they're going for with this hit. Is there any util to clear this corner off? Just a smoke and a flash. Ethan right behind him. Who wins this fight out? Dash is still there and active. Jump spot onto the left side. Demon 1 has tucked himself into that corner.
Jorgamo's been spotted in A-main as well. He's had to back off. So that may have ruined the timing. They might want to pivot this, move away from Tree and go into a B split.
Ya!
Flash.
Ojak juga tuh burung. Ayo DBangkongS, ayo.
Yeah, this has been slowed. Down to
Tolong carry
35
si
seconds
Bustio
now.
Gaming ini.
Bustio being pushed. Wow. What an angle to peek off the alarm box. Contact.
Yeah.
Instantly responded. And meanwhile, there's a battle taking place on the other section of the map. But EG have no intention of going over towards A. Straight down mid, right into Lysor, the difference maker. The spikes drop down. It is carnage occurring. Damage definitely done. Lysor needs to try and play for his life. Still, Yuko's picked up the angle a little bit too late here. Paranoia out in the open. Lysor can't land the kill. 11 bullets and towards the backside.
Oke, Jogemoy mantap, Jogemoy.
12 seconds left.
Oh, si Anjay yang lagi jago nih.
11
kah manis?
Oke,
nggak diakses. Mantap.
The positioning, repositioning of Jogemo. Enough to clinch the round.
Jogemo's positioning in that round was
ini kalau 2-0 semua aku tidur cepat adik-adik. Let's go.
Close towards A main at the start of the round and then throwing his paranoia, just kind of bunny hopping towards Lysor. But here's where Aang made this round winnable and Lysor as well. These two continue to win Angels very consistently against EG. This time not quite enough, but still pushed. EG though creep further and further to the finish line.
An important thing to note as well is the economy taking a bit of a tumble. Pistols for FPX, plenty of ults to use here, trying to play aggressively, sparring through the wall with it, dart tagging. Lysor in so much trouble, I mean, just facing wide here, lockdown.
Gak kena loh.
The bunny hops just narrowly avoiding all these bullets that are flying straight through them, but you got to respect this lockdown now. Has to be the evacuation. Is there any sort of utility to stop it? Updraft dash yet made into the corner, along with the Nana Swarm. It clears them out. Pushes them back, gives that player advantage, but for EG right now, still, the post plan actually, as long as they get this plan down, is actually quite good. They have been in control still, and with that kill, again, the advantage keeps going their way.
Aduh, demo.
Peek, slight miss, but still with the rifles. Maybe they can get these kills up. Yuko.
Mantap, 12.
Not for much longer.
Tapi kalau habis ini kejadian 13-0 sih gue ngerti lagi ya. Masih kecil itu.
FPX need 4 in a row to be able to draw this into overtime.
Sesuai ekspektasi, Demon yang meng-carry dan Jogemo ya.
They've looked good. They have a lot of big ultimates. But the way in which they're getting results is, you know, forcing EG to take unfavorable duels and ended up winning them with Ayoung and Lysor. I just don't think, I think there's been too many mistakes for them to win 4 in a row. They're going to have to really bring the consistency here towards the end of map 1.
Aku pengen subuh, Bang.
Let's see if it can happen. Still with the attack side operator, Team 1 will be forced to slow this one down, but EG look like they're almost setting up for play into the site.
This has been red. You can see both the Killjoy and the Astra deep back in spawn, playing anti-KO ult setups. They can still pull and stun and activate smokes, have those nanoswarms popped off, but it does mean that they lack a ton of map control. They're essentially playing, you know, 3v5 up until the site hit comes through. Yeah. They were expecting EG to pick up that ult orb and go straight into a hit.
Jogemo placing the deep smoke. Dart as well to mid. And FPX don't really have a clue what could be occurring. Star still into the choke point. With this, yeah, no command comes through, and they are going to be able to dead these, so look at that. It's going to be the pull online, but they just wait it out. Berlin still anchoring towards the back, cannot use the util. Will the push come through?
Nice.
Demon 1, I mean, he's just
mati lu Berlin,
with
mampus.
the operator. The rifles will clean it up in the end. Shots hitting. Everybody on form right now for EG, and they can feel it. This is it. Precipice to try and take away map number 1. Team hungry to get this done and over with just like that. And number 1 will be theirs. It's a 13-8 finish for EG. A credit to FPX, definitely pushing them.
But that is FPX's, in theory, best map, and EG have just taken it in
map 2.
13-8. You know,
langsung di bet aja adik-adik ya, bentar ini Valorant gue
in
masih
terms of his
kebuka anjing
individual
lupa.
form, looked very sharp, but EG were certainly able to pull ahead on their attack side. FPX only winning 2 defensive rounds.
Oke adik-adik, saya tinggal dulu sebentar ya, 5 menitan. Oke bro. Ini tips streaming, jangan lupa di like yang baru join guys ya. YouTuber mode, oke, sebentar. Enggak akan gue matiin nih, gue kecilin aja tuh.
The question really is if they can turn that into maps or even a series.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of that individual step-ups of form, not really the, the prior planning of any sort of defensive setups, the good ideas. And honestly, a lot of disrespect, I think, being showcased by EG. They were definitely taking a lot of those individual duels weren't playing with the solid fundamentals that carried them to that second place finish at Tokyo.
I think they had some moments of it.
Yeah.
And some moments that slipped. And to be honest, that's going to be a continuing question throughout their run. I don't think we're going to learn everything we want to know about EG from one series. It's going to be a course of the entire group.
I couldn't agree more. Waiting to see if those questions are still being answered. But of course, plenty more of the series, of course, left to play. On top of that, that was only just map number 1.
Hey, and FPX are pretty decent at Pearl. That's coming up next.
Yeah, lots of chances for them to do some more damage, maybe just make it much more even over the course of this series. Well, we'll find out anyway. That is map 1, all wrapped up for it. Surprise and elation on the face of the EG players. We're right back after this with the rest of the series. Do not go anywhere.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Lo, bro. Woi, masih ada nonton nggak?
You know, there has been a substantial gap between these events, Tokyo till today. What has the team been working on? What has been the main point of preparation for the team to get them ready? Because it was a little slow start, but it looked like they were revving up out there.
It was definitely a slow start. The boys were complaining about being cold, things like that. So we literally had to warm up into map 1. But for us, we felt like our map pool was not as deep as we wanted, not as many layers. So you know what? We have Pearl coming up in map 2. It's one of the maps that we wanted to punish.
Jawab orang ngomongin tuh.
I think for champions, we're ready. We're about to prove it.
Ih, basah lepek.
All right, well, I'm looking forward to that one, Pot. Always a pleasure to talk to you. Have a good one.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy and Potter. I'm back here with Baby Bay and Mimi. There is nothing scarier than Potter telling you that they got stuff prepared and they can't wait to show it.
Yeah, this is the team who will always have something cooked up, and I feel like that does summarize the game a lot. It was really slow for EJ. I think some of the fundamentals were having issues, and FPX is...
Di Mimi. Ayo kita nonton short lagi, guys.
Ini bukan.
Oh, pagi-pagi bos api. Ntar gue pengen ngecek sebelah masih ini kah? Bawah masih pada lab.
Lari, Bu.
Anjay, pada main Dota, bro. Ayo, apa lu, Cek? Oh, apa tuh? Oh. Anjing.
Hil gorong.
Kelas gitu.
Bukan diambil dari smartphone atau kamera. Ini hanyalah hasil render sebuah video.
This flight attendant had a special request.
Can you play some Sugar? I can play this.
Tiba-tiba Dota iya. Ini gak ada yang nyanyi, Cok. Ngeri banget. Pasti temennya itu. Dasar konten kreator. Itu temennya itu. This is all stage.
I'm cheating.
Per second. Wah, cheat parah. Hut.
Ace pa.
Apa? City. Going City nong. Kan for you. Ai.
Nong! Bertap hia Lelia.
Ayak hia.
Nong.
Digelutin.
Hey guys, you're half Japanese, right? Mm-hmm. So I just wrote a song and I want you to hear it.
I don't feel like listening.
The fuck? Apa? Kabon part.
What's wrong? Do you like the song?
I mean, it's good and all, but who's the idiot wrote the song?
It's me.
Kenapa guys ya? Ini kalian ada yang notice gak? Kok Jessica Jen beda banget ya?
Boleh ya. Kita ambil. Nom. Ambil lagi.
Gue ngeliat di sini beda banget nih. Nih beda banget nih sama ini nih. Nih. Ini beda orang nih. Asli.
Hi, I'm James. This is... Just say your name.
Oh, your name.
No, this is Corey.
Oh, hey, I'm Corey.
No, don't. How do you not know your name?
I know my name. I was just following directions.
What is it? What is this for? I will be training him tonight, so.
Oh, that's tonight? What time?
Just a second. I will end you.
My shift is done?
No. So sorry about all that.
No worries. Can I just get some tap?
Yeah, tap.
Macleod bisa jadi.
What? No, the water. Is this some type of prank?
Dude, I love pranks. Are we on YouTube right now?
No, you're working right now.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Stop with the salute.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday.
Was saying EG had something prepped, and in the Prime Gaming Agent Select, they're switching over Bube to a comp that a lot of people have been playing in North America. It was kind of first seen in Ascension with M80 and the Guard going back to the Sova KO comp.
I haven't seen them run this comp in a very, very long time. Last time I streamed them on this comp was probably like, beginning of the year.
It was the old meta, yeah.
Even one wasn't even on the team, honestly.
I mean, every time they've kind of injected Sova into a comp, it's always worked out pretty well, right?
Yeah.
We also do see, I think it's good for them, right? This is a great agent for comm, as you were talking about. It's the ult where he's so successful with consistently. FPX, on the other hand, though, are back to the double controller shenanigans.
Makan adik-adik ya, makan.
New Pearl, though, there are some ideas you can do. On the defensive side, you can hold down that B site really well with constant smokes to drop, to actually block off that choke point. But on the attacking side, it's going to be similar to Ascent, where we're seeing them use that to scale.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how this Omen is played at. Like, is he going to play aggressive? Like, how is he going to do this? Because you're missing out on the KO potential, or like even just the Harbor, which is like mad delay, right? So I'm wondering if he's going to use this Omen as like an entry to go in with the Jet.
Boostio gave us an ultimatum at the beginning of this game. They're only going to get 8 rounds across the series. Yep. They got 8. So if EG want to stick to that, if Boostio wants to prove himself right, they're going to need to 13-0. Last time they had one of those, it was against Loud. They lost it. They have a chance to maybe reverse that history here to keep things up. But with FPX sneaking away with so many rounds on Ascent, something tells me that won't happen.
Honestly, even if they get 1 round of proof Boostio,
Cuma 52 orang
that's a win.
Halo?
That is a win for the side of FPX. But will we see a third map? Here is the question. Let's find out.
orang ya,
Send
real
it
ini.
back to Bren and Sideshow for the second map.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, no time wasted with this one. We are already jumping into the first pistol round. The barriers are about to drop. And fully cooked up for FPX.
Close.
Exception.
56 orang aja pada tidur ini udah.
Presence being shown at least into mid while they try and take that A main control.
It's a little bit of a fake though, isn't it? Berlin using that teleport to get away, making it sound like they've taken A control. And that's not bad either. The 0 point actually does catch onto Young, really makes it feel like there's a lot in A main instead of Art.
Plenty of players on the other side of this one. Trailblazer, that's going to be the trigger. Demon1 gets out of there.
He went back for the repeat.
Yeah, he really did. One more kill and he's got his dash back. He wants even more.
Set dah Demon1.
Give it to him. 3 kills. On for the ace. Spike drop down. Knows when he's out is, but denies that chance. Still left in a 2 versus 4. Yang now opting into just contacting, but Ethan with the jiggle. Doesn't want to give away too much, and yet calls the peak timing together. And the backstab is on its way. There it is.
Very nice pistol round from EG. Especially powered by Demon1, just hitting those shots with the Ghost. Impressed with the crosshair placement on the first repeat too. Knew exactly where that opponent would be. I think it's You've oh no, my apologies, Lysor. Then ends up getting taken down there very easily. I'm not too mad though about how FPX has been approaching this. I feel like the games I was watching in China, there was a lot of silliness going on from this squad, Brent. And I feel like they've toned it down quite a bit. It's always difficult when you come into big international tournaments like this, trying to select the right amount of risks to take.
So you're the opposite of me. I want to see more silliness. I want to see it turned up.
Yeah, maybe that is the win condition, to be honest. Team 1's feeling confident here.
Yeah.
Solo looking for a fight for the first 15 seconds of mid.
Common's not holding this with a gun. Now he can hear the footsteps. He's got to run all the way back to Paranoia. That's a great connection and a dash engaged to punish. Demon1 though is there instantly. The dash is well to back away. Still enough damage.
Dash lagi, Bang Demon.
Another dash in the back pocket. Shots going wide. Out to the side. Ethan makes sure that he can contain. Just get the spike down. Dropped into position, but they gave up control of Art, so he has to re-clear that one.
In the meantime, Nichar's going for a bit of a lurk play through. They thought they'd got rid of the alarm bot in B-Link. Instead, Boostio had it watching that little player B-Long.
Jorgamo as well is just pushing his entire time out behind him into mid. Bustio landing it. Sao falling. Ayang, the form has been impeccable. The Guardian has got it, baiting the peak. Couple of shots sent out. The reposition. Does he expect where Jorgamo is? Which way?
It's just no way.
Going. 20 seconds left still.
Timing ya Allah tuh timingnya jauh gemoy.
Did Jorgamo spot him?
I don't think so. He's looking towards the doors the entire time. 12 seconds, so yeah. Ayang has to get a move on, has to run if he's going to make any chance. This round, semblance of a conversion. There's really no time left here. I mean, 4 seconds remaining. He has to get off of it when he hears it.
Interesting play.
Kalana, terima kasih 18
We
ya pagi,
already
bro.
see one of the ideas that the Omen is going to provide on this map. That paranoia was really quite nice. Set them up for a deep play into mid. Completely caught the first pick. But we're going to have to see more. It's such an unusual composition to be playing. Your questions come, where does the value come from? How are you going to get enormous amounts of value from the Astra and the Omen? And of course, this map, with it being changed, the defense side, you've got ways of being able to hold on to either site with the single smokes. Don't necessarily need the Viper or the Harbor anymore.
The premium being played here for EG. Into the mid. Through the double doors. Demon 1, all that work prior. Those 5 kills. He's built up the Blade Storm. Hear the footsteps now. Wants to take the fight to it. Shut down. Ayang.
What a shot.
That is nasty. It's hard to hit that. The jumping jet gliding through the air. He plucks Demon 1 out of the sky. There's a re-clear called, it looks like, by EG into main. Leaves it really just up to Ethan to clear into the connector.
I like this idea, but also FPX slowing things down. It's a great call by Berlin.
Even a Trailblazer now to clear the space out. They otherwise wouldn't have. Dog broken. I don't know if it cleared comp. Not too aware of this one. Another paranoia, really. These main players are really finding it difficult to just get through this one. Maybe a bit of counter spam in order still. FPX, you core! Oh yeah, finding all sorts of kills. Bustio. Now left to try and play this retake. Just the Marshal. So unlikely, and yeah, the rifles sailing FPX through quite cleanly.
Great round from FPX. I love the calls from Berlin. He's been at the bottom of the scoreboard, but I think in terms of how he's leading his team around the map, they've got some great ideas. And Ayang continues to just deliver ridiculous shots. Look at that little reaction there from Demon 1. That's a reaction of respecting his opponent. This is another map where FPX are able to use the same style of composition. In fact, the exact same composition as on Ascent. Another map where they're extremely good on the attack side. In China, they tend to win 60% of their rounds on Pearl attack.
I got the spike.
Through to re-clear now into Art. He also making a play at her own. That was a dart dash setup with the flash from Ethan all the way at the back. He's already rotated though. And Ethan's given up that middle area.
Ethan's going to have lots of these long-range flash lineups. You see him play them on Ascent too, just to support people, combo them with the recon darts.
Now the dog pushing through, they can hear, again, the rumbling of the footsteps forwards. Comp, shot at, good damage done, but already the dash force to get themselves into the side here. FPX looking to see if they can land some shots, get some kills. Yuko walking right into them. TG just being handed these kills here. Bustio was alone and isolated towards the back of the site. There is chaos created when the smokes are propped up like this, yet Ayang, great chance for him to really do some damage into the backlines there, but no, brought down in the middle of it still. Spike retrieved, a tap onto it. Again, trying to force that reaction out, but just
mati dong lu.
right into the nade. Opens it out, and Demon 1, he's feeling crispy.
Very tough for Lysor to be able to get the spike down in that spot. Great utility usage from Ethan. The fragment grenade there is just completely denying the only safe spot that they could really play from.
Yeah.
And that's a killer, because if Lysor had been
Ya
able to
bang,
get
gila
that,
banget pakai dua smoke kan, nggak ngerti lagi. Itulah Ben pemain PCP, iya guys.
Young as well.
Bingung gue juga nontonnya, keren banget.
But EG deal with another dangerous situation, find themselves up 3-1. Is this going to be the round where we see a big clash towards an extremity? Really, EG have been letting them get away with taking map control quite a lot.
Yeah. Have to anticipate the lockdown in play. They have fully alled in, aren't they? FPX are not really playing any other area of the map. Here's a lockdown. Drop that one. There's no tools to really break this one unless EG have cooked up some lineup. And as I say that, there needs to be something else.
No, it's close enough.
Yeah, okay, there you go. Enough damage done. Fully with the lineup, Ethan. He's really being pressured into the back. Flash rebounded off to the side, takes the peak. Off of it, runs out of bullets, though. Can't exchange the weaponry still. The team are there to flood in and help them out. Jogamo popping off entirely. That's 4 and around for him.
And EG look excellent there on the defensive round. I mean, they just have plans on plans. It's another round where Ethan's fragment grenade finds incredible value and shuts down Lysor trying to make a play.
Kok kayaknya lebih seru match 1 tadi ya.
This time takes down the lockdown. And then they just hold on to backside. Swinging together, supported by a player from Art if they need it. Make it very difficult for FPX to get really deep back there. FPX are going to take a tactical timeout.
Don't blame them after that. I mean, you had plenty of ults coming into it. Equal guns as well. It felt like the advantage should have been theirs, but...
Makan apa nih lagi makan omongan viewer nggak ada di laptop?
They're trying to get through to the sites maybe a little early. I really like the look when they slow the pace down and are just trying to generate picks around the map. It seems like they've actually got quite a few ideas of how they want to do that. You remember the paranoia play from earlier?
Yeah.
You know, any kind of punish on Demon 1 looking to get aggressive.
Malah ngantuk lumayan.
If Berlin's able to call something more slowly, that has some level of, you know,
lah entar juga EG kalah nih sama
they go and take Art or A main or B
Oh,
lane,
tidur yuk.
and then they wait for some kind of re-aggression. I think they've got chances of ending up being in an advantageous situation before they even get to the site.
Jogamo currently leading with the calls, the kills, I should say. 8-2 on his team. And yeah, I think I agree with you there, Josh. You know, slow it down a little bit for FPX on the attack side. Generate the picks. You've shown that you can go toe-to-toe with a lot of the EG players. That prior map kind of proved that, the way they were finding some of these round wins, but now seeing again a difference, a change-up. One tucked inside his smoke. That's just to deny information in case there was a Sky Flash used deep towards Pillar. Con with a jiggle peek. He misses the timing. Lysor catches him completely unaware.
Right there.
This level of mid control is where FPX has been finding value. And the push out from Jogamo could get
sampai
punished.
DRX dong.
Another weapon, maybe potentially. No,
Weh, ngeding tuh.
Off of it, tucked to the box there. He's how spamming with the damage. Jogamo just claim to kill eventually, but he can't quite remove it.
And now Demon 1 is in the position to win or lose this round for EG.
Feeling the heat. There's a okay smoke laid down at least. Does isolate one of the angles, but tap with a rifle, not enough. Trying to play it quite cautiously enough though. Is there? He's calm with the aim, resetting it and adjusting.
Upper.
Enough to just really bring everybody down to their knees and more. The positioning of FPX. Spike not quite planted for them with Berlin up onto this high ground position. Is there an idea from EG? Yeah, just a double face up.
While Demon 1
Udah tidur Ben, belum. Oh iya lupa, makasih
Demon
ya.
1 managed to find 3 separate 1v1s with clinical tapping aim and good spray control after a wide swing. That's what they hunted for. They got close last time. EG up 5-1. Great round from Demon 1 here. The way that he just
enak.
Picks FPX apart.
Makan nggak boleh tidur, weh.
Instead of allowing them to be.
Siapa itu yang bikin? Pamali itu.
2 or 3. Taking the utility completely out of the question. And also what a great flash thrown by Ethan there.
Ada kok yang abis makan langsung tidur.
Ethan's
Coba
utility
kalian cari
continues to
di
be
film-film pembunuhan.
unbelievably good. That might end up being a
Biasanya sebelum
factor
dia
again
itu
as
dikasih makan.
Berlin looks for some A control.
I really do rate Ethan as a player. Coming into his event. Timings and positioning, I mean the consistency is off the charts with that guy. Demon 1 taking a gander into mid as U-Core, who's favoured, rips the head clean off. Goodbye to the Jet adversary. And now they're slowing it down again. I quite like this look.
Langsung mati,
Forcing
Ben.
response
Tidur
out of
gak?
Gene out of there, a player down.
And the response is to reclear A once more. Ethan still has a flash, but Aang's going to take contact earlier.
Ethan wins the fight out. Aang with potential there to
Yang nggak
win that one,
boleh
but now it's still
makan
a
langsung
4v4.
sparring. Wah, gue sering ya.
The reaping Ethan, he knows that there's a chance that they've
Dulu tapi
gained
SMA.
that space out towards it. Flash not quite connecting, still they want to take the fights towards it. The spacing not good enough. Jorgamo. Oh, he's just beamed them all down where they stand. The spike drop down. The late lurk of Lysor won't be getting too much more value. Here's a jump spot. Just try and force one of these fights through the wall. Follow the traces, and you'll be guided right to a kill. Not a lot of time though. Jorgamo. How's he finding these, man? The guy is just dominating.
Tidur sih tidur. Ayo dong, tapinya mana? Tapi apa?
Aside from that one anti-bonus win that FPX was able to put up, it has been clean.
Berarti nih si FPX sudah mengumpulkan 9 ya. 9 round ya.
Struggling to try and contain these A reclears from Jorgamo and Ethan. And then also, while I like the slower pace from Berlin at the start of the rounds, when you realize that there's 2 in A main like that, I think you've got to turn up the pace on the art push. There's no use being slow and still contacting through. Use your utility, pop. It's that variety of pace that I think FPX are lacking.
Cross from Lysor. Just want to fight on to Bustio, and Demon 1 couldn't hit the return shot. So, advantage now to FPX.
Another situation where FPX have a 5v4 situation. Can they recover it? Or can they, sorry.
At least convert it, yeah. Grouped up, but now starting to make a bit more noise here with a dog into the back. Jorgamo is weaving in and out of these smokes. Pops up on top of the half wall. He's not scared at all. Being dissuaded there, Ethan. He lets rip the no command.
Banget smoke situ anjing.
No abilities able to be used here. Com is quite far forward. I mean, this angle is unusual, but it should get
halo,
traded.
ya Allah, kan lu baru ngechat ya tiba-tiba halo apaan?
He doesn't know where he is. He was looking the other way, and Com just removes 2 of them. One more avenue. Not to be worried about. Paranoia on top of the pull at their feet. Nobody can get past this choke point, and EG are really putting the dampener on any sort of sight hit. Still FPX having a few of these shots, and there's still 30 seconds left to make something happen. It is a 2 versus 2. Ethan alone. Only for now, though. Demon 1 rapidly approaching the position to try and help him out. Ethan, does he know where he is? Here's the TP flash. Dodge to the side, and that's a spike.
Down A.
And not far enough forward here. Just watching for it. Flash not connecting. Hopping around the side, but taking far too much damage. That is 7-2-1.
Jam 6 ini mulainya.
They simply cannot find a way through this A defense. Even when they have a player advantage. The players being able to hold on to backside are dug in. This doesn't help. I mean, whether it was a communication issue or just a lack of awareness from both of those guys coming through art, Com just looked like he was invisible on their screens. They had no clue where he was. You heard it from Potter that the team needed a warm-up and they were ready to showcase to everybody why Pearl is going to be a very strong map for them in the future for this tournament. They're looking dangerous right now.
Seeing evidence of that. No one breaking the drones, attacking just the one there. Interesting buy from FPX. I mean, they do still have the blades. You can see it. Yuko's hands.
I got the spikes.
Dog to clear out towards A main. The rest of them looking towards Art, but EG grouped up. They realize they've lost control of mid. You can see that's why they're just holding towards sewers.
But FPX have never pressured B, so they've just left Bustio with his turret and his alarm bot to hold this down.
Yeah, it's a massive,
there's 4 players ready
massive
to
rotation, isn't it? Yeah, EG are just more than ready still. Can you be ready for Yuko? Berlin, combined mind of them. Here's the Hunter's Fury to try and push them back inside the smoke, trying to take that timing. Chaos, and
dapat 3.
Finds 3. The Hunter's Fury. Beams right down.
Sok Dart OC.
Playing a different game.
Sok Dart OC.
Leaves it to the 1v1. Bustio versus Nizhao. And the repositioning. Bustio almost anticipating it here. Out towards the side. Is the crosshair placement going to be good? Out into the open. Shots missing, but finally it is there. Adjusted in time.
Baby was talking about the fact that Com's ultimates on Sova are just ludicrous. He always seems to manage to get at least 1. How about 3? And then throw in a shock dart instead of swinging with his rifle.
50.000 dari Don. Pesan, kenyang Ben.
Alhamdulillah kenyang nih Don. Aduh, jadi enak pasti gocapnya Don ya. Ntar rezeki kamu lancar terus, amin.
Yeah, all softened up.
This is dominant from EG. There are a bunch of teams in the tournament that have loved the changes to Pearl. In terms of getting back to solo smokes, being able to play the Sova and the KO on this map, but it just fits EG like a glove.
Yeah.
And you can tell they've put the effort in.
Looking good for it. FPX, it's disrespect. Not worried about the util. Knife does tag though. Down, I believe 2 players as well. Going to be giving some information here for EG. Team 1 far forward.
Look at the rotation already. The 0 point spots people in A main. They know that it's not fake presence from FPX. Lockdown used. Ethan sprinted his way over, and Demon 1 once more.
I mean, he is so close to this corner. There are many players waiting for them. Can they anticipate?
Bisa satu lagi tuh gila.
2 ripped away, and Ucore does get the trade in time, but this is still desperation for FPX, finally making their move across, but tagged up by the drone. Ethan. It's an absolute fire in range for him, and the rest
5 HP, mau kemana kamu?
All the util in the world, and to set them up for a slam dunk finish.
Ini asepnya si Icos mah kelihatan kan sama enggak?
Before the tournament began, and they shared with me that one of the greatest strengths for Evil Geniuses has been the addition of that reserve roster, because they run scrims and trials and drills, more importantly, against that sister team repeatedly. A defense, A defense, A defense, A defense. This is a drill at this point.
Oh yeah.
FPX are not really showing anything new or different. They're just hammering their
sekarang
heads into
taunya comeback loh,
that is the EG defense on A.
No intention from FPX to go towards B. That conditioning into mid. Demon 1, what was that set up with? It felt like maybe a left click flash
jam 8 enggak dong. Ini aja jam setengah 6 udah map 2 coba.
First kill advantage going FPX's way. Had a few of them so far in this half. Issue has been taking it 1 step further. Drone is going to be good here to get clearance. That's 2 players spotted, and suddenly instant information.
Combine that with the 0 point information, and they can be very sure that it's just another arc pushed away. So this is where round 11, Berlin's got to call something different. You just can't be doing the same stuff over and over. It's another re-clear. Jorgamo and Com this time instead of Ethan.
And EG are going to be getting a ton of information. They have left mid completely open.
Timeout udah habis. Kayak sekali lagi nggak sih? T1, T1.
Just watching just in case there is that deep lurk. They don't know.
Cuma dibantai bro.
Be sitting.
Gue nunggu DRX ini.
Isolated essentially on an island while the rest of his team now just starts to work their way into B.
So many good ways that FPX can close this out. The Cosmic Divide in particular.
There's a lockdown though to slow down the approach. Anything to break this one. I mean, the Killjoy utility has already just slowed them down to a core Berlin. Going for the plant out wide, no control of any other areas of the map. The Cosmic Divide is perfect. Splits it up. Detainment online here. And EG now setting themselves up for this reflank attempt. Double push up together. There's a flash on top of it. Jorgamo, would he anticipate it? No. With the reset, this guy is just phenomenal right now. He's feeling it. And more still. It is just up to him. It's a 1v2.
Wah, ente ajik.
It's going to be the second round on the board.
Derek masih Derek. Gua sih dukung Derek.
Finally, FPX send things in another direction, and
rambut
they're
gua kayak
rewarded
tai
for
lihat
it.
tuh. Ya Allah, kalau kena air.
I like the idea from Jorgamo there. I love the
Di layar biar
180
lucu
jump
nih.
peak,
Nah,
anticipating the flash. I
ganti
think.
haluan.
These rounds are few and far between from FPX.
Anjing,
Relying on
rambut.
big punishes of Demon 1 in the early round, and then heavily relying on A-Young and Lysor to be able to do the majority of the heavy lifting in the frag department.
Nah, ada gini ya.
Last round of this first half, so we see FPX get one more.
Sayang orang setnya pada mati ya.
In the back pocket.
Com's got an Odin. God help them if they end on A.
Ini pakai Odin Master.
Towards the back section, yeah. Into dugout, but it's mid control. That's the aim of this start. Berlin calling for it. They have taken up control of the connector. They haven't broken the turret yet, though.
And one of the issues, I think, Brent, is that they just don't leave people over towards the top of B at the start of these rounds. You know, they would love to be set up for some kind of B split, but they don't know if Demon 1's been pushed up deep over towards B. And they don't have any presence in that area. Okay, Berlin is just using his ultimate there to clear the way for Nishao to take A main.
Seekers as well on top of it. It's all layered up. Com He's going to be spotted out here. Yeah, the Seekers, I believe. No, not quite latching onto him. He's just trying to spray Lysor all the way through. Demon 1 over the top. Updraft. A flash in play. Everybody blinded up. Going for another bite of the apple. Demon 1, he's feeling it. Precise form. Close to the corner here. There has to be that reposition. Young with a back to it, man. Maybe expecting that the site was clear. Cosmic Divide did break this one up entirely. Dash forwards. Who knows what's going on this side and across the board. But Demon 1 still landing it with the Blade Storm. Left up to Ni's out. Damage definitely being done. Yeah, no pull, only the stun. Connects there. Ethan already getting half. Has to get off of it. Stunned up, and Ni's out. Collects. There's your clutch.
And a brief glimpse of light towards the end of a very dark tunnel there. That was a serious amount of rounds in a row, 7 for EG before FPX could finally answer in rounds 11 and 12. Scrappy and messy in the rounds that they won. It would be such a journey uphill to be able to pull this back into a winnable situation.
Prediksi juara siapa? Peprek dong.
Yeah, when you consider that FPX started on their favorable side, you know, the attack sides where they're getting so much value. And now staring at that, I mean...
Good way to end it, though, with the Red Bull clutch.
Yeah, certainly is. Maybe it's possible, maybe it's doable. But let's send it down to the desk, see what they have to say.
Thank you very much, Sideshow and Bren. EG, we talked about how maybe they weren't fully warmed up on that one, but 9 rounds there, Mimi. That is more than enough.
It's really impressive out of EG. I think they're playing this new comp really well. I especially loved how they were re-clearing space in mains in the mid-round. I think Ethan in particular, his util did a really good job to push for that one. And FPX initially really struggled. They were getting punished constantly by those re-clears, but it was these big clutch moments at the end, Baby Bay, to kind of salvage that half.
Yeah, which is surprising because they had like the first blood in so many of these rounds, and we're just like, we're up here and we're like, oh, they got a first blood, they're gonna lose again. It's like, it doesn't make sense, you know, that they're not able to convert these rounds, like, or some of these rounds at least, but really well played by EG, especially on that A site. Like, Jojimo just going completely bonkers in that pit area, just getting 4Ks on 4Ks on 4Ks, and yeah.
I can give you the exact stat, actually. They got 8 first bloods, only converted 3, and most of that was because, Mimi, they didn't get the first blood on Demon 1 or Jojimo, and they were just there to clean up.
Yeah, these two guys were ridiculous in the late round for this team. Demon 1 in particular. I mean, we always talked about how he wasn't fully showing up the way he was in Americas at Tokyo, but the team still went into the finals there. And here it looks like Demon 1 is just so comfortable on the stage. Also, Jojimo, Astra player, dropping 400 ACS on Astra. That's pretty good, I think.
Yeah, he's a freak. I like it.
Oh, ini selesai cepet Navi depan jam 8? Enggak dong. Enggak jam 8 dong. Kok kamu kayak baru pertama kali nonton PCT, Bang?
Yeah, it's ridiculous what these guys are pulling off on stage. Now the question is really, again, for FPX, how does this work now that they change sides with this double controller composition? I think EG on Ascent did a good job on their attack of what limited we saw of it, of slowing things down and being able to pull out some of those smokes. FPX, I think their comp strength does come in those retakes, which I feel like they were never in position to do so. It has to start with the pistol round, though, if FPX wants a chance to come back.
I mean, they got 8 first bloods. If they get 8 first bloods again and convert those rounds, you do the math. But Bren and Sideshow, let's jump into the second half and see if they can indeed pull this back.
Let's find out. It's going to be 9-3. Giggling, aren't you? We'll find out, though.
I want to see what the pistol round looks like, to be honest with you. EG looking like they want to take very early control of B-Long.
And Drone's going to get that tag as well on the deep angle here. Yuko, they know his position's there. It looks like EG are opting in to try and fight this one.
Uh-oh.
Plenty of presence here, but Berlin's close to the corner, just spamming out, anticipating that re-swing, and they have the util to clear them out of the positions, flushing them out.
Really good utility from Com and from Ethan.
Coming back.
You can tell that EG have a great idea about what their protocols want to be.
Ya, oke, mantap. Anjing, setelan dapper, ditembak dulu mayatnya bosku.
You're kidding me, man. I mean, you think he's going to be fanatic in the final?
Someone in the crowd not happy about that as well.
Yeah, not surprised. Close though. Eang.
Ya, buta.
Very good, and almost enough for the reset.
Anja jago ya,
The other
asli.
kill in his house. He's been set up. Potentially for success. It's a 1v2. They don't know he's repositioned this one in this plan. Out in the open with enough damage done. Demon 1 will fall, and he's out. Left alone. Going down there to Jogamo. Can he win this pistol round out? Not a tap, a full stick. Jogamo going for that plan.
Gila Jogamo.
Continuing the form that he had in the first half. Ridiculous play by Jogamo. He takes that opening duel, knows that Nicho's going to expect a fake plant, and he just sticks it. And then swings out one taps with the ghost.
Yeah.
Yang dikit nih ternyata Bigren masih berlanjut.
400 ACS first half, looking like he wants to try and do the same here. Really drilled way of approaching B though. They recognized the resistance, avoided the defending utility, and then tore them apart with the Sovereign KO nade.
At this point, just looking at really all the bits and pieces that EG have thrown together and prepped for their Pearl, because economy advantage is theirs. Should be the next few rounds going their way, unless we see some miracle moments out of FPX. You never know with the Sheriffs. But look at how diligent EG are. I mean, the smoke comes up. They're using util to clear out any sort of corners. Might be hiding in. A lot of presence being showcased. I like this by FPX. A reclearance into a main, but
it's very late in the round though.
Very late, yeah.
40 seconds into the round and they're reclearing A main. Despite the fact they've already got 3 players down B long. They're going to be so far away from being able to help Yukor and Iso.
Pearl is a big map. They're on the opposite side. You've got to get a jog on, honestly. Any chance of it? There's that flash again. Sails right through, sets him up with the updraft. Here's a shot though. Fired off through Yukor, weaving in and out. Lysol not able to survive amidst all of this one, and the smokes again just setting it up for the one-way.
That A-main reclearance mulai bermunculan. Jangan lupa sarapan sebelum masuk sekolah di KD.
Save the map potentially for FPX. Be Berlin and Ayoung.
Maybe a timing to be taken here. Yeah,
kabur lu juga moy.
In the astral form, drop down to 50 health, closer to the corner now with a reposition. Flash up close, fully blinded up. Have to try.
Yeah, si anjay nge-whip.
Just can't hit it with the classic.
Atas itu bang.
Damage done, but EG pretty much wrapped up this round now. It's looking at that 11th under the belt. Maybe a bit of that economic damage here. Is how, but yeah, his approach, I mean the positioning noted and taken care of.
There were openings, there were certainly chances, but FPX couldn't capitalize, and the score sits at 11-3. I've never seen a comeback from this score before, so it'll be all wrapped up, guaranteed.
Yeah.
No problems whatsoever.
Live manifestation of the egg curse.
Kelarin lah, jing, aduh, time out terakhir guys.
But at the moment, it looks like EG are very diligent in terms of at least the way that they're exploring towards B. What I'm looking for really here on the attack side is to see how deep it goes for Evil Geniuses. You know, do they have a lot of different ideas about approaching the A side of the map? Do they have different trap plays perhaps?
Berapa like lagi guys sampai 400?
In the center of the map.
Ada yang bisa
melihat?
melihat?
Ways that you can pinch people that are playing in mid.
For EG, they might just start keep hitting B, honestly. It's been working for them.
Exactly, and in games like this, when you're up 11-3 and it's the very start of a tournament, first time that you've showcased a brand new composition, you want to try and keep as many cards close to your chest as possible, I think. You know, EG are going to be thinking about, I mean, of course we want to win, but we're 8 rounds up. If we can win by just hitting B repeatedly and never show what we've got across the rest of the map, that's the perfect situation for them.
So FPX's timeout, looking for a chance back in, but at this point, honestly, strategy doesn't save you from this. You need to pull up the bootstraps, adjustment with the mental, shots need to be hit, turning point needs to be found. Maybe they can do it.
It's going to be extraordinarily difficult. The defense side weaker for them on Pearl, but within China winning still about 55% of the time.
Yeah.
Not quite as poor as their Ascent defense. But a long, long way to go if they want to make this even competitive.
Semangat, Nop.
EG opening this up nice and slow to begin with. Definitely emphasis placed into mid. You can see a flash lined up. Ethan, that's going to go straight into double doors. Shock Dart close, clears out. I believe he really alarm bottled a Nano Swarm. I saw trying to replace it right in his face. There it is, the paranoia. Beautiful work from FPX. That is very fast in terms of
kaget, gue monyet, monyet.
Left in an impossible scenario.
Terima kasih Bang Samuan, 18.000 peregangan lu.
Not a particularly winnable one forward to spike down. I like the idea from EG actually. It falls completely flat on its face. But usually you're going to see the defending player there back off instead of step into the fight. And that was The perfect
Tidak
response
duduk
to
di
deal
pagi
with
hari.
Jugamo.
Ya, ini dia di pisau guys ya. Ini dia guys ya.
Not even a thought in A Young's head.
Pisau dulu bosku. Lumayan. Dapat konten pagi-pagi ini.
Stage, you didn't need to do it to her. You didn't need to.
Give some saving the weapon to just commit humiliation.
Oh, in a round that, I mean, Com had no chance of doing anything there other than embarrass A Young a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, okay.
It's hyped up EG.
Kan jadi semangat gitu di pisau.
Obviously.
Tengah ini
I don't know why EG have started beef with
Streamer mah 2-1
Yeah,
dong
I
gimana sih?
literally
do not know why.
That just feels like you're never going to win that.
I agree.
You're just never going to win that. It's like going to war with just, I don't know, like physics. It's just, you know, it's cemented, man.
Dapetnya satu ya.
Fight. Taken by EG though, plenty of bodies as well to clean that one up, so just a 1-for-1.
Ya Allah, 1 SP guys.
124 across the map.
1 SP.
Bloody hell.
Just drop down to a single point of health, and that's going to waste the entirety of A Young's heal. But at least he'll be brought back up to full.
Streamer Pasifik, iya.
No shields,
Kan
however.
tidur bang.
Won't survive another one of
Sampai dah
those.
makan bro.
Speaking of which, Nisha on his own towards A.
Doain
That's where the
aja
rest
gue
of EG
kagak
are
sakit
gathering
guys ya.
up. 4v4.
Gue gas terus ini PCT sampai kelar.
Spike? Perhaps not.
Second guess themselves a little bit, yeah. I mean, just sending in the dart, got broken. Now running all the way back over towards B. There's still util waiting to be used here. Another star drop down, so Jorgen was going to be probably using this to recall and pass. Just to the side, yeah.
And you can see pings coming out here. I'm expecting Com to use his Hunter's Fury. You can see him setting up for it.
Yeah, it's going to clear all those corners as this push starts to come through. Now right into action.
Bus
Into the
Tio!
fray. Nanosaurus
Yeah!
drop down on top of it. Hunter's Fury, good connection with the kill. But Ayang's still alive. Into the back section of Horse. The Seekers let rip as well just to buy a bit of
Ya
time.
elah, ngeplannya.
And time now is really against them. Down to the final 11 seconds out into the open with the dog.
Wah, 11 kematian guys, gak punya duit nih EG nih.
Great response from FPX there. Doubled up in backhauls, A Young able to stay alive, and Berlin comes through with a paranoia onto the plant spot for him to swing. Well set up. Nice idea that EG failed to deal with, and they're now knocked down to an eco round.
Jangan lupa istirahat juga aman. Ini gua pokoknya abis ini gua langsung tidur ya.
This map, and we're gonna lock out the series very cleanly. But at this point, the scoreline looks set to close just a tad.
Ya kali 11-12 masa sih. Balah anjing, mau semalu apa ya Ge?
The reposition dash just backwards. No kills there.
Apa sih Bus Tio ih?
Some benefits of the Omen in the comp, just a high ground position.
Megang apa itu dia?
Collecting two, so EG scrambling.
Teriak Ben, udah tadi.
Sounds out of there here, but FBX, as long as there's no mistakes, should be another round for them.
Iya, gak jelas
Would have to be a
banget.
monstrous round
Masuk
from Demon
begitu.
1 to turn things in EG's direction.
Drone has to be used. They didn't have control out towards B main, just to clear it close in case someone like Ucore was pushed up deep, but they just see the jump spot now. Orb gained as well, looking to save.
Wah, sorry guys.
Waste no time.
Naga keluar.
All the way through.
Ya Allah, sial banget,
Hit a
Demon, udah
footstep, just taking the
digituin.
timing off of it, and that's a lovely crossfire setup. I mean,
Sengaja biar pas jam 8,
all the
gitu
noise
ya.
in the world was being made there by EG, so FPX.
Gas ini beresnya setengah 9 kayaknya dah.
That was against a half.
Jadi kalau misalnya beres jam 6, terus nunggu lagi 20 menit.
There's a big difference in terms of people's
Ya bisa
perception
jam
coming out
9,
of this
jam
match if it
setengah 10,
ended,
ya nggak tahu dah.
13-5 as it could have done for EG, or even if EG win at the end of this and it's a very close game.
Paling cepat jam 8 lah
It's
ini.
going to alter the community perceptions a lot of whether or not EG were on a heater at Tokyo,
Jam
whether
9
they've got
kayak
that
maksimal deh, setengah
consistency.
9.
If they are the big favorites, people are expecting them to be in Group B.
Alhamdulillah.
They've got an operator in the hands of Ucore. Might be the difference maker. Their setup so when they run this, they tend
Saya
to
sampai
just
ke rumah
stack everybody
sampai
else
jam
onto the
10-an.
opposite side
Kalau
where
DRX
he is.
Navinya
Two
21.
double doors now. See what Lysor can do. That flash, he's ahead of it actually. Doesn't blind him for too much longer. Reveals this recon absolutely lit up. Step back away and respect that one, but here we go. There was an attempt by Jogomo to try and take some space towards B, and he was punished. First round gained.
That's a massive loss too. Without the Astra, you don't have the pullback smokes to be able to cross B effectively. You can't really take space down B main and challenge Ucore, unless you just planted a wide swing, which would not be a good idea. I think that's going to free up FPX a lot. They know that this fight is going to be coming through either towards mid or A main. Nishao and Aeyang are about to take a fight.
Yeah, go back into position.
I'm not sure they're ready for this.
I mean, Aeyang's holding the flash. Off of whose contact though? Maybe a form of futility.
Gua nyender gini nonton enak banget dah karena layarnya gede guys.
Flash, it's impeccable. Damage is there.
Absolutely perfect. EG
11
were
bro,
not ready for it. Just walked straight into the trap setup. Lovely idea from FPX. Taking that space and setting up the trap. All just based off Ucore having the control of B long.
Yeah, at this point you just got to save this rifle. FPX have done enough here to level the groundwork all laid out. FPX 11-2-7. That was a flawless round, so now the economy is going to get built up. EG dropped down to weaker by once more. Josh, you said 11-3. Never seen a comeback from that before.
Never in my life.
I'll still hold you to that.
This is a lovely little play though. I'm impressed. FPX have really come out with some decent ideas. I think there's obviously still... There's obviously still some holes in their game, and they're struggling to keep up a little with what he's thrown at them, especially in the first half. But there are glimpses of some nice ideas.
Kenapa kayak nganti posandi guys ya? Posandi. Rapih bener kayaknya.
Up in their face. That's a tag onto Ucore, the one target they did want. The operator pushed back and away. Cosmic Divide as well. Ultimate committed here by EG, despite the fact that they don't have guns for it on top of the angle. Even a lockdown thrown into the mix. This feels very all in by EG.
Ayo semuanya kita akan difilm sebentar lagi.
Every ult that they've got at their disposal here. You have to respect this if you're FPX. Back
ya udah,
away.
terima kasih semuanya.
We'll give the plan over.
But now you're playing a post-plant setup with only Sheriffs and a Marshal. There's been some damage done to Nishao, but for the rest of it, how does EG expect to win this situation?
It's bizarre. I mean, you're going to have to hit some shots here, use all those ults to get into it, but essentially it's you've used everything at your disposal. Still pull onto it, but Demon One's cleared out towards back calls now.
I mean, the Cosmic Divide
so
just
many smokes in their face. Yeah, I mean, they can't do anything right now. They have to push past this one here. Right through into the corner.
Jogomonya.
In their face. Madam Berlin can just stick this one all the way through. Yuko is feeling it. Flash deep into the corner. Everybody blinded up. Not a chance. And this is...
Ya nih waktunya nih 12 terus closing guys.
EG, that was such a heavy investment.
Sama-sama 13-8 kali ini.
I really don't understand how they thought they were going to be able to win that in the post plan. I think perhaps there was some kind of idea there of dragging out ultimates from the other side, but I don't get it, to be honest with you, Brent. That's 5 rounds in a row now from FPX, and this one in particular, you can't be mad that they lost the round because they came in with only Sheriffs, but the ultimate investments have set them up very poorly now.
And it instantly triggers a timeout. Potter having a word with them.
Not happy with what she saw there.
Calm that down immediately.
Because also, the whole of EG set up for long post plants down B long, anticipating that they would be able to take Sheriff duels at distance against the rifles, perhaps. But the Cosmic Divide just completely shut that idea down. Maybe EG getting ahead of themselves here, just wanting to close the game out after the 9-3 half, thinking it would be simple, rushing things.
Definitely felt like that to me.
Yeah. Com is going to be one away from his Hunter's Fury though, Brent. So they still have one ultimate that's going to be useful for them. The issue with that is that usually, I think, he would be worried about utilizing that. Lysor has lockdown on the other side. So do you want to use it early to generate a pick or get through to the side? Do you want to use it to stop a retake from happening? Usually I think EG tend to be proactive with them rather than reactive.
It's going to be an early clash, so it seems. FPX almost covered up.
Ini kalau masih kalah juga nih ke comeback ini konyol ini. Ini kalau sampai map 3 tolonglah aduh. Sampai lagi tuh Kak S9, terima kasih 75.000-nya Kak X9. Penyemangat EG. Oh, goyang Ice Bay.
He's going to be fading away here with the drone in his face. Got to respect this one. Meanwhile, in mid, what is occurring? Stuns and util. boundless right now. Nisa wants a piece of the action as well. Fully grouped up. There's a kill. Is there a response? They Ethan cannot turn in time. Here's 3 versus 3. The lockdown's now being invested because the spike was heard dropped out into the open.
And look how FBX scatter to the far reaches. Nishan just completely on his own, looking to try and contest the outside. They're trying to force the fights instead of reinforce their position. This has devolved into a bizarre round. FBX had the spike down, had the control, and now they have no idea where EG are. Not a clue.
I said earlier, Josh, you know, I wanted to see a bit more silliness. I found it. At this point, this round is all over the place.
Just after FBX had won 4 rounds in a row,
it's all just walked up through, all the way down.
Aduh, ya Allah, jauh gemot. Terima kasih Bos X9 sekali lagi, 75 ribunya ya.
No Elisor is that they choose to
Gak
go
berkah
into
selalu
anything
bosku.
to clear this out. It's not quite. And the trade, well, it's on
1v1, ayo Demon 1. Demon
versus
1!
Time definitely against him. We'll be able to get that plant down though. The position is not there to try and deny. So an extension of it into the round here, updraft, up top, and Demon 1 is eager for it.
Ah, ngenat!
Fully blinded up, narrowly avoiding 70 health to his name.
Yes!
Demon 1's too good.
Closing.
12 to 8, took a lot to get them there. I wouldn't be celebrating like that, mate.
These rounds are looking messy. I mean, that one in particular was all over the place. Definite opportunities for either team to
Susah
win.
banget nih.
Lysol did a great job there at finding the timing. And I thought Young had done enough. With a little pop flash around the corner, he read the updraft perfectly. He knew exactly where Demon 1 was positioned. But he just couldn't quite land the shot. Can EG close this out? Or are things going to get even more dangerous?
2 chances to do so, but maybe that was the hurdle they were waiting for. Just need 1 more round. Utol is being used here. The drone into a main, bit of a flash clearance. Hunter's Fury, that's a huge tag. Damage definitely being done, and there's the impetus. The push attempt, EG putting the squeeze entirely on the button. He's got the timing. He's into A main as well. They don't have a clue.
Wah, anjing Berin bangsat.
For just a moment, here's the orb. Comb returns fire. The trade online, EG with a massive player advantage now, and this should be the finisher.
Makasih Reise, 450 yen ya.
Got it all to do in the 2v4.
GG coy.
Stuck at default.
Real coy.
Spotting out.
Anything of that?
Real ini coy.
Yuko missing his shot. They'd have to.
Sampai senam gue pagi-pagi nih.
Multiple of them find these openings. However they can. And Demon 1's repositioned, and yeah, facing it all together. 13 to 8.
Alhamdulillah 2-0 guys ya.
Command number 2.
Aku senamnya duduk, gue berdiri sembarangan. Itu kan emang ketinggian gue.
Of course, when Boostio was saying
Teori
earlier,
senam ya, berbuah mantap.
he of course meant 13.
Iya, betul.
13 each map. Yeah.
Beneran 13-8 guys.
The first round of this has gone Boostio 1 China Hell, but not exactly in the way that I think he was expecting. FBX came up here with some nice ideas and some big performances from individuals to actually make EG work for it. Yeah. A little more than I think most of us were expecting.
DRX.
You had 2 halves there out of the 4
DRX.
that were very competitive, the first and the last.
NAVI.
Stuff to work on for sure as well. I mean, just really hammering home the point, the champs, you know.
Natus
no team here that's undeserving.
Vincere.
Anybody can be pushed. Anyone can
NAVI.
win on any given day.
And for EG, for the team in front of you there that have just taken their victory, I believe that there were some big questions coming into this group stage in general. You know, how much of a heater was the team on at Tokyo? Yeah. How much consistency are they going to be able to deliver with here at Champs? What does the form look like of Demon 1? You know, some of these we've got small amounts of answers to. It wasn't the cleanest of performances. We're still going to have to see how EG tackle against Foot. But Demon 1 individually looking pretty good.
Jogamo in our final map as well.
Looking very good.
Very, very good in terms of that individual form. But that is the series wrapped up. We're going to send it back over to the analyst desk to break it all down and set us up for that last series of the day. Take it away, guys.
Oke, mantap.
Thank you very much, Sideshow and...
Wih, udah pernah ngebet nih, mantap. Sebar. Ocean, apakah masih main Dota, guys? Buset, Spectre deh. Abang Ose ini kayaknya lagi menjadi carry banget ini. Tapi kok kalah ya?
Yaudah.
Enggak ada yang ininya killnya menang, kayaknya mau bawa-bawa di comeback ini.
Juga MKB juga sih, gue juga butuh.
Radiance BM di futsal.
Gak usah jual.
Oh lawannya Storm PL.
Oh emang bisa sekarang?
Bisa. Kan ada 3 slot itu di bawah.
Si bro mati.
Oke kita buka YouTube short lagi adik-adik, kita refresh dulu.
Hi, I'm James. This is.
Hey Dad, can you show me how to make rice?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Ooh, rice movie.
Rice, it's starchy and dirty.
Very cool. Hiya, this guy think he John Wick. Nice, wash the rice good.
That's not enough. Add water to the slime
Finger method, nice.
Anjing kayak ini ya.
and throw it in the microwave.
The whole thing looks so good. The photos, cinematographic, whatever, they all look so good. And then you put the rice in microwave.
Hiya.
That's like Picasso painting Mona Lisa and then taking shit on it.
We got 10 minutes.
All style, no substance. Next.
Hiya.
Hello.
Yo, what's up?
Something just happened and I think I really need advice.
Oh, yeah, what happened? Hold on.
So, today we fought and he has this habit where he would
Anjing, keren parah.
rationalize things but at the same time he wouldn't truly just listen to me and only listen to the version of me in his head, you know what I mean? It's so frustrating. I just don't know if this is ever going to work out, you know? And then as time went by, I realized there are like few unattractive traits about him. Wait, did you just record this convo? Oh my god, seriously?
I don't see why it didn't matter. A little white lie like that. It's just a matter of time. Yeah, I've tried my best staring to your.
Oke, lihat dulu.
So, how much egg is on your face right now?
A whole lot. I played like shit, so I feel kind of bad about it.
That's a fine. I'm kidding.
But I think I played pretty bad overall, but my teammates hard carried me. They all played amazing, and I'm just happy we got the dub.
Hey, dude, I mean, it looked like FPX were giving you a run for your money for sure, though. It's certainly a competitive team, but one has to wonder, right? Coming into Tokyo, you guys were the ultimate underdog story. Now you're here, you're in LA, the home crowd, people losing their mind for you. And you ain't the underdog anymore. So how does that feel? How do you? Are you guys still carrying that underdog energy with you?
Oke, kata Raka disuruh tidur adik-adik.
I think people still think we're the underdog compared to like these top teams, like maybe like a DRX Fnatic, PRX with something. So it does feel like we're kind of the underdog still, but at the same time we've gained so much confidence that we're just ready to play.
Yeah, dude. I mean, and it definitely shows in the gameplay. You guys all seem to have each other's back at the absolute perfect moment. And I think that leads me to yourself as a player. I know you said you didn't play particularly well, won't use the colorful language. But, you know, that being said, how do you feel like you have grown as a player? And also, what were some of the things that you were focused on getting prepared for this event in comparison to Tokyo?
Yeah, I think I just improved on my calling, to be honest, as an IGL. I had a lot of reads against them today that won us a lot of big rounds, and it felt really good on the
Were there any inspirations you had for calling that you were trying, or just listening back to what you were calling before?
I know how they play, and I just knew some of the things they were going to do. Both the coaches, you know, prepped me very well for it, and then the rounds worked when I called them, so it was perfect.
Yeah, I mean, it looked great. Obviously, a few rounds there didn't go the way that you wanted, but without a doubt, though, it seems like this Evil Genius team is here to play. Now, coming up next, so you are going to have FUT. They made quite the run against T1 earlier on today. How do you feel about that squad? How do you feel about yourself versus them? Because it feels like they're playing with no fear like you guys did in Tokyo.
Yeah, I think they're really good, to be honest. I dropped 35 on them last time, so I think we're going to, you know, destroy them. But
so you're going to drop 40?
I hope so. That'd be nice.
Hey, Boostio, my brother, always a pleasure to talk to you. Thank you so much, guys. Give it up one more time for Boostio and Evil Geniuses. Woo! We'll catch you in a little bit.
It's the team that defied all.
Nonton lagi nonton.
I can't imagine if find somebody even close to.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Hanya nih Jipa yang punya Yoru.
Zip die.
Holy shit, wait, you have the attack. Wait. Holy.
It's real. Oh, is it?
He's above him! He's above him!
Masa nggak lihat ya?
Jadi sebenarnya gini, masak air itu sebenarnya bukan hak paten gue ya. Itu punya hansip di daerah gue. Jadi hansip daerah gue ada berempat.
Apa nih
hansip. Ini kompak banget nih.
Masak air.
Beneran hansip. Beneran hansip. Dia bilang gini, Opi ntar kalau abis pulang latihan teater kita pantunin yuk katanya. Gue belum main postbooker nih, baru main 2-3 episode kan.
Masak air.
Udah gini, kalau gue bilang masak air, lu bilang biar mateng. Ntar nih bilang lo si Gareng pergi mancing. Ntar gue yang nembak katanya. Gue pulang jam 12 malam, dia teriak tuh. Pulang Pi, ya masak air. Kata temen yang satu, biar matang. Si Gareng pergi mancing. Opi lu jangan so ganteng. Model lu kayak koreng kucing. Gue lihat, wah ini pantun lucu. Gue bawa di Facebooker, masak air. Meledak kali ya. Ini ansip nonton. Ntar dia pulang kita minta duit rokok nih. Gua dijatahin, dipajekin tiap gua pulang. Jadi sebenarnya gini.
Lucu juga.
Is.
May I see?
Apaan nih, Bang? Bakar ya?
Aing tuh.
Pakai. Cakep. Yah, Is. Tinggal sebatang. Gak apa-apa nih.
Ya lu pikir aja lah goblok. Rokok tinggal sebatang, warung jauh. Lu nggak diajarin tata krama nongkrong sama orang tua lu, hah?
Gak apa-apa.
Gak apa-apa yuk. Isep aja.
Yeah, did you come out the front?
So I just go like that?
No, hell no. You gotta put the phone, you gotta put the camera down.
Wait, I go like that?
God damn. What's up?
If we ever broke up, I'll give you $20 if you can break this glass.
$20 if I can break that?
Yeah.
I'll try.
Agak hancur anjing. Oh. Anjing Xbox, cok. Jadi malu dia.
I'll give you $20 if you can break the...
Oh, can I help you? You want to go? Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I got you guys. Yeah, don't worry.
Anjing rame gitu.
Hold on. All right. Oh, sorry. All right. Se no. Se no.
Selfie si anjing.
Sugoi. Go.
Nice.
Okay.
Thank you.
Have a good day. Yep. See you guys. Wow. Hello. Bye. Jesus.
My husband fucking cheated on me last night.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, ma'am. But do you know that if you add guitar into OMG by New Jeans, it'll sound sick as fuck. It'll probably sounds like, oh my guys, I was really hoping that it will come through.
Udah lihat nih yang ini di TikTok.
I think I need drums. I was really hoping that it will come through. Now the vocal is gonna be pretty hard because the song is so freaking fast. They keep on asking me. They keep on asking me who is he. They keep on asking me who is he.
멀리는 언제든지를 요한 바쁜 적도 없이 난 나타나 이게 말이 되니 난 물어봐 너는 나야 Is the one who's living in the system baby Oh my God 예상했어 now I was really hoping that it will come through Oh my God 단 나뿐이야 Asking all the time about what I should do
My husband
Ya.
Hi, excuse me.
Berapa menit lagi sih?
How much do you pay for rent in Japan?
I don't pay rent. I just bought an abandoned house. You wanna have a look? It was abandoned for 10 years, and then I got it, and then I made it into a Swedish style.
Anjing kagak berhantu tuh.
Oh my goodness.
Doesn't feel like Japan, right?
No, it doesn't. Outdoor shower.
Outdoor shower. It's a rotemburo
Asik.
in Japanese. I saved the old Japanese pink tiles.
Living room?
I lowered the floor because I like the space. Swedish kitchen, high countertop. These are for earthquake safety. It was a comfort being here. Upstairs.
All the way.
Buat gempa.
The light's cute.
Yeah, that's original.
So funny.
It's beautiful, no?
So 2 bedrooms.
Fresh Japanese tatami mats.
Wow.
But the tatami itself gives some softness.
Yeah, what's this for over here?
It's like sacred space.
For you Americans out here, this meditation corner. This is like the type of place I was hoping to stay in.
Well,
you know,
you
while I
want
was
to stay
here.
tonight?
It's gonna let me stay here tonight. Hi, excuse me.
Hey chef, can you make me something with $10?
Kind of eating, but sure. Turmeric, jalapeno, green onion, avocado, russet potato. I need 6 eggs, but this is way too expensive. I can't afford this.
So what's the plan?
I'm gonna find a farm. Let's find some chicken. 3 eggs for free.
So chef, what's the first step?
I'm gonna peel these potatoes and then grate them.
Gratis masa?
Turmeric and jalapeno, salt, pepper. Our farm fresh egg, straight from the chicken. Some green onion, olive oil, bacon fat. Potato mixture in.
Lemak.
See the crispy edges forming already. Flip it. This is ready to come out. There we go. Olive oil.
David, selamat pagi. Terima kasih 14 bulan ya, David.
Salt, pepper. Pull these off. Okay, now it's time to plate. Potato, cake, our avocado, the egg. Okay, Danny, I just took your $10 and turned it into my take on avocado toast.
Iya kan? Iya parah, lucu banget.
Man, good to see you. Congratulations on a massive win yesterday.
Amerika,
but the question on everyone's mind is, did you tell your mom that you beat your brother? And what did she say if you did tell her?
She was sleeping. It's a big time difference. So I haven't really spoke with her, but she told me before this event, I'm a bigger brother. I'm 7 minutes older than Emil, so I will always be the favorite, win or lose.
Telur
You know what?
ceplok
I
bang,
always do that. My
kebetulan
brother,
tadi.
he's 7 years older than me. He's always been the favorite. Oh man, we relate. Well, actually, no, you're the enemy. Get out of there.
Ngantuk tidur.
I can't relate.
Cie, udah jadian ya. Teleponan mulu nih sekarang. PJ dong, PJ. Yaudah deh. Sebenarnya nih, kalian tuh apa sih?
Ya udah jelas dong, Yo. Gue kan sama Faiz bestie. Ya kan? Is?
Iya dong, kita kan emang bestie. Apaan sih lu pakai ditanya-tanya bestie?
Stacks.
Hey, good to see you.
Mako
Also, your hair is beautiful.
Wah, si Jen nih.
After yesterday's performance, you guys looked absolutely incredible. Do you feel like there's been a change for the better for DRX from Tokyo to champions, and what do you think that is?
일단 도쿄 때보다 더 나아진 거는 저희가 뭐 위닝 콜 그냥 5명 전부 다 이제 적극적으로 얘기하는 게 제일 커가지고 아마 그것 때문에 지금 이렇게 스노우볼이 계속 구르는 것 같아요.
I guess the biggest change that we made for the better would be the fact that now everyone's chipping in to make those calls during the mid-round. So yeah, I think that explains why we're doing so much better than Tokyo.
That's awesome to hear, Mako. Always appreciate hearing from you. And Jen, thank you so much for conveniently being here. We'll catch you later, buddy. Back to you guys.
I mean, he's not wrong. The calls they have been.
Mako. Udah betul ya. Sebenarnya Mako itu dari Maruko-chan ya.
Bentar, ibu aku nelfon.
Sorry, gue gak expect dia bakal jawab kayak gitu. Yaudah, tenangin diri dulu, Is. Tapi jangan lama-lama ya sedihnya. Bestie. Ngenes banget temen gue. Gak tahan gue, sorry. Iya kan?
On their B, they're on B, I promise.
John, anjing si John. Terus John.
Spike planted.
Kelas ini guys.
KO's on A. Found one. One enemy remaining.
happen if I left my laptop unattended for 1 hour at a Starbucks in Los Angeles, California? I saw a video of a guy doing this in Singapore because of Singapore's shockingly low crime rate. Los Angeles, on the other hand, does not share that same low crime rate. To make things more suspenseful, I decided to leave Alienware's new M18 gaming laptop. A laptop that literally has an NVIDIA GeForce 40 series graphics card in it, which everybody and their mother wants. And it'll be pretty hard for this laptop to go unnoticed because this guy is big, 18-inch display panel.
Anjing lagi
I bring this
nonton videonya
laptop
sendiri.
everywhere with me to watch my favorite videos on the road. But rather than stress out if my laptop was gonna get stolen, I decided to have a nice hour off. I went and got a pedicure, which was wildly painful, and I even got a haircut, which I think looks pretty good. And after 1 hour, the laptop was still there. What would happen if I left my laptop
Okay.
3 words. First word. Dumb. Dead. Dumb? Yeah? Dumb. 3 word. Third word. Dead. Dumb and dead.
You haven't.
Hey, you guys can't say words.
Shut the fuck up!
Right. Cheating.
First word. Dumb. Stupid. Idiot. Me?
Yeah.
Coba tinggal di pasar, yoi.
Vomit. Bulimia. Sorry. I'm sorry. Third word. First word? Third word is the first word. It's the same word. Dumb and dumb?
Yes!
Dumb and dumber?
Yes!
Ah. 3 words.
Hey, excuse me. How much do you make a year in New York?
About $58,000.
Can I come to work with you today?
I'm a beekeeper. Hopefully you're not allergic.
This is where the bees are.
First, you get the vibe of the hive, see how they're acting, going in and out. 95% of the hive for honeybees is female, and female bees sting, make honey, take care of the queen. I think the hardest part of being a beekeeper is getting over the fear of the bees.
I'm a little nervous.
This is all nectar, and then this is all honey. So you can just...
What? I could just push it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, Okay.
Good, right?
Oh my god.
I'm gonna find some babies for us to play with.
Play with? Oh! I don't know about this.
Bro, do you know that in Indonesia there is a toy that looks like a ball sack? No way. Yeah, and you know what? They put their fingers in the middle of the ball sack. No way.
Oh.
I know, right? And you know what? There's more. What is that? The ball sacks are colorful. No way. I know, right? And you know what? What is that? I brought the toy here.
Lato.
No way. Can you play it though? Well, I guess I can try. Dude, did you just record it? No way. Bro, stop. Seriously. Yeah, I just recorded. And you know what? What is it? If you put enough OTT on the sound, it will sound like this. No way. Hold on. Can you scrub that ball sack? Dude, did you just record it? Well, if you put enough OTT, it will sound like this. No way. You gotta fill it with something spicy.
Terlalu keren. No way. Nah ya, lihat dulu.
Ban Ascent.
Ban Ascent. Your ban, you have Fracture and Lotus.
Pentrix.
Ban Fracture. Map number 3 will be
DRX
Lotus.
split, eh?
Side on Lotus.
Defense.
Okay, we'll run through this again really quick. First set of bans, we have Navi with Haven, DRX with Pearl.
No way.
Map number 1 is Bind with DRX on attack. Map number 2 is Split with Navi on defense. Next set of bans
Let's
are
go, DRX.
Fracture, makes the Cider map 3 Lotus with Navi
Ya,
on
berjanji
defense.
balik ke adik.
Go,
Thank you.
Chico.
GR Navi. Pagi jaroin. DRX.
DRX.
Ayo RB, Bas jangan tolol kayak kemarin Bas.
These are two of the most experienced teams in this entire tournament, and winning today will guarantee them a spot at playoffs. And of course, like we said, extra 8 days of prep, which is going to be absolutely insane. I know the expectation for both teams weren't super high coming into this, but we can't really be that surprised that one of NAVI or DRX will be getting to playoffs, perhaps both of them.
I mean, I think that is potentially a bit of a surprise when you're in a group with Liquid and Loud, right? But at the same time, all of the teams in this group have that to make it very deep in tournaments. And I think it's more about who brings it at this tournament of champs and who's made the best use of their time off, if indeed you've had any time off, as DRX have.
I mean, right now as well, I would definitely say, I think, you can tell DRX have just been benefiting heavily from the scrim time that they've had, that month and a half off. Whereas Navi, really, when I was watching them last, I mean, they've only really just settled into their comps at the tail end of LCQ. Definitely. They haven't had as much time to prep. Their maps have not been as fleshed out.
Speaking of the comps, we're heading into Neon Rays potentially.
That's Navi for you. That is typical Navi. But let's talk about the map vetoes, because I wasn't expecting them to lean so heavily into a map like Bind coming into this tournament.
Neither was I.
But they're not going to play Fracture or Ascent.
Yeah. So neither team wants to play other maps that the opponent is strong on, so they're trying to go towards like the weird middle of the map pool. I think it looks like a horrible map pool for Navi. They've got to get a win on Bind, where I think they look a little shaky. DRX looked incredibly good on Split. I think Zest's Viper there is like setting the ideas for what everyone else should be doing on Viper playing on that map. And then the decided map is Lotus, where Navi have just trolled relentlessly.
I mean, that's almost every comp, but let's take a look at the Prime Gaming agent select what we're going to get on Bind, because Brand Bind, I know they've been cracking a little bit more with Zest, and they do seem like a refreshed DRX. The last few times we saw them play Bind was not good.
Yeah, it hasn't been in the past. I mean, I'm curious though as well, because Navi have chosen to pick this weird comp, and it didn't look as fleshed out. And for DRX, I feel like, again, this time off hopefully has been quite good for them in terms of what they've been able to pull out. And,
And they changed their comp overnight?
This is very interesting. A lot of viewers have been experimenting on Bind still. I mean, we've seen glimpses of it in the past on top of it. But that is going to be the main focus.
They just ditched the Neon and was like, no.
Yeah, well, I think that's sensible, though. They're going back to a Sage comp. You know, CNED's played Sage on this map forever. And I think going towards a more sensible option like that makes sense against DRX. I mean, at this point, though, the Raze Yoru is the story of this. DRX have never been able to come up with an answer on Bind that has looked good at the tier 1 level.
Dibantai siapa ya? Gue lupa, semoga hari ini gak kebantai deh, guys.
Yoru look good.
Oh, wow.
That's challenging. I wish Sean was here.
Yeah, Sean would be able to give us
Apa Arbinion yang dibantai ya? Arbinion ya, bukan Yoru ya?
I mean, Zest playing the Viper gives me
hope.
He's going to be playing Viper on all 3 maps. Pay attention to how Zest uses his Viper orbs. They are unbelievably good.
Yeah, and anything else to add?
I mean, we kind of glossed over the
Wah, stiker gua tuh.
What I will say is, there's no other team in the world that knows how to deal with a Yoru more than Angel.
Ini nggak salah nama kan?
Let's be honest, let's be honest.
He's got his reps in, hasn't he?
Apa?
I'll say this too, Navi have really struggled with pistol rounds.
Apanya
They
salah
need
nama?
a good start in the pistols. They can't be affording to only win like 1 out of 4 in a series.
I also think the saving grace is they get to start on defense as well, and their defense has been a lot stronger for Navi just on Bind in general, but I cannot wait to see what we're going to get in this game. Let's send it over to your
Ini DRX apa Paperrek? Ya Allah. Namanya juga ada kakak, guys.
Thank you so much, Mike. A pleasure to share the mic with you on a stage like this, with comps like this matchup. I mean, you can't ask for much more.
No, and this should be, I mean, a little bit of a question mark starting on Bind, to be honest with you. I think Yinsu's made a fantastic point. To be prepped against a Yoru, you've got to be hoping that Angel and the rest of Navi are actually going to have a plan on the fly to deal with this. But it's a big curveball from DRX. It's been a long time since we've really seen them stray away from some of their stable vanilla compositions.
And they're going as far away from vanilla and as far away as stable as you could possibly fathom in a situation like this, but we'll see how it plays out. You got Angel with a little gap
si Ange lagi jago nih kemarin nih.
And there are a couple players just on the other side. You see Stax is ready with the flash. The gate crash, and he's already
ketepu lu. Oh shit!
For RB, but the counter from Xiao is good. 3v2 in favor of DRX as you see the members of the army scattering back towards B.
Zest jadi main Viper. Iya, Zest bisa kok Viper jago deh.
Will be conceded. Actually, even seen her taking the long.
Zest Vipernya dia punya line up, punya line up smoke juga.
Probably gonna get sound.
Aduh, Mako Brimo.
He was weak too. Leaving things into 2v2. The
Udah
4
like,
members that
mantep,
remain
Abu.
on the server are all healthy. Frenzy in the hands of both for DRX as the clock ticks away. Cena being cautious with how we want to approach this.
Exactly.
Suigetsu doing a bit of the same.
Suigetsu.
First Molly clearing, nothing there. Cena jumping
SKR,
out, jumping straight
mantap,
into his
mantap,
death.
mantap.
DRX get the
Awal yang
pistol.
baik, Pistoron menang adik-adik.
And it's only the fact that this is so committed
Let's go,
from DRX.
DRX.
A ton of utility towards, and actually Xiao's done fantastically well to
Oh, yeah,
find two in
NAVI
that
MA5
situation.
ya.
But overwhelmed by the numbers of DRX. Even if they've got a couple of little pieces prepped and planned here around the Euro in the focal point here. Just a pinch perfectly timed from Buzz. Dropping out a hookah. Again, these early rounds, Doug, whether or not DRX going to show too many of maybe some of these TP setups or just a little pop flash play here and there.
Aduh, paha kiri gue sakit banget
Taking
anjing.
notes. Be on red alert for the rest of the buy rounds potentially.
Pagi William.
They've done well to get
Aku baru
Xiao
bangun
a bit
setelah
closer to
melihat
the
T1
Seekers. You see him just grab
anjing.
another orb. That's 4 so far just in the
Bisa
second
lu ya
round.
tidur satu game
It's
gitu,
interesting,
keren.
2 stacks just with a frenzy here.
Ini bisa map 3 nih guys.
Ride things through on a pistol. Rounds like this. Angel actually tagged up down to 66 already, forced deeper and deeper into the site, and DRX looking to overwhelm once again, Doug.
The thing is, Navi have so many members already here.
Buset si Arby.
Well, again, how things
Arby.
may look. They may drop like that. They're trading back.
Oke, nice Bas.
DRX finally
Gitu dong,
stabilizing.
gendong
and it's
Bas.
just seen it.
Abi, makasih udah urgent member. Welcome back, Abiu.
Once again, it seems like he's going to be taking the more patient route as he waits just on the other side. First shot is good. Stacks is weak. They both have bulldogs though.
Dingin gini.
And time is of the essence.
Rehan,
Cena's
makasih
gonna have to
9
get a
Rehan.
move on. He's
Wow.
landed that shot too.
This is a disaster already.
Yeah.
It's just Zest left with a bulldog. The heal will come off.
Masa iya JSKR kalah, Bang?
He's got to be fast about it though. That spike has been taken away for a long time. Zest is in a really good position here. CNET on the bait. He spots a shoulder. Zest patient with it. So cautious with it, and he's playing a dangerous game here. He's already gotten it to half. Zest on the swing, Zest on the shot, and DRX with the round.
Very costly though. Navi taking everything except the final bulldog away. Should be fairly helpful to get I guess a couple
Lah
of
gua
rifles
tidur
in
pas
here. Maybe even
match
RB
1
at
match 2 terus
3850.
bangun match 2
Navi
Ben.
definitely feeling good about the outcome of that
Itu
round.
namanya ketiduran, Putu.
Reds, you talked about Xiao getting closer and closer to the Seekers already. Some ultimates on the cusp here for round 3. The first buy round for Navi. Looks like DRX might even just ride this out. A Judge and a couple of Sheriffs across the board.
It is in the hands of Buzz. 5-1 already, 2 points away from the showstopper. He's got 2 satchels as well. So you imagine they're going to want to try to go fast. Some presence gathered off of that Xiao flash.
Din.
I think fairly cognizant of what's going on here. Yeah, Angel
Kelihatan kah?
find the spam through the wall. Buzz will fall off the rip.
There goes that Judge.
Oh.
It's picked up by Zest. The stacks falls
Ini si
too.
Arby.
No showers control. You've got RB who's gotten a little bit further back, and he's going to get a kill off of it. Upgraded weapon too. But it very
Biru
quickly
tepu.
crumbles yet again. Mako in a 1vs.
King
It's
Mako.
now a 1v3. We've had a couple situations like this, Mike, already, where DRX are like, well, hang on, what's going to happen here?
Okay.
This is closer than it should be, but ultimately stabilizes.
I was talking about a little bit of an adjustment from DRX yesterday where they're happy to brawl, you know, happy to actually play into these very chaotic rounds. And I think with the Euro, if they can lean back on maybe a 50-50, you know, the solid executes that DRX are able to cook
Game
up,
terakhir ya,
especially
game
with games
terakhir.
like this. They look damn good yesterday at those sorts of rounds, exactly.
They looked spectacular.
The
I mean,
sarapan
everything
udah.
was going their way, too.
Concern being Navi, historically,
FF?
I'll add that asterisk to it, are very good at slowing things down and controlling teams like that.
Sure.
Certainly not been the strengths that we've seen throughout the regular season.
See Navi with a different approach this round. The first couple of rounds, they were so focused on prioritizing the orb B. This time they invest utility, a couple of smokes to get the Showers orb into the hands of Angel, now 1 point away from having his orbital strike online.
A very preemptive rotation here as well.
Yeah, really early.
And DRX spread in a not committed default just yet.
Wih, flashnya bagus banget, sumpah.
Well, Sugetsu off that angle.
Bisa begitu ya flashnya?
Will be the showstopper in hand for Buzz, so expecting DRX to maybe drift away from this. Pivot back towards A, where it's only Zipan holding things down for the time being.
Jam 8 ini mah bagus daripada sampai jam 10 gua. Kurang tidur bang, kemarin gua cuma tidur 4 jam lah.
If DRX do continue here, you can see the spike retrieved.
Yeah. You wonder how much longer Zest is going to wait. You've got some rotations headed that way with stacks. That's a second flash. You're going to want to commit B here, and it's going to be right into the teeth of this Navi defense.
Say, well-timed flash actually on the other side of the map from Stacks, which is actually drawn Shower in rotation. Angel will swing out, will catch Stacks on the retreat, though.
See that gate crash come through? I'm wondering if Buzz is going to pull the trigger on it. No, they're going to flip. They're going to flip off of all the space that Zest is taking.
18 seconds, though, Doug.
They're burning the clock down on this one all the way. That nade from Ziphead's going to be
No,
good.
Mako.
10 seconds left, and Mako's already down. The spike can't make its way out. They've got to go fast on this as Ziphead continues to hold the line.
Probably as well. I was going to say, Angel in the back lines will be able to get the orbital strike off, but it actually misses the plant. RB's found a response.
Huge kill on Angel. RB swinging around 56 HP. He's
Yo,
by
elang
himself.
nge-wipe,
He
guys.
will fall.
Boleh lebih cepat daripada jadwal soalnya 2-0 semua match awalnya.
Feels as if they've done that with the flash. Stacks sends one out towards lamps. Obviously Zipan not necessarily in a position to confirm
Bisa
presence
sebelum
behind
siapa ntar kita lihat jadwalnya ya.
Missing the window of opportunity there, Doug. There was so much that DRX was trying to achieve here, and then look at the clock here, 15 seconds, they're not even out of showers.
They just burned it so long.
You see Zipan's even laughing on the player cam there. He's like, what are they? That's Spike. They're not even on site yet.
See where we go from here.
Masih
DRX,
ingat
see
gua
the buy on your
tuh ada
screen. It's a
fanatik
little
aja.
bit hobbled
Grupnya
together.
fanatik
Light
ya
armor
guys
on
ya.
4, Stinger in the hands
Soalnya
of RB.
papernya Kamis kan.
He does have his ult too.
Lontong sayur apa nasi uduk? Dua-duanya gue doyan.
DRX's usage of the ultimate from RB. Since the TP out is short, try and find some information. Instantly denied by the Sage Wall.
Buzz is going.
Ih, gak mati sagenya.
Buzz is going, and they invested the ult. RB's already down. Buzz finally, though, finding value. Backside ultimately traded back as CNED will not relent on Shower's control. I don't know how the spike is going to get out of here, Mike. I don't think it will.
No. Test will be revealed by the Seekers. An opportunity to take the TP, but a 1v3 now. And the rest comes through. Angel back on his feet just to make matters worse.
How on earth does Zest pull this off? He's got the Trailblazer that's spotted where he is.
He's stunned as well.
Yeah, this does not look good. He may have slipped the net though to get a kill, but can't even net that. Navi have done a really good job of stabilizing through all of the looks that DRX are throwing their way.
And I like the intent here. Obviously, RB's ultimate comes through, denied by the Sage Wall, but it confirms that there's somebody just inside Showers.
Sure.
Showstopper doesn't connect. They see their drops down to about 40 HP. But even then, the reinforcement from, Sugetsu initially here, but you can see on the X-ray there. Navi were well on their way to defending A side before the spike even gets down.
DRX off of that, calling a timeout. As Navi have put together 3 rounds in a row. I mean, really a perfect run after the first 2 rounds. You see the money for them, it's very good too.
A chance to string something together here, some ultimates to play with. Zest one away from the pit. Stacks and Marco have theirs ready to go. Certainly, initially, feels like Navi able to control the tempo when DRX do want to explode towards site. And I'm seeing something here that might even slow things down a little further for DRX. CNED, operator in hand now. And the showstopper at Zipan's disposal. Not expecting miracles here from DRX unless we do see the investment come through. Seeing Buzz actually considering changes his mind
Mulai
last minute
mengantuk
towards the Guardian.
nampaknya di sini di Bangkong. Still di Bangkong.
Not necessarily feeling too threatened just yet for Navi on
bangun
the
lagi,
defense.
itu namanya ketiduran
A couple of
Rian.
little, I get little pieces cooked up around the Yoru, but certainly
Awas,
hasn't found
lewat
value
apaan?
just yet.
Oh, they're buying a little bit more into this too. RB's gone with the Singer. Buzz, you mentioned with the Guardian. We'll see what they do with this. Meanwhile, for Navi, as we were discussing previously, they've got money for days. It seems pretty standard for how they want to approach this empty flash, and Angel's getting real frisky here. He's gone real far up. He's got the Trailblazer to follow, but is he expecting Buzz here?
Nyender dulu dikit, nyender.
On the other side, I'll be actually flashing out here, but punished. Buzz will find a response, but shout the second layup.
Such an ambitious approach.
2-0.
Such an
12-8
ambitious
udah.
attempt. And Zipan's gotten the
Oh!
thing on this.
JSKR, aduh, JSKR.
Plays his cards right. He's
JSKR.
going to be able to close out the round by himself.
Yang kena Mako nih.
You can see here, Shao's slip towards Showers. Find the first here.
Ya, telat react sama aku.
Yep.
Pada hari ini alhamdulillah 2-0 sesuai ekspektasi, guys.
Again, no real pressure to apply towards Navi. Operator noted now,
ulti,
so
stuck
CNET
ulti, maka
probably going to be looking
ulti. Jipan punya
to switch
ulti,
things
sudah
up round
dua
by round
lagi.
here. And even so, I mean, other than RB's ultimate, the wall hasn't caused any issues for DRX.
Not very strong,
some of these rounds.
I'll fuck you up if you
Very, very healthy cushion in terms
Lah,
of the funds here, Doug.
Oh, I mean, for
matiin
days,
VC, guys, ya.
they're just so well set up. You
Coba
got
tarik play
Sugetsu's
dia.
ult that's not too far away. Angels isn't either. So you think about having
Squad
control
hilang.
over the map, or at least this half. They're sitting pretty.
Flash will actually catch, indicating to CNET there is somebody to find. Outside Showers.
What a miserable wall to have to deal with.
Pretty sure he wanted the orb there.
Itu wallnya wall bagus
Just
tuh,
that
Jinet.
reach.
Ada gapnya gitu di kanan. Bisa nge-pick,
Not going to get it, but able to secure this side of the map nonetheless. Stacks just drifting up long here. Showers looking as if he wanted to get back onto the same angle, but Angel will fall.
Timing.
Yeah, it seemed like he fell asleep at the wheel.
Gak tahu sih si Xiao di kanan ada stack.
Xiao, just a couple of moments away from potentially being challenged. You see that flash to confirm suspicions. There is presence. Meanwhile, off that, I mean, DRX intent on rotating back towards B. They're going to take the spike back.
And Zipan actually heading across towards A site. There's 5 members of DRX heading towards B right now. Smoke's invested. Xiao's going to get the indicator. They're side committed as well.
I mean, they've dumped everything into this site, and they're going to get the spike down. What do Navi have to take this back? Zipan has his ult. Sugetsu, again, still just 2 points away from having
What
the hit. You can imagine
the
that's going to matter,
fuck?
but Tina Top certainly does. Meanwhile, it's a pick from Zest that gets invested. Trailblazer to create some space, and you see 2 members still playing in it on site, on B, as Navi attempt to retake this. RB with just 10 HP.
Itu gak lihat RB. No, RB,
So
RB
close.
itu.
Now RB ultimately falls Zest.
Udah kelihatan
Finding his
vandalnya,
time
guys.
to hear the ult use. Is it going to find one?
Oh,
Yes, it will.
shit.
That's pit down.
Can they continue to play around this? They've got to go aggressive towards DRX. That's exactly
Wah,
what they're trying to do.
Suget,
Sugetsu with 2,
boy.
and the defuse for Navi.
And the investment of the pit didn't really slow
Ih,
down
kok
the
nggak lihat
retake
si RB ya?
at all.
No.
And Zipan able to apply pressure towards Cubby. RB down to 10 HP. Can't really commit to an engagement, which allows Zipan to find that kill with the showstopper. 2 members of DRX committing towards the long hold, just playing, I guess, the long game on an open plant. What is that? CNET with the map ping. Operator kill blind through the
Lihatnya bagus
smoke.
banget, iya.
It's just that easy, right?
Sulit ya, pas sulit lagi navigator kan gue udah bilang.
Look at him.
Gue masih percaya sama Navi, kayaknya tidak
All
seburuk itu
smiles
Navi.
and for good reason. Navi continue to roll. That's now 5 rounds. CNET still with the op. And this time they've got a pit from
Wah,
Sugetsu. CNET with another.
kena.
11-3 so far, Mike.
Gacor si CNET nih.
Definitely making this operator pay off.
Bahaya.
Sugetsu will close off phase short here with the Viper's Pit. RB slowly creeping towards Showers, but let's have a TP set up towards Fountain, so whether or not he does want to show presence here, maybe deal with the boom bot, but TP's actually expired, so we have the ability to benefit off that. Okay, Buzz,
Wah,
wild swing
rata
through
masih
Luke.
aneh,
that
guys.
was, again, bold and ambitious.
Not seeing the same consideration today, Doug.
Masalah
that we
pemain
saw from
bagus
DRX
semua Navi,
yesterday.
cuma kemarin kurang aja, iya anjir.
It's feeling a little
Sial
more
aja tuh
reckless here.
matchnya jelek-jelek,
Yeah, and
parah.
we'll see if things pan out as the rest of this half plays out, but we'll hold that thought for just a second because Navi have fully set defenses around the spike. They have full control of this, and once again, it's going to have to be heroics from DRX to stabilize this.
I mean, Spike unretrievable though,
Yeah.
30 seconds. Looks like Zest and RB just backing up to try and hold on to these rifles. And a number of times yesterday, more so on the defense, we did see DRX happy to just give up
30
rounds.
seconds
Look
left.
to save 2-3 rifles potentially. I mean, it doesn't really protect their position here in the grand scheme of things.
The money's not great for the attacking side, but I want to go back to a conversation we were having, Mike, very briefly about how DRX looked yesterday, because there was an element of magic that it felt like they had, right? Like they were taking all these fights, they were taking them very aggressively, and they were getting so much value out of it, and it feels like, you know, perhaps for DRX it is coming across as maybe a bit more reckless or something along those lines, but the truth of the matter is the magic, at least early, right? We're still so far at the beginning of this book. Early, it feels like DRX is not finding the value on those bold, aggressive plays that they were finding before. I'm gonna take a look at it one more time as Cena just continues to farm with the op. He's just been so good, and this is what I mean, right? Like Buzz satcheling forward, and yeah, there was some consideration, I think is how you described it, but DRX just not finding those kills that they were finding yesterday.
Well, other than the judge, able to string together a purchase here. Seeker's available. Definitely looking for a response from DRX. Now, though, already a 4-round deficit. He'd start chipping away at this cushion that Navi have, and ultimately remove this operator, reforce the purchase.
Soalnya si DRX pada ngambil attacker dulu nih. Okay, nice.
Something was showing over the top of the wall there,
Yeah,
but Zipan.
I can't fathom what it was, but it cost him his life, yeah. Sugetsu's playing in this smoke, and you hear the Seekers used. Flank is going to be coming in from spawn side as Sugetsu gets another. They still have so much control on this site, Mike.
The one thing DRX need to guarantee is that there's some coverage towards showers here, or some pressure being applied. As soon as this crossfire gets set up, I mean, the wall goes up to prevent anybody pushing into showers, but as soon as Navi get back towards pipes, it's so difficult for DRX to find any space to work with.
Angel's so paranoid that the hit is B. This is all a fake that he just rotated all the way back, concerned for the lurker. Meanwhile, DRX are going to get the spike down on B. Note, there's still showers control there for CNED, and he could win this round by himself. Angel still with the ult, and CNED still with the op. He's finding another. 2v2 here, Sax and Mako trying to reestablish and maintain control of the site. You see the smokes going down. Mako patient, and they're going to drop the orbital strike.
Just to clear out lamps.
Yeah. The feeling you need to win this round, Sax has gotten it down. It's just CNED, and it's just CNED with the op. Certainly not the weapon you want in a situation like this, but he's gotten one. And yes, he does! What a play from CNED! Unreal!
Apa itu anjing?
Sax's flash actually catches Marco. They can't double swing onto him. And CNED pounces.
Ini baru champion nih.
A ridiculous second
Tapi si
shot.
Stek rada kocak juga tuh flashnya ya.
For the Red Bull clutch here from CNED. And it's that flash. CNED turns it. But Marco can't swing onto him.
PAC anjing.
Oh my gosh.
Tekin PC,
That
bro.
is absolutely outrageous.
Gila, micro adjustmentnya keren banget anjing.
Yeah, us too, man.
Itu kalau di flick langsung tembak gak kena, dia micro adjustment sedikit.
That's a heartbreaker for DRX.
Kelar gak tuh bang? Kelar kayaknya bang. Don ini Don.
NAVI regardless, but they could have dragged that one across the line. NAVI walking long here.
Well, they may regret
Jadi
that.
kocak dia yang di pocket gak ngepick dari tadi. Itu dia nunggu flashnya setek. Nunggu flashnya malah kena sendiri.
A little messy here.
Yeah, he may be in some trouble. 11 HP, he's gonna get healed up.
Rada ngelamun juga si Mako tuh. Kenapa nggak ngedodge? Apa udah percaya? Apa gimana? Nggak ngerti dah gue.
He's gonna get a shot at another. Well considered by Sax.
Aku langsung tidak ngantuk. Wow, langsung pada bangun ya.
Actually stabilizing this B site hold. Zipan already heading back across to with some support to Sugetsu.
Teriak gue kebangun loh, lain kali gue kecilin deh.
Nah, gimana guys? Bentar, 3 lawan 4 di sini.
No, but as the time ticks away,
3 lawan 5 ya.
All of the info they could possibly want. Angel getting rezzed up. See the spike has been planted. 3 members left of DRX on the site. Sax the first to challenge. The gate crash is actually back towards A short, so there's nothing deep behind it. Op still in play. And in some serious trouble, dude. There was no way out of that. The molly, the nade, seen it, another one with the op. And you see this light buy does some damage, but the problem is, Mike, Navi have so much money right now that that's not enough.
No, they keep throwing bodies at trade rounds like this, where it's just a back and forth engagement, almost suiting them, especially with CNED popping off and finding another revive coming through. 8-2 the scoreline now. DRX left scratching their heads. Consistently finding value in the retake as well for Navi. I mean, aside from the Red Bull clutch from CNED.
Begitu sulit lupakan Bapak.
Almost something they can lean heavily on. They don't really want to mess with, I guess, the front line of DRX's double duelist with, I guess, the flashes alongside that from Stacks too.
Sure. Hey, what did DRX do to stabilize here? Remember, they burned a timeout early. You can't imagine Termy's going to want to use another one.
Also, this is the half where you'd hope that pulling out a double duelist comp like this, you find value.
Yeah. I mean, you shouldn't be down 8-2 at half.
Net mode Asen asli ini mah. OP-nya udah Asen banget parah.
Alas, that's where they find themselves.
And RB's just a million miles ahead because of the Molly slowing things down.
Iya,
Xiao will find a
Xiao-nya
second
nggak
buzz.
meninggal
Will fall down
juga.
to 53 HP on Xiao. Able to slow things down
King
even
Mako nih
further.
masih turun
DRX
guys
not
tadi,
even in the
cuma
front
kill
door
2
though.
kayak si Mako.
And they invested so much. That dual-pronged attack that we were just talking about, nullified, blunted. And with that, DRX, because those tools are missing, have to creep their way out. And maybe that's the key. Zest has already gotten the opener onto Angel, no less.
Winnable.
Find anything else though. Xiao tucks himself into tube. But might be rewarded.
Nice
Stacks. As he gets the
nice Stacks.
second.
Crispy shots out. Stacks are going to invest the pit too, desperately needing a round.
And a better pit this time around. It actually gives DRX some control over a choke point.
Kalau OP-nya masih kena, gue nggak ngerti lagi.
Tina, you know, maybe not the right weapon in a situation like this, and he made a fool of me. But I can't imagine he can do it again in a pit.
What the fuck?
That's the pit! He's gonna have to do it with the Phantom, and he cannot. His Stacks
Anjing,
plays
hampir
hero
menang
for
tuh gara-gara
DRX
si
and
Net tuh.
finally stops the
Gila.
bleeding.
Karena ini di map ini harus di respect ini.
I mean,
Gak
give him
bisa
a
ini
little
di
bit of
terus.
space. And he takes a
Prefer
mile
champion
away.
2021 Vandal atau 2023 Vandal ya tetap 2023 Vandal lah. Soalnya kan misalnya lebih bagus daripada 2021.
It almost seems doable for Navi.
Kebabnya laku di sini.
Yeah, the second on there was clean. 45 HP when he peeks back sight there and takes that fight.
First time, really, we've seen DRX lean back on something that worked very well for them yesterday, which is slowing down the rounds where they can see the first blood or two in this situation. Rewarded with a 3v5 victory.
Nice boss.
Seen it.
Ini baru raja ini, bro.
Yeah.
Operator removed.
Hello aggression from DRX, and maybe not a moment too soon. As for as dire as it's looked, I mean, an 8-4 half, you take those. Oh, they've got to get there. They aren't there quite yet. DRX finding another Stacks, trying to control showers. This time it's Buzz with the op switches. Angel weak, but the aim was messy.
Lawan 2 menang ini.
Very comfortable post plant here. Orbital strike available. Molly, 2 snake bites as well.
Oh.
Angel and Zipan
with
mountains to climb. So want to try and flip this. Zest actually gonna. I think maybe here
Golden Boy Zelsis apaan tuh?
Come through. Angel desperate to address that back line.
He's just so weak.
Enemy remaining.
Aku pengen lihat Twitch chat.
And the weak get weaker.
Golden Boy tuh.
Orbital strike. Did well to get away from it, but he wasn't able to consider RB there.
Well, I mean, an 8-4 half feels
Vandal
like a
champion
miracle
atau
for
prelude.
DRX to be able to get that much
Kalau
on the
dari
board.
segi desain skill ya bagusan Vandal
Quite
sekarang
frankly,
dong.
being bullied around bind
champion,
here
bro.
in the first half, Doug.
I mean, they looked dead on arrival for so much of it. Was it 8-2 at one point?
Weh, laki udah 400 guys,
scrap
berangkat.
together the last couple of rounds
Sedikit tapi dari
to
kemarin
keep things
600 ya.
competitive, respectful. We'll see if that's the case. Either
Ada-
way, we
ada
got
suara
Golden Boy
lagi loh.
standing by with Zelsis for an interview. Golden Boy, what's going on,
What
man?
the fuck was that, Prior?
Thank you so much, fellas. Yeah, give it up for Zelsis, ladies and
Oh,
gentlemen.
pantesan.
Man of the hour.
Kenapa disebut Golden Boy sama JLC sih? Ini kan Golden Boy, terus JLC. Ya, interview ya.
Because it looks like right now,
Produsernya lagi ngomong
they're
tadi.
running away with it. DRX showing signs of life. What do you make of this game?
Production comms leaking through tuh.
Personally, I don't know how they're playing it, but I mean, they're running the Yoru comp. CNET hit some nice shots, so it's an interesting match so far.
Yeah, and now obviously, you know, this experience is quite an interesting one, right? We have our first NA Valorant event. I mean, look at all these people that are here
Final
today.
atau champion, dua-duanya
It's
punya.
incredible. I know that you would love to be up there playing, but I want to get your thoughts. How is it to just be in this atmosphere, man?
Yeah, I mean, I love it. I wish I was on the stage, but you guys still make it great. Let me hear you. Yeah! Love the fans always. Love the stage. It's great to be here.
Now, obviously, everyone's excited about what's to come, you know, moving forward, and I
Dari
just want
Frontier atau
to get
Singularity
some
punya
thoughts from you,
dua-duanya.
man. How you feeling about, you know, next season?
Merah,
You
Ben.
know,
Mantap,
you don't
Kido.
have to
Terima
say
kasih 1
anything right
tahunnya.
now, but I'm excited to see what happens next for Zelsis. Or is it just going to be
Terotnya be
you
aja.
chilling for a little while?
I mean, stay tuned for part 2 of the next movie of VCT Americas.
And I hear the sequel was actually quite good. Quite good. In any case, though, guys, that is going to do it for us here. Guys, one more time, if you don't mind, show love to Zelsis, coming in hot, supporting the boys, and send it back over to the casters to get us ready for this next half.
Thank you so much, Golden Boy. Yeah, always good to hear from Zelsis. But Mike, as we turn our attention back to the game, we've got to think about the fact that DRX down 4 with the double duelist comp on defense. I mean, how do you play around this?
Skin yang lu gak punya tapi pengen buat lu dapetin apaan dah yang dulu. Lu banyak sih kayak gitu. Jadi yang skin yang lu omongin yang mana gak tahu. Yang 2022 punya nggak Ben? Apa gua nggak pernah lihat lu pakai? 2022 kan Phantom bang, kan pandal bang.
Here you're almost hoping so with this composition. I mean, the only other benefit for RB here is early information, benefit from the instant rotation timing, but there's very few positives from what
kalau
I've
dari
seen so
segi
far.
efek bagusan Frontier, cuman kalau gua lebih biasa pakai
the
Singu.
Yoru on the side, as you were mentioning, there's just so much value that the Yoru can get off of quick rotates, on being able to check areas of the map and then flip it instantly. So we'll see how they play this. That does not seem to be the case with how they're approaching this early round, though.
Stack spotted early. It looks like on the back of contact, DRX have got something set up at least. RB not rewarded just yet.
Oh, but he is in a cheeky angle. He's taken the space, flipped over to the other side. Doesn't seem like Navi are concerned with or intent on hitting B.
And the flash actually almost gives Navi the upper hand here. So they've slowly crept their way towards 8. Seen it actually tagged down to 53. Didn't actually spot when that had happened, but
Main lama juga nih.
It must have been early on.
Bang Navi.
Navi have taken
Navi mah emang dari kemarin main lama ya, gue lupa aja.
Seems like all 5 focus towards A. See that wall too is going to be so miserable to get through on the pistol.
Actually boxing this off, it gives Navi a very, very comfortable post plant here. It's only RB on the flank, but I mean, look at the minimap. Look what he's got to overcome to apply any pressure.
And he really can't make a move until the wall gets cleared.
Exactly.
Otherwise, it's just going to be him against the world. And you see once again in these pistol rounds, it's just so
RB.
labored. It's so
Dogi RB, cepetan RB.
They finally break a panel, but now what? The spike's been ticking away for 20 seconds. RB is still sitting in the teleporter. It gets overwhelmed. DRX found some space. Shao handling the first 31 HP. Buzz
kena bom,
I don't think he did get half. But that's all he's able to get so far. Shao still alive. Angel left in a 1v1. Zest is going to be able to take it all the way unless Angel swings out, and he does. Navi get the pistol.
Pasti bermain satu.
We'll find their 9th. DRX just a little slow to respond to getting that wall dealt with. I mean, even initially the snake bite sent in towards the poison orb to maybe cut off a pinch from short, but that was never coming with the game plan from Navi here. A while since we've seen a Sage-reliant pistol round strat like this, but it pays off for Navi.
It took us all the way back to early Valorant days, huh? We've gone prehistoric.
There's almost a moment there where the wall becomes Navi's demise, other than the paint shell from Zipan getting posted over the top.
Pagi amat, ya kan gua orang L ya bos.
What are you gonna do here? Sugetsu's here. On the other side, only has a ghost.
Okay, nice.
The other rifles are elsewhere to be found.
And this is another thing that looked great for DRX on the thrifty rounds where they're able to push forward as a group and find an opener or an advantage.
Aduh si Ange, awas.
Weaponry.
I really like how DRX, what they did after the kill too, instantly send 2 through teleporter, see what else is going on the map. When you're starved for weaponry, information is key.
Yeah.
And that's what they're trying to play around. Bamako falls.
Okay.
RB
RB managing
found a response.
Yeah, he did. Tries for the second. Walks away a little beaten and battered. That's all it is for now. Once again from Navi, we're going to see a plant behind the wall. And DRX with just not the right tools to dispose of it.
RB chipping away. Will eventually fall. 3v4, Shao barely clinging to life here, but Zipan will find a response.
After
the first couple of shots go Aaron, it ultimately does connect. CNED finding value and finding control, and Lamps too.
RB!
It's gone down to a 1v1. Mike, how the heck are we here? RB's weak. He's so weak.
He's misread it though. I think Zipan's backed up towards short. Might even be able to get the half here though.
Yeah, but Zipan has plenty of time, right? RB's pulled off. He's grabbed a weapon, Mike.
Wah, ente parah.
Just tried to get back on the spike. Zipan seals the deal. Whew. It's only really the purchase of Navi that doesn't reward DRX fully for that early round aggression.
Yeah.
Don't get an upgrade, don't retrieve a rifle from that situation. Navi able to steady the ship.
Sulitin DRX ya, sulit bro.
Moment there, I mean, Marco not catching Angel underneath the smoke. A couple of situations go another way, and well, DRX are maybe poised to take that one.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just barely goes their way. See what the play is here is DRX with a much better buy. This time around, Stacks is close to having a Seekers. RB's a little bit close. It's perhaps halfway there, but see what the setup is. We saw this previously too. He just swings off of his own flash. RB making opportunities for himself and finding a kill onto CNED.
Harapan, yo, makan bro, santap.
5 HP.
Satu set direct bisa nggak ya? Nggak tahu deh. Please, pilotnya juga belum bang. Ya elah si RB nge-whip lagi.
Still gets the better of RB.
That was really ambitious from RB there.
Maybe trying to police the weapon slightly, but definitely overstayed his welcome.
Tapi lagi perform banget asli.
Navi, you know, you talked so much about Navi's playstyle in the first half. You see some of it here and how they're slowing things down so much. And min-maxing too, getting the orb, getting Xiao one step away from his ult.
The other thing is as well, they come into this, what, 3 rifles, 2 pistols, they're now basically one man down, yes, but Stacks and Zest, very squishy targets right now.
30 seconds left.
Stacks in particular, 5 HP. You look at him funny and he's dead.
They will spot Zest. If they get solid information off that.
Once he did.
As the ping comes through, yeah, Zipan's going to swing onto it, Zest will find it.
Nice.
Hang on, Navi have found responses.
It's a 2v2. Xiao's still so weak and somehow still alive, but they're so convinced that there are other people here. They have to delay it for just a moment, and that's going to buy DRX just enough time to rotate. But what do they do with it? Do they flood? Do they go? Buzz has a nade. Mako with a molly.
Xiao's completely disconnected from sight here, leaving Sugetsu in a position to maybe thread back through elbow.
Interesting too, with Xiao as weak as he is, you think maybe you put him out there as a sacrificial lamb, get some info and trade off of it.
Molly's going to slow down the peak from elbow.
He's gotten it to half. He's going to stick it the whole way. Mike, he's going to stick it the whole way! Right under their noses!
Let's go, Bas.
I mean, like I said, the Molly prevents the swing from elbow, but Xiao, that HP level doesn't even swing on, doesn't even offer his life up for confirmation.
I mean, not a jiggle, not a jump
Bros,
peek, not a shoulder throw, nothing.
And DRX at a little bit of a
Molly, yeah, Molly-nya bagus tuh menahan elbow.
Like I said, that Molly absolutely pivotal in that situation. Yeah, you can see it's a little frustrating from the coach cam too.
Questions abound, but there's not enough time to answer him as Navi and DRX take us right back into the 16th round. Still a 5-round lead for the attacking side. EMEA representative sitting cozy on the scoreboard, and money's not bad either. Xiao and Sugetsu are okay.
Asik, teleport.
I'll be faking a TP through towards Showers. See on the minimap, Guns trained on that location for the time being. Going to keep Navi.
Sui kagak bisa maju, ada Molly ya. Effect apa win? EG 2-0.
Conscious maybe that DRX have got a set piece to roll out here, or a trap plate invested towards Showers.
They've taken so much space down long, Mike.
Yeah, a ton of information as well.
Ngantuk pada ini Garfes. Iya, gua kemarin kan baru tidur 4 jam, gua nggak ada tidur ini sebelum live guys. Tadi gua streaming Valorant dulu kan, review bundle 2 jam. Terus gua cuma ngaso bentar doang. Gak tidur.
Definitely slows down the retake. Actually, Zest will find one from the Snakebite. Senior will fall, but Spike planted.
Shigetsu on the trade. Zest with Pit up in heaven though.
And problem being there's a Molly and a Snakebite here. Paint Shell as well, but it looks like Zipan might even put that in towards slowing down a push into lamps.
I'm surprised they're waiting this long to commit to something. Just want to be cautious about how they do it and just take the space.
Sugetsu udah line up guys.
A ton.
This one's already passed though.
Yeah, I mean they are taking their dear sweet time, Mike. They haven't even gotten it to half at this point. They haven't established enough control.
Bus, come on, Bus. Nice!
Do they have it?
It's going to be so close. Oh, it's going to be so close. 1 second. Once again, burning the midnight oil.
By the skin of their teeth. I mean, you think with the Molly going through as soon as the Snakebite lands, I think ahead of the half defuse coming through, Navi feel as if they've got that one across the line.
Yeah, he could have fooled me. Gonna get a good look at Brimstone's jawline there for just a moment as Navi call timeout. And perhaps feeling the situation slipping away. That's now 2 rounds. You know, you think back about the stolen defuse on B, and then that just instances where it feels like we're just a decision away from closing this map out, and DRX continue to pounce.
I mean, you can't even really fault the decision. Again, Angel throws out the molly nice and early. It's again, maybe that's on the back of contact, or Zipan feeling the pinch towards Lamps. They want to start buying time then, but then a couple of overcommitments to those early peaks. You let that utility buy the time for you. Force DRX even deeper into the smokes potentially, towards showers or towards short.
I mean, especially in a situation like that when 1 second was all the difference.
Yeah. Sure, I didn't even actually notice where Sugetsu's first snake bite went. If it was listed as part of the execution, I believe actually towards pipes when the wall goes up. Nonetheless, DRX find their 6th. Na'Vi able to string together.
Win 2-0. Ya, ini ada si Abu yang nggak mencet tombol live, guys. Kayaknya dia ngejawab pertanyaan tapi delay ya.
Initially,
okay, Ernest.
DRX felt as if they had that one. They were just hanging around on site staring at each other.
You got this? We good? Viper Spit still in play for Zest. RB with his ult. Navi, I mean, doesn't even have the package in tow right now. Seems like they want to feel out the map, see what info they can get. 2 rifles here, so they've invested some.
Shao looking to make this work pretty early on here. Buzz did spot out a couple of bodies on the other side of things. Trailblazer to pinch through here. Might even catch it. I don't think Shao's stunned.
He's crunched, though. Yeah, RB's able to clean him up. They had pressure coming in from the other side via Buzz.
Another beautiful proactive play from DRX to find a first blood here on the defense. In isolating Shao. Able to retrieve the rifle.
Terbangun, komen terus tidur lagi. Iya tuh kayaknya.
Yeah, Angel's going to have that in hand now.
Info naik market. Katanya tanggal berapa ya? 9 ya?
The rest of Navi have taken showers. Molly to delay for just a moment.
Gatel kelek, ngentot.
It seems like they're still thinking this through.
Oh, tanggal 9
not liking what they're seeing, not liking what they're
feeling. Gak tau ya, 9 di
sini
apa 9 di sana.
In terms of Na'Vi, still plenty of time left on the clock. 30 seconds. More than enough. Their comfort zone almost. But Marco has already made his way across here. It's spotted out in hookah. That's going to be the green light here.
Oh, he's got to be careful. That flash up high is so good, though, as RB's able to get the first CNET on the trade, though. Marco filling the space behind and stacks that 1-2 punch. It's just too much.
DRX clawing their way back into this one, Doug. Just 3 rounds separating them now. The crowd finally feeling a reason to get behind them.
Kalau bisa 2-0 DRX, ayo lah. Dukung kamu ini.
Good reason too. I mean, you think about that last round there. It was that dynamic duo of Mako and Buzz, and I mean, really all of them just.
Yang baru join BTW jangan lupa di like adik-adik ya. Ayo bikin 500 guys. Siapa yang mau bansos?
The proactivity.
Di sini ada match lagi. Enggak, ini udah terakhir, udah match 3. Kalau 4 sih gue namanya meninggal dini.
As DRX are starting to show signs of life.
Well, they go with that.
That doesn't seem like there's any of it here.
Wah, OBS DC jam 7 biasa. Refresh guys.
Just haven't really seen DRX commit to it too often.
Kemarin lot versus Derek, win siapa lah? Ini Derek main lagi, berarti win Derek bang.
Should be the signal for him to flash out, but RB caught up inside CNED's slow orb. Again, Na'Vi here able to mitigate that early aggression. Trap play towards long. Regardless, there's still a 3-man stack behind this. And Na'Vi creeping closer and closer.
They've got a couple of tools here too.
Yang lolos masuk playoff,
not just the element of surprise when it comes to aggression.
Yang menang, yang menang langsung playoff ini.
I mean, you imagine RB investing. You've got one of them by stacks.
Nice SKR. Oh my god.
Rewarded is RB's able to get another.
Itu tiketnya awas CNED.
Invested 2 ults. What
nice,
more do they drop?
Flash dulu dikit.
Is RB still causing flashes have been so effective, but Shao able to put him down.
Oh, ke 10 adik-adik, looking good.
I mean, it paints a grim picture, Mike. Shao left in a 1v3. Navi's still trying to hang on to this 3-round lead, but the last couple of rounds have just not gone their way, and this seems to be no different.
That's got to be the first that he finds. Chipped away at, but makes it harder now for Shao to recover from that stacks on the swing. We'll seal the deal.
Well handled too. Stacks, as you mentioned, on the swing. Maka swung a little bit behind it too, just to make sure the 1v1 wasn't isolated. And give Shao a chance to pull off something magical. 4 rounds in a row now for DRX. And the hole there is just gorgeous. RB has looked so good.
He looked
on this
fantastic
Yoru.
yesterday.
Yeah, yeah.
Habis sarapan
Not
dia.
clutching a number of
Sarapan sore di
situations.
sono ya.
The confusion started to show on Dubro's face. Light investment here to, well, definitely packs a punch. RB going exploring here.
Oh dear.
Ih,
Flash in his
hampir.
hand, instantly throws it in reverse.
Able to get away.
Cobain
And get some
bagi.
info, I guess.
Yeah.
Ntar punggung gua ya Allah.
The other thing as well, I mean, DRX very quickly adjusted towards kind of
Bantalin ya.
anti-plant setups
Bantal
yesterday.
punggung, sabar.
I feel like that's what they've dialed into here on the defense as well. They just want to prevent Navi from getting favorable numbers on site.
Mamium
We
udah,
kept seeing
jing.
yesterday a number of rounds on defense where they were just happy to save us 3. You know, they hit the site that we only had 2 on. There's no point going for it.
Right, yeah. Cut our losses, live
Which
to
is why
fight another day.
this early round information is very important towards DRX game plan.
I mean, Navi have shown a willingness to flip the map late in these rounds.
Ini
Now,
so
with a
imut
little
kita tuh dah
over 45
mamium.
seconds left, it seems like that's going to be the case. An orb headed back, but Buzz there to greet.
Let's go, Bas.
Nowhere to go from here. Angel's still playing over back by B, but they have Shower's control. You see the flash out from Xiao.
Ya bom
They
si
haven't
Bas.
pushed out past it. Now they're going to creep out Angel as an ult. Are they going to pull this off, Mike? All they had was Sheriffs and, yeah, I believe 2 Guardians. They haven't grabbed anything else. And is that going to be enough? It
Aduh,
very
lucu
well
dikit
may be.
ini, aduh.
Unless Zest can make something happen, and he's already gotten 2 big ones. Seekers
Okay,
invested,
RB
Zest with 3. Zipan
Bang,
left
yo
alone.
bang.
Just like that, they flip it back in their favor. Japan will be spotted with the ultimate finally.
Mampus, tawan lo.
The very last second. 3 left
Bubur
standing.
ya, bubur mantap
We
sih.
talk about in the first half a financial cushion. DRX have
Lama gua
definitely
makan
got one of their
bubur
own
ayam,
here in the second.
Yeah, they're doing just
Kalau
fine.
di
And they're
komplek
about
gua
to
nih yang
tie
enak
things
lewat
up,
tapi
Doug.
jam 8-an anjir.
Navi made a run at that
Dari
round,
gua
though,
kecil
man. That
tuh
was
sekarang nggak berubah.
for a little
berubah,
while
cuman
there.
ganti partner doang.
Uncomfortably close, but again, heroics from Zest.
Ya,
Stacks,
sayang
animated,
jadi
ready to go.
kali.
This looks more like the DRX we saw yesterday.
Stack's starting to get a little more energetic on stage as well. Always a factor for DRX. Navi,
So
orbital
back ini
strike
Ron
and a
Byron
res
ya,
available here.
ternyata ya.
Difficult to really find value
Cuma
with that on
10
the
sama.
attack, especially if DRX are going to tuck themselves into sight. Buzz actually now operator in hand. Posted up very early on the shower. It does still actually have RB here in support. Deals with it. RB going to flash out to deny any progress behind the Trailblazer.
Yeah, very similar to the setup that we saw in Octagon at the opening of the half. Someone there with him. As soon as there's contact, he drops the flash and swings out. Those Yoru flash is so difficult to turn.
RB are creeping behind this wall, though. Marco's going to have his hands full.
Is there going to be enough for him to know? I mean, they've taken so much space without really showing much of anything, but as soon as that wall goes down, they're going to be segmented. They're going to be divided.
Buzz can still deny the first attempt at the plant here with the paint shell.
The spike hasn't even made its way out of short yet. Going to use the Brim Smokes to swing out behind. That flash is going to get a lot of info.
Wait,
And
no
buying
way.
just
RB's
time.
going to TP into the background. Surely
Yeah.
not.
I mean, keep an eye on it. It's tempting, it's tantalizing,
Gak di-wall tuh sama sisi net, Cok.
and it's considered, but he hasn't gotten to it yet. He hasn't committed, just buying his time as Navi's still playing around through short. See that res online, orbital strike
Panas
used,
loh itu.
Buzz trying to reposition as Navi are starting to get some kills. Zipan with 2 massive
Oh.
ones, CNET looking to get the spike down, and
Oke,
Mako
apakah
causing
sudah panas
problems.
King
It's
Mako,
Mako and
guys?
Zest, the 2 controllers, and Mako's getting up really far by himself. 13
Anjir,
seconds
kebet.
left. They're going to have to make a move for this, and Zest is going to be ahead of it.
I don't think he's going to catch him on the dropout, though.
It's going to be so quick. It's going to be so
5,
close.
oke,
No
pas.
utility for Zest.
Nice.
It's already fallen. Xiao getting the spike down, left in a 1v2. And honestly, Mike, a winnable one at that.
Xiao posting up underneath Hookah here.
Jangan aneh, aduh please.
Oh, I'm not sure, but he's surrounded.
Aduh, yang jago lagi nih si
Repositioning,
Sao.
finding a cushion, finding some space.
Please, sama
Perhaps a
please.
second piece of life as
No!
he's gotten it down to 1. A dangerous move there as he takes a knife
King
out.
Mako,
Take
Brimo.
1 step further
No!
back. Xiao now spotted the flash up top. Does he dare swing? Mako bold on it. On the tap, 38 HP.
Oh!
Make
One
that
more,
17
Mako,
now.
one
Mako's still
more!
healthy. But Xiao can just continue to tempt, continue to tease, continue to bait.
Nice!
Swing, and Mako gets it.
Let's go,
He's
King.
going to have enough time for the defuse, too. Mako plays that beautifully.
Up.
Unreal.
Masa iya ini upload
Ridiculous.
list
Xiao
lagi
unable
bang?
to close out a
Let's
second
go.
round from the same position.
Tarik with the phone that.
I mean, I don't know if he
I
would have
don't know
won
about
that.
that one.
Yeah, I mean,
Not so sure.
Yeah, I'm keeping it a buck with you guys. I don't think so.
It's Marco.
Man, what a play. Off of the flash.
Sealing the deal on
Pokoknya
the
sabar banget
6th
iya.
for DRX. And now Navi up against the ropes. I mean, even here, the crack's starting to show. A Guardian in the hands of CNED. You have the showstopper here. They need to get a grip back on this half.
Desperately.
Not that they ever had one, it felt like.
No. I like this, though. It's fast. Off the Trailblazers. Zipan's able to get one. Getsu does too. They've cracked the side open relentlessly. As Zipan with the second.
Gas kencang langsung hilang guys.
I was about to say, maybe perhaps pace is what they needed. They inject a little bit of it. Buzz on the counter, though, and once again, ambitious and bold. And this time, ill-advised. Navi take the lead back.
Itu ngebak apa? Kok si Buzz ngeluarin Phantom?
Even there, very audacious with the showstopper from Buzz.
Direkam departnya
Make
loh.
something work. Finally, a response from Navi, a beautiful pace change.
Gue pengen kencing lagi, time out kayak lo. Pengen kencing bang.
How far can they take this though? Will force the timeout of DRX. Probably feeling fairly exhausted after that string of rounds.
Ya, time out bentar guys ya.
How close of a map it's been. They throw the brakes on it for just a moment. Honestly, that buys Navi enough time too to think through how things have gone and what they saw in that previous round. And you mentioned it, Zipan was the hero in that round. His entry out onto the side, and yes, it was helped by Xiao's Trailblazers. Sugetsu got an opener on there too as they were funneling towards B. But it was well handled, and you know, in situations like this, I mean, yeah, you look towards CNED, but eyes turn towards Zipan as well.
Sure, it doesn't necessarily feel like it's repeatable as well with the showstopper being able to, I guess, create enough pressure that send DRX scrambling towards safe positions. But certainly the pace change in itself is something that could be a good remedy to what DRX have been trying to do, set up these close trap plays up on long. Haven't really fought for hookah too much, to be honest. Haven't really been anchored from backside on B. I'm curious if Navi continue this trend. Feels as if that's something they can maybe start to exploit.
You see a timeline on your screen, it tells the entire story. It's been quite the emotional roller coaster as DRX claw their way back into this. But
Aneh ya,
it's just
ngebak gitu ulti Raja.
early pin invested from DRX. The opener is Buzz.
Kebayar.
Seen it with the trade though.
OP.
And they've taken so much space from Hookah already, Mike. But DRX want to fight.
Stacks. What the fuck,
They're gonna
Stacks?
try to put this right into the team.
Anjing.
What Zipan were doing, what Navi was doing. And now they're stuck.
Ayo mau kemana?
We're cognizant somebody's taking the TP here. Zest tucked inside. Xiao and Angel left to try and recover this round. A 2v4 would be nothing short of a miracle. Especially with Marco.
Guys banget ini jangan fake comeback guys.
Tucked into showers now.
Angka promo nih, please.
I mean, they're gonna get out quietly. And the smoke might be the only thing that tips their presence. You mentioned
Amal yang
Marco,
baru
he's
join
the one who's here.
adik-adik bikin gope, ayo berangkat pagi-pagi nih.
Does he boldly fight? Does he wait for reinforcements? Seems to be patient on this one. Angel taking a step back, no Molly to play with. Just concerned, paranoid for what could be coming around. You hear the footsteps, the flash out from Xiao to buy some time, to create some space.
DRX taking their sweet time on this. Marco maybe considering the fact that there's a molly in play here from Angel.
Yeah. I love it though, given these numbers, he's opportunistic on the repositioning. He's gonna try to pinch in. Xiao on the flash, you see the tap through. Angel's already gotten onto one. There's still so much to do. Ayolah. Onto Xiao. A 1v2 now, a 1v1 now. Xiao, 7 bullets, Zest halfway, Xiao on the
Oh
screen.
my god, 2 lawan 4 kan.
Navi map point, a 3K for Xiao.
Aduh, fake comeback anjing.
What a ridiculous Red Bull clutch.
Dipupin,
I mean, like I said,
swing,
it felt like it took
popin.
an eternity for DRX to actually group for that retake. I said Marco's got to be thinking there's a molly at play here or something. He goes right the way back out of showers towards short. And the rest of the DRX are barely out of pipes or heaven. That gives Navi map point here. DRX still healthy in terms of their purchase. I mean, other than that, see. I'll take that right back. A Bulldog and a Judge here for Buzz and RB. No ultimates available for them. The other side, Seekers up for Shao after that clutch.
Oh, RB with the Judge up close. He finds value. I mean, stays alive with a sliver of health. 6 HP, but the damage is done. And honestly, when you've got a Judge and a Bulldog in a situation like that, you'll take what you can get.
RB trying to reset back towards 8. Marco and Buzz don't think have been given any indicators yet. Heavy presence on short, now he has. Marco going to slow down the Showers pinch.
Passive info gathering from B2 allows them to start to rotate over. You see Zest has already made his way back towards A. Mako still playing around the smoke and staying alive somehow undetected. But Angel has just walked right by him. Mako getting one. Seeing it and Sugetsu, the only two that remain.
Yeah, masa 2 lawan 4 kalah lagi ya kan, Jing?
But they're so painfully outnumbered, Mike. And RB was patient the entire time. He's upgraded a weapon. He has the spike. Wisely doesn't peek into the fight again. I mean, that is discipline if I've ever seen it.
Well, force the hand of Sugetsu out of the dropout here, actually. Reveal his position. Give him a chance at one of these taps. We know what Sugetsu's capable of.
Yep, he's capable.
Masih dapat aja si Sui ya.
Enough to get one, that's all it was. But DRX not going away.
12-11 now. RB's ultimate up. So Navi, Seekers, and the Pit available. Actually on the brink of a couple more ultimates here. 2 away from the res and the orbital strike. Zipan not too far away from the showstopper either, but round 24 will be the last.
Yeah, didn't you have a ton of OTs yesterday? Are you the problem?
I have no clue what you're talking about.
We'll see if DRX can take us there. The ult from RB right at the beginning of the round. And I mean, the info has been gathered.
Yeah, that's info.
Yep.
But, no, you don't. You don't.
Please don't.
Surely you don't.
All right.
Okay. Thank you.
He made him consider it. And
Yeah.
honestly,
he was thinking about that, man.
I really like that though, because you see how Navi, as soon as they saw that ult and as soon as they saw the flash, they started to pull rotates back, right? They started to try to congregate around that ult. And ultimately, DRX doesn't take any space or any info with it, but you imagine a situation where they get deeper positioning down long, deeper positioning in hookah too.
Well, if this is around where Buzz is on operator, you can post them up very deep outside
exactly.
Showers. Doesn't come through though.
What it does buy is some time though. Think about how long the clock has been burned, and they really have barely made their way out of spawn. Angel's already fallen.
I don't know if that was an intentional peek from RB there. He swung out with his knife in hand, it looked like.
Ya smoker handal pagi-pagi enak.
Rewarded nonetheless. Seen it 2 away from the res, so needs to kill. And this orb to get Angel back on his feet.
You see it right there, but you've got 2 members from DRX. Going to try to deny that. And RB's already gotten one. Zipen's fallen. Cena still hasn't been able to get the orb. You see the teleport through as they start to rotate back. Everyone from DRX is here. And it's a miserable situation for Navi. Miserable for Sugetsu, and it's just not enough
bro.
Going the distance.
A beautiful recovery from DRX after what felt like a very, very flat first half.
Yeah. And honestly, positions where I thought they were going to crumble. I mean, late in that second half, Navi gets a map point. It seems like it's over. But DRX, man, they're showing some grit.
Huhunya sangat ikhlas ya. Nice.
This will be reset here. We're coming to round 25. No operator coming out on either side. Obviously, did see CNED and Buzz employing it on the defense.
Tadi awal-awal sih wangi ya, awal-awal.
CNED on the Sage is utility fairly key in terms of slowing down hits. Maybe a consideration to make. But Buzz actually on a double satchel, looking for the same punish onto CNED, but catching his own flash.
Yeah, not quite deep enough, but the orb gathered by Buzz.
Early win for DRX.
Ote-ote enak kayaknya, Ben. Onde emang enak sih.
Problem being though, even working towards the showstopper here, he's got no satchels, so
yeah,
if he finds 2 kills, he's Just going to have to throw it out almost or create pressure with it.
And you wonder too, even, you make a really good point, because he doesn't have satchels, you wonder if that was just intended to deny it from them, right? Deny it from whoever could be playing from Navi and Showers, because they showed a lot of presence towards that in the first half.
Well, definitely the intention towards the B.
Sarapan ya, sarapan. Santap bro. Kerjanya padahal adik-adik, terima kasih.
Preemptively made his way across the B side.
Setong terus FVP nih.
And DRX look as if they're now collapsing towards an A site execute here. Sugetsu might be tested here.
They just have no Showers control. I mean, maybe Stacks take some of the space and they can have a late hit, but this is going to be very one-dimensional. If this is how they commit, the Trailblazers are going to clear things out, though. Navi's going all the way in, and he's all the way in by himself. The flash off of it, and the flick from Sugetsu's filthy.
What the fuck?
How have Navi stabilized through this? How have they maintained control of the site?
Actually, yeah, it does get Marco off the plant here, so forcing a second attempt at it. Maybe even a third. Doesn't get caught with that satchel, though.
No, not punished in the window, as small as it was. Sacks now with Showers control. Mako has fallen, a 4v2 in favor of Navi this time. Stacks on the reposition. Navi can take their time, man. They have so much control and they have so much time. The flash not getting anything. This one will. You see it, Zest turn to the corner, and it's beautiful. It's
nice, yes!
Quite nicely.
Ulti.
And the pit. Shao's just on the tap. Reconsiders it. He's going to get it to halfway. He's going to get it all the way. Mikey's going to take it the whole way.
What?
Another stolen
Astaga, disetik bro. Ya elah.
And the pit cutting off the sideline. They can't punish Xiao.
I can't believe it.
You think there, the pit is the one thing that flips it back into DRX's favor almost.
Lalo tuh
But it is their demise.
I cannot believe it. And Stacks, what, half a second early, and he gets it with the shorty? You can't really fault Zest for a play like that in that situation, too.
No. Like I said, any other situation, you feel like the pit seals the deal for DRX.
We saw this set up a lot on DRX's defensive side. As soon as there's contact, Stacks takes a little bit of damage. RB with the flash and the swing. But he's slowed. I mean, surely he doesn't dare swing in a situation like this, right?
Double flash here? Double flash is beautiful, but it's a 1-for-1.
Yeah, it's just all it is. Cena, the one falling on the side of Navi, though.
Say, removing the wall maybe relinquishes some of that, I guess, safety in a site execute and cutting off a choke point.
Kalau nggak kuat turu Ben, yang benar.
Buzz has gone exploring elsewhere on the map. Xiao seemingly aware of the possibility, but when does Buzz make a move? This is good information, though, because it allows DRX to fully commit towards the other 3 members being here on B site.
Absolutely. I think you're right. The one question is, does Buzz make a move? How patient is he? Because right now, I mean, he's got him controlled. He's got him corralled. 30 seconds. And the silence on the spike, that flash.
30 seconds left.
Notwithstanding is deafening.
Iya, gara-gara map 3 terus sama tech post.
Waiting for utility to come back up. You see the nade through Zipan, biding his time. Roomba, flash, and then the satchels. You imagine they'll start to go out, and there they go. But it seems like he hit his legs on the way out. It's a 1-for-1. Mako's still controlling the site. Buzz is now making a move, but it's not gonna matter.
Nice, Tex.
DRX hold the line.
Ayo menangin direct, please. Please banget, 2-0-in, please. Gue pengen lihat dulu. 2-0 bang.
Navi steal away the defuse. Convert the response stacks. Look at a little antsy on stage there. Perfectly timed. Yeah, I mean, the site hold stands up to the test regardless, but see the patience from Navi. Xiao just fixated on market.
Pernah dicek ya, Pak, udah berkali-kali loh dari situ ya. Di pinggiran si Huka ya. Wah, like-nya 465 guys. Berangkat yang belum like, jangan lupa. Barat tuh ada bansos ya.
Stacks not top bragging for DRX, but pretty freaking close. 24 and 18 right now.
Kenapa tuh kira-kira nggak tahu ada ya?
Apa
emang sengaja ngaditnya apa gimana, nggak ngerti gue.
Just a couple of moments away as Navi are going to have a chance to take the lead once more as we head into the second round of overtime.
Troll face.
I mean, that's really good art.
Yeah, actually, I'm really impressed.
Very good.
Drawing, yeah.
Yeah. You much of an artist?
No.
No. It's a shame.
Pengen lihat direct 2-0 apa pengen cepet-cepet tidur bang? Ya, gue mah tidur mah tinggal pencet ini udah. Duluan ya guys ya.
What did DRX do on this attacking side? You remember there was some injection of pace from them, as we saw in the previous round, or in the first overtime bout. Doesn't seem to be the case, although they are set up for it. You got stacks ready there for the flash. You have our Buzz.
They're denying this orb once again with the double satchel, maybe. It's not seen on the other side of it here, so have to worry about potentially a paint shell and a boom bot.
This is interesting too, because when we had this conversation previously, it was because of the investment of the satchels that we thought, well, maybe that's not it. But it's just a dump of utility to deny the early grab of it and then rotate off.
But maybe this is a read actually for DRX, because it's Zipan that here on the other side of it.
Yeah,
they
sure.
don't progress deeper.
That's a very good point.
CNED elsewhere on the map.
Yeah, very good point. Speaking of which,
I get a confirmation now.
Yeah.
With the wall up in hookah. Again, maybe the indication they're reading instances, this is the lighter side of the formation. CNED's desperately trying to prevent any progress into hookah.
They would be right.
Gagat, thank you, Origin member. Welcome back, Gagat.
See that wall over towards A causing problems. They had to invest a Trailblazer just to clear out short.
He doesn't catch though. CNED moved to weather the storm. And nothing caught on long.
Yeah.
And actually sends Shao back towards A. The DRX have done great to deny or avoid confirmation here.
But CNED's the trap.
Ya, kocak lu CNED,
Life goes to Mako, able to clean him up.
Buta lagi.
Flash. He can't see a damn thing.
Nice, RB, let's go.
Unreal. DRX have cracked the site wide open. Now Navi have shown up with reinforcements, but it's too little too late. They still aren't their way out on site. As the crowd comes to life once more, DRX looking to take the lead against Navi in overtime. But they're far from done. Still some pesky members of the defense up. Zip and Shao and Sugetsu putting in what seems like an unwinnable situation, but the demand is there. The ask could not be greater. And it seems like they're crumbling in the face of it. That's exactly what they do.
Nice.
DRX take the lead back.
With a Prime Gaming flawless nonetheless.
Wow.
Will immediately force the timeout from Na'Vi. Absolute perfection here from DRX. The patience on display. And it's key as well that RB avoids this flash on B long.
Yeah.
That's what forces Shao to reconsider the setup here on defense. For the first time, it's a four-man push in.
DRX lawan kru ya yang lagi jago tuh di Asia kemarin, penasaran juga gua.
DRX, he said down to the second.
So well considered. You know, to go back to avoiding the flash from RB, it feels like we've had a lot of that in this map. Just misdirection, right? Off of lack of info or the denial of info has just been so good. That's what leads us to this point. Navi calling a timeout in overtime as they find themselves in a position that, honestly, Mike, given how the map went, I didn't expect us to be here.
DRX very slow.
Jam 2 pagi, ya, jam 2 pagi.
An understatement to say the least.
Please closing,
but here we are,
ayo.
nonetheless, an opportunity for them to close out map 1 of this series. And we were saying this was a question mark to kick things off here in the best of 3, but didn't think it would go this long, that's for sure.
No. Hopefully an indicator of things to come. Remember, playoff bracket up for grabs. 8 days to think, to prepare.
Short vacation in between.
I mean, yeah.
Saya di Tangsel bukan? Iya bener.
So valuable, and DRX so close to taking 1-0 lead in this series.
I haven't seen this often though. Finally, DRX leaning away from setting RB up towards long. It's just going to be. We're talking about the operator potentially coming into play. Cena does have it in hand.
You wonder if you can't imagine he was spotted there. Angel clears out the dog. CNED still able to hold that line. Off of the flash, no swing. They really no way to either with that slow at their feet.
So first, Snakebite already invested here, so only one more for Zest.
Buset, dan Navi kalau attack lama buat gaming, para textbook banget.
Timing's a little off with Navi looking as if they want to slip
Sabar ya DRX ya, jangan kepancing ya.
RB's gonna have a lot to do here.
Same with Buzz.
And they're going to satchel out. They're going to flash.
No,
Buzz falls.
Bas. Aduh,
What can
why?
RB do? I mean, you can't imagine much in the face of all of that Viper utility. And even more piled on, but he's... I thought he was going to swing in front through the molly, but he doesn't.
No.
Swings back around, Sketsu cleans him up. You see the defenses for DRX
Nice.
stumbling, but Stacks with two. Trying to right the ship, trying to bring him back. Trying to put him down as Mako gets another.
V3, please.
DRX
V3,
still has
closing.
to move fast.
And they have no duelists to go with it. They have no duelists to take the fight to Navi's door.
Nice!
It's all on Angel. Off of this you go. Seekers, the flash.
Let's go! DRX go!
Claw their way back into the map
Gila.
and take a 1-0 lead.
Gila comeback beneran coy. Real coy.
Navi just unable to buy enough time.
Wah,
in that final
tapi
round,
like-nya nggak 500 ini gimana
Stars
director lah.
almost aligned for them. Stats blows this round wide open with two openers.
Yeah. I mean, they played it so well. Navi did. They waited, they waited, they waited. They threw misdirection. They took care of Buzz on the entry out onto the site. All it was RB, and he just had to survive for Stacks to show up.
Sure, and the one thing that's actually very different today
Maaf,
is
dua.
the DRX
Langsung aja,
finding
guys.
success
Jangan
in the
malu-malu.
openers. The first ones yesterday did not go in their favor. They were winning rounds out in the 4v5s here. I mean, we went 15-13, but that's it. Time and time again, this proactivity, their willingness to
Wah,
commit
like-nya
to
udah
opening
500 nih
engagements.
saatnya
Maybe on the back of
bansos
this
nih kayaknya ya.
composition, RB
Pas
swung
banget
onto
ini.
Yoru really looked good for them.
Once again, you see the emotion on some of the players' faces as we recap that opening map, and what a trip it was. I mean, easily could have gone either way, but the we call it grit, we call it tenacity, we call it composure, whatever you want to call it. DRX showed loads of it in that map. So many instances in which it could have crumbled, even in the face of the comeback.
Langsung aja
Late in the
sertifikat
second
tanah
half,
ya.
managed to settle things
Miskin
down
sekalian.
for just a moment to get us to overtime, and then, man, this dastardly duo. Honestly, we talk about DRX and we say, oh yeah, it's Mako and Buzz. This time it was Stacks and Zach.
Sih nggak dikasih main, mampus lu sih.
There's so much depth to this roster, and it's coming ahead at just the right time, Mike.
And two back-to-back overtimes on Bind. This time around, Navi not able to close out.
Kita aja ya, setek lagi kita aja mulai. Kita menonton dulu guys, sambil menunggu.
5 most toxic gaming communities.
I'm going to start this one off with Call of Duty.
Good one to start with. Call of Duty is number 2.
You either play Rust for no amount of time and you quit because it's toxic, or
Apa nih? Anjay. Aduh, kirinya gua nggak bisa anjing. Gak bisa gua tangan kirinya, babi lah. Pak. Pemanasan kayak gitu tuh.
Doing a trade up challenge. I
Apa nih?
started at a penny. I got like a waterproof. Have you ever heard of a waterproof TV?
Oh.
Me neither. I went from that to
Me neither.
Pokemon cards, basketball cards, then shoes, and now we got these. So if you have something close to 700, I'm not saying it has to be $700, but we want to keep progressing.
You know what? I think the search is over.
Oh my gosh, okay. All right, what do we got right here? Let's see it.
Travis Scott sixes.
Travis
What do you think about that?
six. The DS?
DS, size 14.
I'm gonna have to not double socket or triple socket, but like quadruple socket with these things. Yeah.
I think those are worth a little more.
They definitely are, yeah. Let's do it.
Sure?
Let's do it. Perfect, thank you.
Do you want to come to a concert tonight? No strings attached?
I'm late to class.
No, I can't tonight. I'm going to see my band.
No, I'm busy, but I would love to reschedule for some other day.
Finally got to reschedule. What's up, man?
So this is the scheduled event?
Yeah. Do you see the TikTok video I posted?
Yeah. Obviously, I've seen the TikTok video you've posted. People have been like really kind and like, really like fun.
So I talked to your friends. I found you're a huge Kendrick Lamar and Lil Uzi fan. I have 4 tickets for you to Governor's Ball to see them in June.
For real?
Yeah.
For real?
I I don't know what to say. I would want to hold on to that.
Take 'em,
and
take 'em.
what you guys are doing is pretty spectacular. I haven't felt better than this since I've come here, which it's been 2 months.
Where do you come from?
I come from India. Thanks, man.
Nah, I appreciate it. See you at GovBall.
I got some Sweet Baby Ray barbecue sauce, right?
Apa ni?
Anything bigger, better to try for this. Frozen?
Yeah.
Oh, dude. Nice.
This is gonna sound crazy, but I've only been on OnlyFans for about a week now, and I'm already in the top 1% of creators. Yeah, I'm literally just rubbing mayonnaise on my feet, and people are going crazy. Yeah, sometimes I'll like sprinkle in a little bit of marinara sauce, but other than that, like people love it. They said they'd never seen such masculine feet before. Hairy marinara is apparently a thing. So I just found out that my wife is actually my cousin. It's a terrible coincidence. And I know what you're thinking, it's because we're from Alabama, but we need to get this resolved. Get back to me as soon as you can. Long story short, I meant to send a nude to Devon last night, and I accidentally sent it to my dad. Only thing he responded with was nice Twinkie. Honestly, I'm a little bit offended. This is.
Mau nanya dong, Bang. Ini bakwan Pontianak sama bakwan biasa bedanya apa, Bang?
Iben.
Ini toppingnya apa? Enakan bakwan biasa atau bakwan Pontianak? Bukan harganya, tapi enakan yang mana? Bakwan Pontianak sih. Karena menurut lu bakwan Pontianak lebih.
Apa nih STY?
Walk out with that big win here.
어제 이후로 좀 계속해서 팀이 발전한 모습을 보여주고 있는데 준비 과정에 있어서 도쿄 마스터즈와 이번 챔피언스에서 차이가 있었을까요?
도쿄 마스터즈보다 챔피언스에서는 저희가 팀 합을 맞추는데 중점적으로 연습을 많이 했고요.
Apakah ada surprise lagi? Kayaknya nggak ada,
팀이
biasa aja.
완벽해지는 데 있어서 집중을 했던 것 같습니다. 네.
Well, firming up our plays for one, and also we tried to work on
Lihat,
things
melek lu,
as
Bos
a
Pik.
unit, as a whole, so we
Melek
focused
dikit.
on our teamwork.
Yeah, and how proud of you of the team are you after that big win? Because they came back after a huge deficit.
역전 이후에 좀 승리를 가져갔는데 얼마나 자랑스러우신가요?
일단 선수들이 너무 자랑스럽고요. 거의 불가능에 가깝다고 생각을 했었는데 전반전 때문에 진짜 선수들이 너무 자랑스럽습니다. 네.
I am super proud, especially because myself even thought that coming back from that first half was like impossible, near impossible. So I'm really happy that they pulled it off.
Well, there's one thing we've learned about DRX is that they are very capable of pulling off the impossible. Let's send it back over to you guys on the desk.
Well said, Golden Boy. Indeed.
Lebih enak, boleh nggak kita makan bareng, Bang? Boleh aja. Jadi abangnya nggak tahu, dia sebenarnya punya 500.000, tapi setiap gigit dia makan tuh bakwan akan kurang 50.000. Jadi kita lihat berapa kali gigit dia bakal makan bakwan. Itu yang bikin beda tuh rebon di atasnya tuh. Langsung dituang buat digoreng. Kenapa digebuk tiba-tiba? Sama siapa? Oh iya, ini kakak saya. Wah, jurus angin. Bang, ini kan 1 kali cetakan 3. Kenapa nggak lu bikin langsung 10? Kita makan sampai habis ya, Bang. Cheers. Rebonnya itu sih kerasa banget. Enak ya, asin sama pedesnya itu jadi nyatu ya. Jujur kalau gue lebih suka pakai kuahnya. Udah habis. Oh, 250.000 buat lo, Bang. Serius, Bang. Jangan lupa follow dan Pontianak gua di Geraha Raya. Thank you, Bang. Mau nanya dong, Bang. Ini bakwan Pontianak sama
Things that make sense in Japan. I'm working. I am sui hungry. Let's eat some dango. Yummy. But I wish I could eat bigger one, it's not big enough. But then I remembered something. This is Hakata Yamadaya in Tokyo. They specialize in photogenic
Pika, terima kasih bagi member ya. Anjing pagi-pagi disuruh hap, bro. Jangan lupa bilang makasih guys ya yang dapat.
They make it freshly on the spot, so it took 30 minutes.
Mantap. Buset.
I'm having dango riz.
Dangonya
For the
panjang bener.
first time in my life, I got stared by women.
Tai.
It is quite difficult to eat, but tastes yummy. It comes with 25 balls on a stick. 25 balls are too much for me to handle, so random strangers joined me to help. Did it make sense?
Omen's on 1,700 ping.
How do you have 1,775 ping?
Terima kasih Joe Pikar.
What internet provider is this?
Lancar terus rezekinya, men.
We win these. It's all good, Omen. What internet provider are you using?
I use Spectrum.
My chat guessed that.
Of course, dude. This.
For Spectrum. For Spectrum? Holy provider on 1,000 ping.
Anjing cheater.
turn my cheese on, guys. Don't tell anyone.
Reported.
Biar Bisma mantap Rek Panja, terima kasih 2 bulan gratisnya.
Cypher, it's just so much better. What was that? Get from the guns. Oh, you're better. GG's, guys. Better. The comeback?
I'm liking all the TikTok videos and I'm subscribing.
Yo. Our Omen, you have the best mental.
Oh, thank you guys for
the
dealing.
Yo, pinjam motor. Enggak, dia bilang. Emang lu mau kemana hari ini? Enggak ada kemana-mana. Ya kalau nggak kemana-mana sini gue pakai. Enggak. Dia main PS sambil tiduran di depan TV. Jadi gue lewat karena gue kesel, gue injek dadanya sambil lewat. Gue injek dadanya, ya udah. Terus dia kabuk. Ini loh bro yang diinjek terus pakai tumit. Anjing siapa sih yang nggak sakit? Mungkin dada tulang ini main di sini. Kebetulan kau lagi ngadep ke temen kau, wes terbang dong, tendang punggungnya kan. Tendang punggung gue kan, jatuh gue bangkit lagi, gua pukul, dia pukul gua, pukul. Jadi masing-masing megang kepala gitu. Megang kepala. Nyokap lihat kan, udah nak, pingsan nih ibu nih, pingsan. Bantuin dua-dua ibu. Ibu berantem. Yo pinjam.
If you don't want to enter hell, but also.
Apa nih?
Oh my god. Oh, I'm so sorry. It's lunchtime. Here's a pepperoni pizza from Pizzeria Limone. Oh, thank Here's you. that for you, and then it's.
When Tyler from Wednesday said.
This is the only time you can see nephew Seymour have ball in his mouth. Camera close up. Zoom in. Nephew Seymour, Uncle Roger, big fan of Shang-Chi.
Oh, thank you so much, Uncle Roger. I'm a big fan of the way that you roast white people.
I have to protect Asian food. Uncle Roger, the Shang-Chi of egg fried rice.
Uncle Chi.
Oh, wow. This is one of my favorite spots in Toronto. It's called Juicy Dumpling. Let's eat.
Can you speak Mandarin?
Diam lu Roger.
Show you there.
Oh,
8 bulan menuju ke kedok pelangi. Terima kasih Isan. 16 bulan ya.
A little bit of mala.
Dan ya udah.
Agent select here. I believe that this was the comp that
sama
Navi
kan?
were running in LCQ.
Komposisinya sama kayak kemarin.
On split? Or did they make a change?
Wah, Suigetsu Cypher nih, bahaya nih guys. Bahaya.
I think. I remember that correctly.
Right, yeah.
And so that's the only change and switch up they've made.
Yes.
Yeah, but this comp is good for them, but the only trouble is you kind of need Angel to get Zipan and CNED when I've been watching them play it.
Well, I think CNED needs to be proactive and hitting shots as he was in the first half of Bind. If you get that version of CNED, they've got a great chance. But you've got to be worried about trap plays, about Viper causing chaos, and Mako being in good form. There's so many threats on the side of DRX.
And also, I think one of the things that was really impressive about DRX yesterday is they were not afraid of Loud's last 20-second executes on the site. They had the answer for that. And as you both know, Navi, they play a similar game sometimes.
They are slow sometimes. Yeah. And I feel like you've just got to see Navi be able to gather more than one attacking first kill. They're not going to start in that half, but, you know, get out to a good start and again, still got to be good at the half.
I'll hit the same point that you just brought in. You got to see that proactivity, I think, from the duelist players of Navi if that's going to happen. Because in the past, you know, they win and pave the way to those attack side wins with Angel double TPing into heaven, and then suddenly one of the duelist players, you know, Zipan and CNED, they've got the poor job of trying to catch up and just like, you know, offset the feed. But you got to see a bit more from them here. But we're heading into split, should be very favored, I think, for DRX.
Yeah, and if there's anything that Navi are good at is the preparation, the anti-stratting. They've seen DRX play split already here at Champion, so maybe Angel will have an answer, because if he doesn't, DRX will be the team that will make it to playoffs. I'm going to toss this over to your casters and take us through map 2. Take it away, Doug and Hypok.
Thank you so much, Shinsu. Yeah, we're going to jump right into the action here. DRX on the attacking side. You see a heavy lean towards A early. And it's just the Cypher. It's just Sugetsu here early.
Cross betting.
See how quickly they try to bully, as Navi's just so much more concerned about establishing control across the middle of the map.
I mean, if this is quick enough, it could be a positive for Navi, but...
It's all about the pace. How quickly do they go?
DRX slowly funneling up towards ramp, but I think now Navi and people backing towards a position to greet this execute.
This Cypher came so miserable to deal with. You've got to get so far up and clear it out. Meanwhile, DRX have gotten their way out onto the site. Some of the defenses are there, but Mako looking to play spoiler up in heaven. No challenge yet. It's just Sugetsu who's playing on the other side, and he's going to play into this. Oh, of course he's going to play into this. Now he
Ngelewat Mako itu. Nice.
Oh, it's a surprise.
Oh no.
Now you see the double duelists from Navi causing problems. They've gotten the spike down. They've repositioned up towards heaven. You see some of the mollies come through, but you're not expecting to get to here. Either way, handled. Zest cleans him up.
Aduh, screennya.
All falls onto RB. He's got to swing out. He's got to get one, and Angel's timing is perfect. Navi will get the pistol.
Map defend, guys.
A very slippery pistol round from DRX, but you see the frustration on Stax' face.
DRX bagi di Amer, iya banyak.
Able to find any further pressure here, but Marco repeating the smoke criminal antics from yesterday. Nearly runs away with that one. The fact DRX are able to get the open plant for heaven as well in this situation. Navi just find everything they need.
I mean, Angel's timing there. As you mentioned, you see frustration already. What felt like such a close situation. The potential for DRX to take another pistol, ultimately not falling their way. And you see the buy from the attacking side. There's a little bit here. You've got a Sheriff in the hands of RB, a couple of Ghosts. And it seems like they want to head B, where Angel's already waiting. That one-way so difficult to deal with. Or picked up.
Harapan, yuk.
Very systematic by now.
Enggak, gue nyindaran doang.
You notice as well the camera is going to be the default force every single round, and we're looking for these early rounds to be as productive as possible in terms of just dealing with it, finding a way of removing it, getting that information, because it's going to allow Navi to sit in very heavy leans towards mid and B, just on the back of that one piece of utility. Dealt with here, but
watching here.
Miracles of DRX. So they can make these pistols work.
What they do have here is the power in numbers. There are 3 on the other side of this smoke. Angel's left alone, and he does not have the weaponry to deal with it. Overwhelmed, CNED from up in heaven, who was supposed to be providing cover, shows up a little late, but not too bad. See the push through from Mako, not able to find any space either. This has gone absolutely sideways for DRX, and you didn't expect much. But this is almost as clean as you could possibly ask for from Navi.
And one big objective here, obviously, for Navi, you don't want to see these rifles removed, and CNED will find a third on the round.
Well, I think even on top of that, it's not just that they didn't lose rifles. 3 members carry full armor into the next round. They didn't take any damage. You don't have to reinvest in situations like that. You see why this ever talked about buy now from Navi can be so difficult to navigate. Early on, it just snowballs quickly.
We've seen it just 2 off the Blade Storm as well. Another thing to offset the finances even further for them.
It's a very good point.
DRX will spread a little thin here. Spike across towards A side, but don't expect any early commitment with just 2 members of DRX. Navi's utility removed, and once again Navi will secure this orb in garage. See, they're going hunting though. As Zest has found an open elsewhere. Zipan way ahead of the utility that's set up as security towards A site, or at least towards heaven.
Yeah, dancing in a dangerous situation. Work his way around a fine line, and ultimately is not punished for it. Meanwhile, Navi's still taking so much space down B. Look at how far up Angel is. And yeah, there's a little bit of help from Xiao, but if the timing's not great, he's in trouble.
Well, they have to farm here because it's everybody from DRX drifting this way.
There's the flash. There's the confirmation. RB's ahead of it, though. He's looked to swing.
Nice.
Angel on the reposition, dropped. Xiao has to tuck tail and get away. And now in the face of the paranoia, in the face of the dog, manages to take one. Well done. But the sight lost.
Gets almost actually finds a kill on the way out. Zest will secure it though. A 1v4. Still pretty healthy, but just find a couple of kills very early on here. We'll make this a possibility.
You see the paranoia and just how he's handling his crosshairs. There's someone low, behind pillar, behind garage, up in heaven. So many things to consider, so many angles to check, and just not enough resources to do it all.
Angin getar guys, si Angin ini bukan harinya kayak.
So those 2 away from the Blade
Storm. Tapi lumayan sih fragnya di tengah-tengah.
Does actually get it. Yeah, that's Zest drifting up in that lurk. Up towards ramp.
It's contact he plays. is causing problems. We'll see if we see more of that. I'm also really curious to see if Navi continue to try to bully what's happening in B. You think about the previous round, instantly cleared the turret, as you mentioned, the one-way, the flash, and they just established control instantly. Do DRX push into that, knowing what's on the other side? That's exactly what happens.
Ngapain si
Angel's
Anggi
punished.
anjing?
Read him like a book.
And relying heavily on that conditioning early on, but DRX are the ones to flip it back in their favor. Angel dead off the rip, no smokes. And CNED and Sugetsu's cages, but
Careful.
straight away DRX feeling like they're going to have pulled the rotation. I think a good read on how Navi want to approach playing this composition. Sugetsu on the Cypher, being heavily on the other side of the map to where this utility is invested in. Totally wrong read.
Right.
Nobody even within earshot of hearing this. Are we going to benefit off these
Oh,
trips
kabar
either?
Cypher bang.
No, I mean, the cam looked like it spotted one. Both trips have been cleared. You see the utility from RB has been planted and set up. And they can draw a line in the sand here, Mike. They can establish so much control. It's going to be so difficult, so labored for Navi to get through.
Zest very disconnected from this, but the rest of DRX.
Gue sebenarnya udah nggak kuat nih anjir, mata gue sih berat banget.
Very
Udah mulai
tight
kerasa.
positions on site. I think Navi probably thinking better of this one, yeah.
Wow.
Apa kalau map 3 kita udah aja kali guys ya nonton sendiri ya. Kalau map 3.
Not feeling confident whatsoever about the retake.
Yang buat ini.
And again, I'm going to take you guys down a long path here because it goes all the way back to Angel at the beginning of the round, dying, forcing Navi in a position where they kind of have to play off B, or off A, excuse me, and rely on the utility from Sugetsu. That's essentially what lost in that round.
But the thing is, the success of this comp, look towards Fnatic, one of the ones that obviously employed it very, very well, is it relies on actually mitigating early round risk, not giving away an opening engagement, because a lot of this comfort is set up just by receiving information on A.
Sure.
It enables pushes down mid or stacking garage, for example. Angel a little ahead of the curve in that regard, but with no resistance shown towards the orb and it being given up for free. Maybe just feeling like he has some room to play with. The beautiful isolation from DRX though. And it has forced the adjustment, Sugetsu. At least in this round. Angel toying with the idea again.
The man is persistent.
He doesn't give up, no. It takes a lot to really deter him.
Placing swarm grenade. Swarm grenade out.
But these are very curious rounds because there is an operator on the other side. So if DRX get an early read of that adjustment, look what they're going to be walking into.
It's interesting too because I don't think they ever confirmed that there was an op in the previous round either.
Wah, sampai sini awas bang, awas bang.
So again, suspicions on the other side, and there it is. Yeah. Shot rattles off, confirming the weaponry that's on the opposite side. With that, DRX still continue, still intent on pushing into the teeth of this defense. Into the weapon, the paranoia is there, Buzz waiting to go, and there he goes!
Oh my god,
CNED plucks him out of the sky! Xiao not able to follow suit. Op hits the ground harmlessly as the site once again is lost.
Planted.
The pit will go up, giving them some safety on site as well. Navi looks at the first turn locked out of this, yeah. Angel will retrieve the operator. I think that's just the #1 objective here. After the spike has been planted. Navi lagging behind a little bit in terms of the rotation. There was a ton of pressure.
Okay, samping lagi.
Coming towards them, but maybe CNED just spotting the turret is enough of an indicator to say RB's just the one here to lurk and control this space.
Yeah.
Why it's not. That's why we don't see, a rotation earlier on. I love the diligence behind the utility here, though. The Trailblazer clears all the way up ramp. Marco still posts the paranoia to clear out that window, clear out rafters. And then they look to overwhelm CNED on that operator, even though it was shown early. They don't back away from it. DRX will find a third here in succession and force a very early timeout from Navi.
Surprisingly so.
What a beautiful shot.
I mean, straight out of the sky, a jump scare on top of it, to be honest.
Also, a nano swarm landed there. I didn't catch that damage going down, actually. So, a drilled set piece from DRX.
And ultimately, while it was Buzz who fell, they did overwhelm him. They did take him down without dealing any more damage. So, as you were mentioning, an early timeout called from Navi. Now that they've seen a couple of rounds of what DRX is going to try to do on attack, and Now that they've seen that some of their early approaches and their early intentions are not going to work
Bangunin
the
pakai
way that
video
they
aser
thought that they
ye,
would.
nyuruh lu lah.
Choose to throw the brakes on it, reconsider, see what depth there is to the playbook. Again, given the fact that you're down 1-0 in this series,
Napas dikit.
yeah, it's the upper
Mata
bracket
udah
of
nggak
this
bisa
group,
diatur
so
guys, sorry banget ya.
you're not playing for life, but you don't expect to have to dig this deep into the playbook early on split. Not this early.
Lagi libur kuliah aja gak dapat jajan, buset, jangan donate pakai jajan, bro.
There's an opportunity for Navi to really show. I mean, looking at the veto, if they're coming into split, this is when you gotta kind of hedge your bets on DRX having the advantage here in map 2.
Kalau udah termasuk cepetnya ini Ben tetap aja masih lama. Iya anjir.
Another couple of rounds
Yang
to
mainnya Navi ini ntar aja dia attack kan lu lihat nih
Navi,
Mamer.
considering
Setahun
number of
anjing
times
attacknya.
they've saved these weapons across.
That's the only thing that's got them in this position.
Pokoknya kebantai dulu nih sama DRX kalau misalnya menang di apa namanya? Menang di attacker tuh udah mantap banget.
Just building up to a couple more. Shao one off the Seekers.
Tapi enggak nih kalau lama iya.
Another adjustment on the utility from Sugetsu here. Focal point becoming mid here, or at least Angel initially showing intention.
Buzz wanting to feel it out and see what's up here. They haven't explored this very much.
Typically would see Zipan playing alongside Sugetsu in these sort of setups to make use of the information.
That's just crazy how I mean, a new setup from the Sugetsu, as you were mentioning.
And he swings on the camera.
Yeah, and just, I mean, clears it out instantly. Takes care of the trip, clears out the camera.
All ahead of the 1 minute mark as well. I mean, Navi
sama-sama lama cowok anjing.
preemptively start to rotate, but
minum air putih ada.
I think Cina's paranoia is that somebody can slip through heaven in towards spawn. The spread very thin on this A side defense. Angel's got to be careful. He has to toe the line here.
Pas lu ange.
Cina is now peeking out towards heaven with that Viper wall up. There's really no information of what's coming in through mid.
Nice.
Angel's going to get overwhelmed once again. RB's going to be late on this pinch, but
Masuk
they're going to
OP-nya,
have
Bang.
control. Unless Cina can do something
nice.
about it. No, he's dropped instantly. The satchel out. Zipan trying to hold the line, trying to keep him back. Once all he finds.
Sugetsu slip through. He's ahead of this.
They have no idea. You're absolutely right. How much more can he find? Stacks with 20 HP. Laughing in the face of danger, swinging forward and getting another.
But they got the open plant once again. Got a chance here for Sugetsu to find cheeky half defuse.
Aman aja.
RB swings onto it.
Pagi. Yang baru aja pada lagi kali.
Total control of this first half of split right
Mau
now.
DRX.
I mean, in the face of
Ini
different
dapat
looks from
4 udah
Navi.
bisa, dapat 5 juga udah
On the
bagus
other side
kan.
of timeout, we talked about Sugetsu's change. I mean, there was differences in how Shao was playing. Angel was in a different position as well. Excuse me. It was an entirely different look.
And like I said, the fact that that's removed so early on in the round, it gives DRX so many options, so many opportunities.
Woo! Grill. Enggak map 3, wah kalau map 3 sih gua tidur guys, enggak kuat.
They have the same camera towards heaven. He does have Zipan alongside him this time.
Blinded.
DRX just gaining so much from this default early on. Also had a couple of rounds where they have shown some pace, catching Angel off guard in Garage, for example. That's also suited them very well. Des was touching on Navi's comfort zones historically, sometimes being in these slower rounds, but certainly not so far.
No, taste of their own medicine is bitter. But they want to fight this, the paranoia and the flash. Oh, this is beautiful, but he finds nothing.
Kocak sih sini ya.
So well set up.
Bagus lah, bagus. Awas ke di atas. Bang.
But Angel
Okay, nice.
trying to face into the smoke and play hero. He cannot do it either. What a fumble.
I mean, the Seeker just reveals Angel's TP at the worst possible time. Showstopper doesn't catch him, but he's overwhelmed. Zipan and Sugetsu now in a 2v4, showing intention to actually commit towards this.
Okay, nice, boss.
But it's going to seal the deal. Sugetsu finds a response, though.
Yeah, it's going to have to be a 1v4 if he wants to pull this off. You see the reposition from RB heading towards heaven. Just another thing to consider. Way too much. Sugetsu falls, DRX continue to march forward. And Mike, I've got to go back to that garage play. We'll see if we get another look at it because I mean, there were 3 members there. They were all flashed up. You think for sure you're at least getting 1.
I mean, the utility is absolutely perfect from Navi. It's just there's too many people to shoot at. He can't find a single one of them. A heartbreaking
I thought he was melting out of his
tidur,
chair, man. I thought he was going to hit the deck.
Kurang tidur deh. Sorry ya.
Certainly an opportunity to slip through their fingertips.
Alhamdulillah.
But again, no real time to think it through, no real time to dwell on it. So we march forward, DBank getting that orb.
And that's everything in the inventory for Na'Vi here.
Yeah. The question is, you look at their buy, and it's not great. 2 rifles, 3 pistols. Do you invest?
Or do they get the opportunity to?
Yeah.
They can find a man advantage potentially.
Tim lama ketemu tim lama
DRX
namanya.
have been
2 tahun
fantastic at
setelahnya.
recovering from 4v5 positions. Another question altogether with all of these ultimates facing off against them. Seen at a very deep position on mid here. DRX maybe anticipating some aggression on the back of all these ultimates.
Well,
Yeah,
Wah,
but
ngentot
Jester's
jatuh.
taking a chunk of damage.
It's just so much, actually, there's so much passive info.
10 ini aman
And
aja,
Cena is getting
kelas.
just because of his position right now. And you wonder here, the flash, they're actually rotating off of the flash. Shao just got confirmation that there was presence A towards ramps, and they instantly flip back towards B. Buzz is already through with the paranoia, but DBank's ult keeps them back. He's going to get a second and potentially more. Cena
Awas!
behind.
No, no!
It was messy, but both connect.
Aduh, diklik
And now
kiri, guys.
Stax is left alone, having to think through what the heck just happened. How did we get here? CNED with 3 and Navi does 2.
A great recovery
Oh,
round for Cena in
DRX.
terms of the confidence as
Win
well.
udah pasti masuk playoff. Iya.
And you're right,
Ini yang
we
pertama
saw
kali
one round
lolos
with that
ke
flash
playoff
confirming
match ini.
presence or not confirming presence elsewhere on the map on Bind. This time around, Na'Vi don't fall for it. They stick to their guns and did have 2 huge kills to prevent this site hit.
Kaget kan si Arby, wah gue yakin sih kaget itu ya.
The
Kan
second one
komuk soalnya, bisa aja.
was gross. I mean, you deal with the whirling dervish of blades when you've got RB in your face, but
DRX stacked up here. Are they looking to pop off this again? A deep flash. Luckily, Angel not overstepping this time around.
yeah, but the thing is too, a couple things here. The one way was missed because of the pressure, and even if it had hit, they're already past it. Angel just bullied off of this angle. Has to reposition and try to drop another.
There's re-smoke behind them as well.
Yeah. No real idea of where they are. Still has a paranoia in his back pocket. You see them waiting, perhaps, for the flash to come through.
Another example of DRX
Kalau mau kalah
anticipating
itu
some
kan ada
aggression
barat
on
di
the side
badan
of
iya
Na'Vi.
nih. Udah lemas parah gue
Ways
bro.
will clear, at least
Pagi tadi
confirm.
makan ya kan sarapan.
With 2 sets of
Kalau
shots
lemas,
onto it.
pengen tidur.
RB elsewhere, actually trying to find space towards
Tahuan
heaven.
cut
We'll move
noise.
that camera here to
Dia
maybe
nyari
pull a
3 Ian.
rotation. Because they need to. There's 3 members in Na'Vi.
Buy time. Let your lurker
Terima
find some
ngantuk.
space, clear out some
Viewer
utility,
abu.
but that's it. They go. They pounce, and Shao's there to receive. Gets the first, has the Seekers. Felt like they were perhaps a bit too quick on the trigger. Find something like that.
Lumayan
They're
menyerapkan
going to
untuk
flip
satu
though.
tim doang.
RB's going to find some space.
Eh?
The spike is there, and it instantly falls to the ground. So it gets you dancing around the
Oh,
cage,
shit.
finding more value.
DRX in this round just trying to throw out some misdirection, but it needed a second person to be seen by
Oh,
the
dan
camera
makan David.
potentially
10 seconds left.
Yeah,
to draw somebody away. But the pop is instant on
Kayak
B.
mana
as the
nih?
camera's
Jadi
removed.
5-4.
Doesn't even give Na'Vi the time to consider a rotation.
And that's what,
Kalau
that's,
4
in
udah
my
bisa
opinion,
lah
what
dia
felt like
attacker.
the issue too, because they
Dapat
tagged
5 aja,
RB
udah
with
pas.
the camp. So they saw it was just one, and then it gets cleared out. There's no hesitation. There's no moment to instill some doubt in the minds of Navi. It's a pounce go, and it felt like it was just a bit too fast.
2 tahun timer.
Great hold from Na'Vi nonetheless. And
Down A.
I said Sugetsu comfortable still on site here to deny the TP from Marco from even finding the plant. Forced the timeout for DRX. So don't worry just yet, but certainly Na'Vi a course correction after 5 rounds strung together by DRX.
It's actually how crazy the staying power is from Navi, given the timeline that you're seeing. Right, you think about how they've managed to keep enough money to stay competitive in this. The fact that they had 5 ults just a moment ago, so both of those were hitting at the exact same time. Because of those things, because of how well it's been handled, they're still in this, given the 5 rounds in a row from DRX. Just a few moments now before returning back into the action. Again, if you missed the first map, I'm so sorry. It was a treat. DRX winning 15-13 on Bind, getting us to this position where Navi find themselves down 1 and perhaps on a quick ticket to the lower bracket.
Ultimate's available here for Navi. Neural Theft, the Seekers, and the TP from Angel. Oh, we see a big here from DRX. Timeout. Like initially, Zest back in a position outside A.
Bangun Ben, bangun. Terima kasih Antaran 6 bulannya. Ini keselakapan gua babi.
Sugetsu's utility and Zipan alongside. But now giving up this fight towards Garage.
Morbid. Kenapa Morbid emang
We're focused on to B. I don't think they've had
lagi main ketiduran ya, kocak.
Pistol where they fully push through, but Navi's timing
si Angnya
is great. Angel in the swing gets the duelist.
What the fuck? Dapat 2 loh.
Through the same smoke, Marco. An early advantage, one of the first we've really seen from Navi. Where they
udah hoki parah itu. Hoki kesumat anjing.
Angel giveth and Angel taketh away. Question his aggression, and you question why he's first to die so often. And sometimes it looks rough, but then other times he just frags.
Stucknya miskin lagi sih, saya masih bisa beli.
You gotta take the good with the bad in situations like this. Is
nungguin RTO di in-game malah ketiduran, kocak dah.
Not be what DRX was looking for.
Sure, they really had an opportunity to get things going there.
Yeah.
With 2 kills through the smoke in mid from Angel.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And we'll be healthy in terms of the finances as long as
map 3 tidak tahu guys. Kayak kalau map 3 sesuai perjanjian gue off-stream aja. Nonton sendiri kita ya.
Hold on to this rifle. Get a consolation at least.
He does get 2 orbs off of that, and I wonder how close you. I mean, 3 technically. You got the orb, got to kill him, then died.
Still 2 off the Seekers though.
Yeah.
There. I mean, he's a 3800, so still not too much of a concern. Lockdown available now for RB. It's had a very, very slow start to this map. If DRX are planning on pinning anything together around that ultimate. Again, problem being the smoke goes up on screens. Sugetsu can very comfortably sit behind some of these trips.
Mending tabrak dah anjing main lama.
So Stacks, we were talking about his economy. Goes light armor Vandal, doesn't buy a dog. It's just enough to get him into the round, but you think about the fact that
dingin.
You're looking to entry Buzz onto the site. Yeah, he is the Roomba, but we'll see how they choose to play around the lack of the Trailblazer. Meanwhile, almost all of Navi's here, Mike. They've got 3 here. CNET is playing in mid, so you can rotate over very quickly.
They're creeping closer and closer.
Meanwhile, it's the same Cypher Cam. It's the same setup. Buzz has gotten through. Looking for the trip, finds it. They're going to invest a lockdown too. They're going to fully send on this.
Very late investment in lockdown. And yes, punished by the paint shell.
Menurut map 3 nggak bisa jadi nih, masih double.
Such an important tool, no longer available. Macleod able to clear one out. The Paranoia to buy some more time and create space for another.
Derek. Di one tap.
What a shot! Zest is something really far off. The turret's still up and he has 2 mollies. I mean, you're expecting Angel to make a play here. I don't know if he's going to find the space. Oh my gosh, he slipped the net, but Marco Paranoid still gets him. And you imagine here, I mean, do they still go?
I mean, it's wraps at this point. Shao can find a couple of kills.
Fuck?
Cena gets one as well, but time
all but
elapsed here.
Udah bang,
Oh no. Oh, I
thought he did as well.
I thought you see the smirk on his face.
Derek gila siapa Stacks?
That was a sinister one.
Itu ya gila. 65 guys, 75 please, ya Allah. 7 attacker ini mantap banget ini guys.
Result in DRX holding in this round, but lack of consideration with Zipan primarily being the person alongside Sugetsu on this A side hold. What is that?
Oh my god, hoki banget.
Yeah, same.
Yeah.
Map defend ya.
Just gifted a kill, I
guess. Map
guess.
defend kalau split.
And it works out. It gets DRX the lead back. It stops the 3-round swing that Navi had put together.
Sugetsu's position way more committed towards the choke point here. Trailblazer, I think, catching onto Angel.
Yeah, you hear 2 shots of the op rattle off. A second flash in towards Garage. But once again, it's a hit towards A. It's a hit right
Nah,
into
Bas,
the
aduh.
teeth of the defenses of the Cypher, and Zipend's there too. He's already gotten a couple. Angel trying to swing out and pile it on, and he cannot. Now the op has shown up. How do you get past this? Oh, that wall just barely keeping him alive. Zess is gonna find a lot of room here.
He's got the spike as well, so he's able to slip away from this. You see the ping on the minimap actually shout, considering the possibility of being flanked. CNED picking up the slack. Again, Zest actually getting confirmation on the back of the Trailblazer sound cue. Able to find this plant now. Stacks a little bit disconnected from this. Can he find a backstab with Navi funneling towards spawn?
Timing is everything.
It's an open plant for him. He has to play this late. He's getting aggressive.
Patience. You still have 2 flashes.
Nice.
Be patient.
Almost.
He's gotten the first.
Ya
No
flash,
real idea of
Midogi.
the second in the smoke. Meanwhile, CNED still with the op going forward.
Now he can drift deeper. He's actually resetting towards main.
Just a tap. Just a tease. Just a bait for the swing, and CNED lands it. And now Sax is too far away. He's too far away. But it was enough to pull off. CNED, I can't believe he did it that way.
6-3, I guess.
Still lands a shot, but my goodness, what a play.
I thought for a moment there, Stacks drifting down mid. He's going to reset towards B main and just throw a little more misdirection in that situation. But 2 solo missions amount to nothing with CNED dissecting that with the operator. And this felt a little desperate in the early round towards 8. Yes, some early round indicators, sure, but
you see it from CNED, man. He's
Ada
feeling
luar ya,
himself.
ada luar, ada
Had a
elimination
heck of a
sekali.
start on Bind. Seems to be
Ah,
doing
time
just
out.
fine here early on Split. We're going to throw it to the analyst
Eh,
desk to break
halftime
down
kok
that first
time out.
half.
Thank you very much,
Ngantuk, ya kan?
Doug there, and Hypog. I'm here
Jam
with
3
Saito and
Beben
Brent
mau
once
tidur.
again. I
Iya,
feel like at
aku
one
mau
point
tidur,
DRX could
guys.
have run away with that
2-0
half,
DRX
but Brent,
yuk.
what a way for Navi to
Dukung
stop the
banget,
bleeding.
parah.
Yeah, a big part of it, I think, was them adjusting
Wih, like udah mau
the
600,
setups,
guys.
because they started over
Rekor
towards B.
kemarin
DRX
kah?
were doing a really good
Gas.
job in their rounds of identifying that. Their objective was to break it and then go into other hits later into the rounds. But then they just started going for the B main hits all the time, right? And it was
Dia
working
mulai
against
giting
them. But
lumayan
overall, I
dikit.
mean, very even, right?
Yeah.
6 for 6.
Incredibly even, and similar to Bind actually. CNED popping off, even on first kills, but it's the next half I'm worried about Navi. I did, however, want to break down Zest's Viper, because I've been talking about it the whole time. So I wanted to give you guys an idea. And if you're a Viper,
Kagak berbangun nih.
so he's throwing this wall, which is perpendicular to the normal one, and it blocks off A ramp and A main. So it functions similarly to the wall and orb that most people throw. So that's the wall that he's using a lot of the time. He throws this lineup from outside B that blooms in front, and then he picks it up, and he can throw it afterwards once they get into B, and it puts a lot of extra pressure. So you see, he's got this wall that still creates the A pressure that he can go.
Bangun, 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 bangun. Terima kasih cebannya bangun. Segar banget Ben, tidur jam 10 bangun setengah 8. Anjing, kelas parah.
Well, he wasn't in scrims actually. He's just in server time figuring it all out. And now he's
DRX
actually
kapan hari
getting to
Kamis?
show it
Kamis,
working in the
Kamis,
server.
Kamis.
It's a
Gue udah
nice
mulai kesel
idea.
deh.
Yeah, but still even as well across the board, and it kind of loops back to the original
Pagi-pagi
point that we were
emosi
talking
gara-gara
about,
kalah
which is
rank.
CNED,
Wah,
I think,
jangan
because
dah.
we saw this. He
Pagi-pagi
absolutely
banyak
popped off
orang
in the first half
ngantuk
of
kayak gua,
Bind,
Bang.
and it slipped. His impact was dropping off the face of the earth. I think, what is it? He's on 14 kills currently in this map or something like that. If he keeps this one going, I think Navi have a very real shot of really going all the way.
Sabar,
Oh,
sabar
we will
banget gua.
see if they can do this or not as we head back into the half with your casters, Doug
Make
and
some
Mike.
noise, get hype. Tuh.
Thank you so much, Insu. Navi on the attacking side now. This double duelist comp is going to get the opportunity to show what it's made of as we're jumping straight into the action. And Mike, you see it on the minimap.
Kalau kesukaan
DRX
ngantuk orang ini tapi nggak ngaruh, kagak ngaruh, tetap ngantuk.
Yeah, everybody from Navi funneling to Garage very early
Nyerap
on.
apa tadi? Nasi sama mie rebus. Yang anget-anget tadi. Terus pakai sambal, beuh mantap.
5v5 here in the post plant.
Yeah, nothing quite like it on a pistol. If you like chaos, you're in for some.
So nobody actually exploring towards spawn here. Would have had
Si RB sih pakai sorti ya.
to deal with in the hands of RB, but what can DRX get it set up here? Still got plenty of util to work with.
Oh,
Not
it's
sure where
gotten
that's
stuck.
going.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Get on down there, buddy. He's overwhelmed.
Nice.
Somehow still dropped.
No.
I thought he was going to find a window.
Okay.
Kills go trade it back and forth. The 4v3 as you see DRX starting to funnel
Anjing.
forward, starting to take space
Oh
back.
my god, Sui.
But Navi hold the line. Stacks left alone, and he cannot deliver.
Sui di one tap guys.
What a crucial headshot from CNET to deny the paint shell being sent
Ngopi
into
bang, yo,
pillar.
ngopi.
It would have forced both players and Navi out into the open by the finest of margins.
Kabar banget Sui Getsu gila. Pakai.
Great flood from DRX initially here.
Yeah.
I mean, they get Zipan with it looked like no response. Or
Aduh
even
sakit perut lagi
attempted
anjing, mana nggak ada
response from
air
Navi
nih di
coming
rumah
through, but
pagi-pagi babi lah.
these deep
Lagi
positions
dibenerin.
pay dividends at the end of this round. The cleanup from
Mata aman
Sugetsu,
udah berat bro.
nonetheless.
You wonder here too who on the side of Navi is going to come to life alongside CNED, because the Des mentioned it, we did too. He played well. It just wasn't enough on Bind, and he's playing well here.
Same setup again from DRX.
Kenapa?
Flash over the top.
They're going to push this. Sugetsu has so much info.
Set dah.
Done well to take one.
It's a similar situation we talked about on one round of Bind where they find the kill, but no real upgrade here.
Yeah. Woo! RB with a nice plug.
Better
Crispy
Kamis.
shots. The second just a bit wide. And again, a spot where DRX, they've gotten a couple kills, but as you mentioned it, off of the first, no real way to upgrade. Nothing really found. No, in most other circumstances, you see this and go, okay, we're able to upgrade a weapon. Now we can fight back on a little bit more of equal footing, but that's just not the case.
Tanda seru rokok.
Zess is nothing more but a ghost, and he's about to swing out into a Guardian, and well,
hang on.
Or excuse me, a Vandal. See if he can pick it up. He's just so paranoid. Mako's got to take some space here. He's got to be a little bit more pacey on this. That Paranoid's going to buy some time. Weapon grabbed! And it's fallen down to a 1v1. Of course, it is Zest with the Vandal. Upgraded. Angel in the 1v1. Misses on the first. Swings out to the Ghost and lands the shot.
Apaan itu anjing di one tap?
Again, he giveth and he taketh away.
Crispy from Angel to close things out, but rifles removed. Will force the repurchase, yes. Navi still pretty healthy in terms of the finances.
Ya udahlah ya, yang penting mahal ya kan.
Steady.
Ini ronde wajib menang ini DRX.
Confidence to.
Shower impress too.
Yeah.
The good start for Navi though, 2 on the board in the second half. Arguably the stronger half from DRX yesterday versus Loud as well. Buzz, the key factor really. I mean, RB had a fantastic performance, yes, but Buzz was absolutely farming on DRX's defense.
See if he can do it again. Tested a little early. And it seems like there's more coming on the other side of that. You see the smoke out from Mako to help provide some cover.
They're
so intent on mid control. And that is a judge. That is a judge, my friends.
Dude game.
The Trailblazer's not what he wanted to see. That Paranoid is going to buy some space, but he can't go back towards safety because of the nade. Help has arrived, though, courtesy of Buzz.
I was going to say, I'd be surprised if you still see Navi after the Paranoia commit towards that. Already Stacks making moves towards 8. RB been holding down the fort here, but as I say that, Stacks thinking otherwise. I mean, now there's no sound cues, especially with Zest's position here. He's going to hear anything towards Garage and has open sight lines towards mid.
Lama.
Navi going to find themselves a 5v2 potentially on A side.
Pauji, terima kasih udah jadi member. Welcome back, Pauji.
We saw Sugetsu pull off some pretty ridiculous things from the defensive side here. We'll see if RB can do the same with the turret to help. Zipan up top. Too many things to consider. CNET, nice with it.
Si RB.
The second after the upgraded weapon. And that's enough to get the sight. Oh, unless Buzz gets ahead of it. That's exactly what he does.
Buzz Gator. Whoa! My God!
What a play from Buzz!
Dapat 3, bro.
Just when you think Navi have done enough. 4 HP left on Buzz.
Digeterin langsung tuh Aim.
Yesterday, but that is outrageous.
Makasih Ben udah nemenin nge-laundry, nyapu, ngepel. Iya langsung aja linknya di pin
We
komen.
talked about the game plan yesterday of denying the spike from being planted. Buzz throws everything.
Bingung tuh.
Everything to stop the spike from going down.
What a play. Now 2 from the showstopper. Light armor still on all of them. And they had the money to buy.
King.
You see an interesting financial
King.
approach from DRX. Mako once again getting challenged. You gotta pick a target, bro. It's either the dog or it's CNET. You pick the wrong one. Zipan's already back sight. Buzz had no idea. See if they can reposition though. Angel's really far out. Really far up by himself. Dog spotting him, and yep, Zest from up top. But well handled by Xiao. Well handled by Xiao.
Marco just caught off guard. This time around, no smoke up. Nothing for really him to disengage behind. Maybe not anticipating Na'Vi stacked up as heavily behind the Trailblazers as they were, but that's the last time you want to see that.
You
can't make a mistake like that twice.
He's on an island here as well.
Which I don't mind as much, but honestly, it feels a lot like the conversation we had around Angel. Right in the first half, like you get a little comfortable, you get a little cheeky, and then you get punished, and surely you reconsider. And that seems to be the case. Mako's nowhere near garage right now.
Finds all
that hurts.
All that spam on the other side of that jump peak, down to 60 HP. With Navi forcing the issue just yet.
Of course, it's
DRX stacked up behind this, Doug.
Yeah, of course, it's a flash to a smoke to set up Angel to take the opening peak. Zipan is there close by. You get some info. Really, by process of elimination, you know it's not towards Mail. Buzz is going to go. He's got the showstopper and a Bucky. But Zest not able to find space, not able to create anything with it. Seeker's invested the paranoia out. CNET's able to get through. Buzz finds space. And now he's got the showstopper, but CNET stops it. A second 2 found on the Sax. I ain't seen it's gonna win this round by himself. Come hell or high water. He's getting the round for Navi.
Baru enak baru di sana kalian.
Just nothing for RB to do here.
Wih anjing.
Stinger in hand has to close the gap somewhere and forced off the initial angle. RV gonna find their 10th here. Themselves a 3-round lead. What the hell is in Buzz's Bucky? That's what I want to know.
Yeah. Sure, we'll get a look at it again.
Found the collat on the Seeker from what felt like 30 feet away.
Anyone have any speeds? I may have to have you.
Yeah, we're gonna get a look at that one more time. The pass through, and what on earth, bro?
Party's over.
I'd be so mad. But again, you know, we talked about it during the round. CNET, in the face of that, able to really able to settle things down.
We talked about a crucial headshot early on from him to deny a paint shot.
Yeah.
Here to deny the showstopper getting posted into the backline of Na'Vi in this execute.
That would have spelled disaster.
Lihat kembarannya Alfajar. Tahu orang sana mirip-mirip aja.
On split. The attacking side showing some teeth. They've won 4 of the last 5 rounds.
Gua guys babi gara-gara sambal nih pasti.
I even mentioned this as well. DRX's strength on the defense on split.
Apa aja kayak lu ngelihat orang Korea kok mirip-mirip semua gitu kali ya.
Position so far. Benefit the finances that walking a tightrope in that regard. About coming on their first ultimate cycle, obviously showstopper used, but a fairly polarizing performance here from RB today. Sitting at 4 and 13, he was a hero for DRX yesterday.
I mean, even on the defensive side of split, you're right.
Apa itu ngomong apa?
Off the pits are 2 crucial ultimates in terms of the defense overall. Seekers here for stacks. But everything except for Xiao in terms of ultimates on the other side.
I was about to say, the other side does not look any better. Does not really instill any confidence. 4 ults.
Well, talked about being a hero yesterday. Might just need to be once again hit.
It's been quiet, but RB's done well to get 1 so far. Still dancing around the second with the turret to help.
Oh no.
Hero answering the call, at least
nice
a little
bus.
bit, as Zest and Buzz have shown up too.
Control the spike as well. Angel have to pull off a miracle here to recover this 1v3. Still pretty healthy, but Marco going to be the first one to overcome. And spotted here on the peak. See the other eyes of DRX trained on this position. Now Marco's still with a paranoia available.
Speaking of which, waits it out.
Di respect tuh, lihat.
I mean, he's certainly taking his time on this. Roomba, the satchel,
Iya elah, enak
the kill
kayak
not
tuh.
found.
Kena
Buzz cleans him up,
satchel
DRX
tidak bisa
gets it.
menembak ya. Pagi-pagi udah nyerempeng pada saya ya. Tadi kebetulan sambelnya tuh bener-bener baru diangkat kan. Jadi enak tuh masih panas-panas. Tambah mie rebus.
Stands tall to the challenge here on A site. Eventually fall into CNED, but unrecoverable at that point.
He did what he needed to do. The damage was dealt.
First time Navi have really shown intention off the rip towards A, especially on one of these buy rounds.
I can't imagine they're going to do it again anytime soon.
Yeah, back towards pressure in mid here, potentially Zest on the other side of things, but a pit will eliminate that possibility. Yeah, okay.
Easy now.
Yeah. But I mean, he's come right out of the pit. Is he?
Yeah, he's good.
He's got plenty of time to get back in, yeah.
I wondered here what DRX would do with this because you know there's some presence mid. They got a flash and they heard a dog from the attacking side towards A. But they don't. I mean, they don't fully send. They don't fully rotate A.
Well, actually, it's crucial that Zest does get this wall off because NAVI have set up right behind it already. RB's utility scattered across site and heaven.
And note where the utility's positioned too on the other side of the wall. But if they get past it, if they find the timing, that layer's gone.
Set lama bener lu napi ya.
Mouse button 1, there you go. Paranoia out in the dash forward. The turret has been cleared. RB once again has so much to do. He knows the showstopper's in his face, staring into death with not much to do.
Wah, sulit ini guys.
Seen it on the swing, and it's Xiao who gets the kill. The defenses of DRX had previously stood so tall, stood so strong, crumble.
The 2v5 might just see another round where DRX opt to hold onto these rifles. Stacks set at 3K, 2200 for RB. Chance here for Marco to pass one across, but you don't want to see either of these players fall now.
No, not in a situation like this.
A couple of members of NAVI healthy though, so they could go on the hunt.
And they're trying. They're looking.
They're going to find anybody though with this little time left. Seeing it's still conscious of somebody slipping on.
Yeah.
To find a ninja defuse.
Gue nontonnya ngantuk gini emang kalau nonton Navi itu emang ngantuk anjir. Ini lama banget. 25 detik maju.
So with all that, Navi get another again. They just meet with the defenses of DRX, punch him in the mouth, and move forward.
Stacks found blind through the wall. Again, didn't really matter. You expect RB to fall there with a showstopper.
Yeah.
This might be just about it in terms of full purchases left.
Nonton Navi atau DU? Kayak lebih agresif DU udah kadang-kadang.
Seen it quietly along the way, sitting at 24-8 right now.
That's not bad. A
Net carry the game.
performance from the star.
Pemata udah berapa watt? 1,5 watt ini. Ke sisa perjuangan.
See this double duelist set up once again, exploring mid, threatening Zest, and whoop, showed a little too much leg there. Dashing forward, Buzz threatened. I mean, CNED just looking to do this on his own, and you see how much respect they have to pay.
I mean, so much pressure though.
You have to respect it.
Yeah, absolutely.
So deep on this A side setup. I mean, Buzz.
Tinggalkan aku si Angel gitu kali ya. Ayo jalan bareng.
The position on rafters. Navi don't necessarily achieve much other than mid control on the back of it.
Wish there wasn't much defending it to begin with.
Nice.
And there's the first down.
Boom.
You still have to deal with the other. You still have to do a zip ban.
A little bit of tech there.
Bunuh Mako.
To heaven.
Bunuh.
That one.
Yange.
Mako waiting on the other side of the smoke. See
Dulu
Buzz
ya,
ready
begini.
the nade in hand.
Zest loves a jumpy.
Yeah.
He really loves a jumpy.
He does.
23 seconds left on the clock here, Doug.
Udah 23 detik loh.
A vintage
Nice.
wait and go.
King.
And
Aduh,
Angel
anjing
dies
kediging.
already. The spike is still up in heaven now. 15 seconds left. They're gonna have to pop out and they're gonna have to do it quickly.
1 HP Mako.
And Shao has the spike, and that might be enough. Now 10 seconds, it's all on to Buzz. 85 HP, snaps on the first, the second buys time. And that's
Abis
gonna be
pelor lu,
enough.
aduh.
He may not get the kill, but it's not gonna matter. DRX get the 9th. Oh, when that clip ran dry on that rifle, bro.
Anjing, untung aja ya.
And he had to switch to the classic. I almost lost
Untung
it.
aja gak sempat waktu tuh
Shao
anjing.
faced with a dilemma, has to come off the plant.
Hampir.
DRX live to fight another day
Oh,
for the
Navi
time being.
gameplaynya nunggu waktu mau habis baru entry. Iya, emang kayak gitu dia. Ratnya.
So close.
Jadi default dulu, kalau bisa culik-culik.
That's a screenshot right there.
Yeah,
if you're
it is.
wondering.
9-11 masih double tapi RB-nya kenapa
Operator in hand
turun
now for
gini,
Cena.
guys?
Still got the Blade Storm. Doesn't have that to fall back on.
I feel like he's had it
GG,
for
Enzo
forever.
comeback 2-0.
He's not needed
Ya.
it.
Yeah. The Trailblazers setting him up into that more aggressive angle. Procs the dash 2 and DRX once again respecting.
Jenisnya main lama kayak tadi nggak ada waktu, iya. Harus pasti kalau
Buzz is
udah
one
kalau
away
main
from
lama tuh.
Showstopper here. He gets a kill.
Pasti ngeplan gitu.
There's a potential for something.
Navi looking to pinch through ropes initially here. I mean, Zipan and Angel in a position to still show presence elsewhere.
And again, very
Posted
similar
satu
idea
watt,
to what we
satu
saw in the
watt,
previous
mata.
round.
But I love this clearance towards Garage to confirm that actually it's not split through B.
Yep.
Now, information game definitely favoring DRX here, but Navi are poised to explode onto A.
Yeah, RB has lockdown, but he's not really in a comfortable spot to drop it. With 45 seconds left, does he dare invest it? Zipan gets so high, and he gets one. Saxer on the
Wah,
trade.
anjing knockers
Cleaning
ini
things
guys
up,
kayaknya.
off still in hand, and there are the blades. I mean, that's the round.
Yeah, it's done for. Navi even stalling things out to find the plant here. Just Buzz and Marco. Still got the paranoia, still got the showstopper, and the paint shells actually.
Yeah, and a 2v4? Shadows traveling. I mean, maybe. Well, okay, yeah, they're going.
Okay.
They found one. The paranoia, the showstopper invested. Buzz weak though, 45 HP. What space can Mako find? He swings out. Too many targets to deal with. The investment ill-advised.
sulit,
Navi
bro.
map point.
Sulit. Ini nampaknya akan map 3 dan kita akan upstream, guys.
DRX are going to struggle coming out that one as well.
Yeah.
Come away with the lockdown, sure, but in terms of weaponry, definitely going to be feeling the pinch.
Ini topnya lagi on point nih.
Navi have been allowed to set up so many times. These very explosive, committed 5-man hits.
Late in rounds,
Eh,
too.
last
In a round where I said DRX almost, I feel like they're
Comeback.
winning the information game.
Yeah.
Ya, Arbi nggak kepake,
Committing
iya orang
once
mati.
again to this Killjoy setup on A.
Belum post play udah
And like I said,
mati.
against the Jet. And a,
Wah, gila gacor udah si net nih.
well, I said Zest likes to
Jing,
jump.
anjing. Makan bro.
Ill-advised this time around.
Kalau mulai jam
Really, the
8 kalau
first
jam
two
berapa
times
ya?
we
Jam
talked
11
about it
lah.
too.
Si Napi udah tahu mainnya.
Much dearer cost. Look at this angle setup from CNET.
CNET knows what's up.
Kayak mata sudah tidak kuat, iya tinggal sisa 1 watt
Again,
ini.
the operator also
Karena gua
being
kemarin
another
kurang
curveball
tidur nih,
for
semoga
DRX
aja hari ini tidurnya lumayan lama ya.
struggling to handle, to be honest with you.
Ih.
What are you gonna do? You got a stinger.
Ih.
Oh, come on. If you're gonna go, just go, man. Another
Actually,
jump
Marco
spot. Oh, that
catches.
paranoia was so good, but it doesn't matter.
Okay.
The neural theft, and out goes CNED. Buzz with the judge,
Buzz.
finds one though, 56 HP. It's not a buzz.
Wah, map 3 bro.
DRX crumble. And RB's left alone. Holding on to that
Wah,
lock for what
GG.
feels like forever. Never invest it. We're going the distance. We're going to
bro.
Lotus.
Navi come back swinging in map 2. Well, the game plan, I feel like they didn't get a steady footing in the second half. DRX
Udah kali
were
guys
able
ya,
to
gue udah
replicate
gak
a
kuat
lot of
bro.
the things that worked well for them
Teki lah bro.
previously on Split.
Map 3-nya kita lanjut sendiri ya. Terima kasih adik-adik yang sudah menonton VT hari ini. Kita lanjut lagi nanti malam jam 2 subuh seperti biasa. Saya istirahat dulu ya. Silakan yang mau melanjutkan aktivitas TTD semuanya yang mau tope. Jangan lupa join Discord, tanda seru Discord sama follow IG, tanda seru Instagram. Makasih juga buat yang udah join member sama yang udah donate ya. Bansos udah tadi ya, bukan kagak. Oke? Terima kasih semuanya. Sampai jumpa nanti malam. Dadah. Kasur.
Udah.